Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 451 Lich No More 3. Grimm's transformation progressively got more bizarre with every passing moment. Red metallic scales replaced the skin as a thick tail grew out of his back. His face was deformed as well to resemble that of a crocodile. Out of all things he could have transformed into, Lich mumbled. His appearance is quite intimidating, I agree with that. Ashton replied, his appearance aside, it doesn't look like he'll be much trouble to handle. The appearance does not do justice to his capabilities. Lich remarked, a draconian should not be taken lightly. Not even by you. Draconian, an ancient species that were thought to be the descendants of the dragons, based on their resemblance. Ashton had heard about them before, but only in tales. That said, the one in front of them was essentially a dragon's successor. It was no surprise Lich was acting cautiously. Any descendant of a dragon was dangerous, especially the one created by the staff. Well, there's no point chatting, is it? Ashton said as he hurled Bauman towards Grimm. It was best to take someone down, while they were in the middle of transformation, then let them become their most powerful self. However, Bauman couldn't even graze the draconian. The Staff of Eden was protecting its holder by casting a barrier to prevent anyone from interrupting the transformation. Ashton and Lich both were powerless and could do nothing but watch. So that's why the precursors didn't kill Lilith before she transformed. Interesting. Now is not the time to admire the staff, Ashton reminded Astaroth. If you have an idea to interrupt the transformation, bark. Otherwise, shut it. P1Es visit N01BAE. You moron, do you think you can do something even the precursors couldn't? That's what I thought. Instead of trying to do the impossible, think of ways to end him as soon as the transformation is complete. Astaroth's words got Ashton thinking. Since dragons were immune to poison and fire, using Heaven's Downfall or Scorching Rain were out of the question. Even if the abilities were practical, both of them were under cooldown. Atlas, try to hold him back for as long as you can. Atlas nodded and stood before his master and Lich. Then Ashton turned towards Lich for advice. Since Lich knew about the Draconians so well, he should also know about their weaknesses. At least that's what Ashton was hoping for. Sadly, his hopes were shattered a moment later when Lich shook his head. Master had faced a few Draconians in his lifetime, but defeating them was an arduous task. Apart from the Master, no one ever came close to defeating one, not even yours truly. Lich then proceeded to raise numerous skeletons to overwhelm Grimm when his transformation was complete. Ashton did the same, but he knew it was a meaningless tactic, nothing more. They stood in silence, waiting for the inevitable. A sudden roar broke the silence. Grimm's transformation was complete, and as such, the staff was of no use to him. The Draconian did not hesitate before discarding the staff and charging straight at the skeletons. Skeletal soldiers bearing shields immediately jumped ahead to slow the crazed beast. However, they did not last long. Draconian's momentum was a force to reckon with as he pushed through hordes of skeletons like twigs and headed straight towards Ashton. It was then Ashton got a clear look at his enemy. Brandishing red scales and black engravings all over his body, Grimm stood a few meters away from him. His swollen, pale green eyes were solely focused on Ashton. An aura of unquenchable bloodlust surrounded the Draconian. Why is the fucker so fixated on me? Ashton raised an eyebrow. As far as I know, I haven't fucked anyone's wife, have I? Maybe you fucked him instead. What did I tell you about not protecting your feelings on others? Fuck you. See, that's what I was trying to say. Before Astaroth could continue firing his shots, Draconian fired something else. He released his fiery breath, and the skeletons between him and Ashton were turned to ash. Grimm walked up to Ashton. His face was inches away from the mutants. None of them backed down from the challenge until, boo, Ashton said, and the next moment, Atlas grabbed the Draconian by his tail and flung him across the room. However, wings erupted out of the creature's back as he stabilized himself in midair. Draconian stared at his new target and flew towards Atlas alarmingly fast. However, this time, he was met with Ashton's fist as the latter slammed the former's head on the ground. At the same time, Lich cast a series of curses on the creature, slowing him down considerably while at the same time reducing his defense stat. Curses were the only way for the Lich to give Ashton a fighting chance. Without any hesitation, both Atlas and Ashton jumped on the Draconian. Their punches and kicks soon began overwhelming the creature. Draconian was confused, he couldn't see what was going on, let alone fight back. A giant meatball in front of 2 lions, that was the state Draconian found himself in. Frustrated by the situation, Draconian flapped his wings in an attempt to knock his assailants back. However, when he revealed his wings, Ashton and Atlas grabbed them and pulled with all their might. Their intent was clear, they wanted to take away Draconian's maneuverability. But the task was challenging. In hindsight, Ashton had committed a grave mistake. Since both of them were holding onto Draconian's wings, there was no one to stop the creature from using his breath again, which he promptly aimed at Lich. A massive wave of fire enveloped Lich, who was too occupied with casting curses. In an instant, Lich was turned to ashes, and so were the curses he had used on Draconian. As soon as he regained his speed and defense, shrugging off his Ashton and Atlas wasn't tricky. Draconian aimed towards Atlas and blasted him away with another fiery breath. Ashton realized it and rushed to protect Atlas. However, he was too late. Atlas was gone. Now the fight was between him and the creature. But before Ashton could make a move, the Draconian knocked him away with his muscular tail. Blood oozed out of Ashton's mouth as he broke through the doors leading into Anna's recovery area. Draconian calmly walked out of the room, surprised to find more enemies for fighting. Without waiting for Ashton's instructions, Celeste took Anna and rushed to heal her master while the rest tried their best to stall for time. Sadly, none of them lasted against Draconian's breath. Fuck. Celeste cursed as she prepared a final stand against the descendant of dragons. But something weird happened. Destroyed summons that would have taken hours to regenerate were healed instantly. Not only that, they all had gotten considerably stronger than ever before. What is going on? Celeste wondered but was interrupted. Cast a barrier spell around Anna now. Ashton's voice felt oddly insentient. Celeste turned to find Ashton floating in the air. But that wasn't all, his face was half-rotten, resembling an undead. A hood of darkness surrounded him as he tightly held onto a scythe. The Reaper had evolved into the Grim Reaper. Chapter 452 Grim Reaper 1. A few moments ago, Ashton's vision was blurry. It felt as if a massive dark cloud had wrapped around him, leaving only a small window for him to gaze through. Feel like shit. There wasn't an ounce of strength in his body. His body was still under control, but he couldn't feel a thing. No emotions, no pain, nothing. Strangely enough, Ashton couldn't even hear Astaroth's voice, even though he knew the bastard was speaking something. Is this how death feels like? Ashton thought, I never thought it would feel so empty. At that moment, Ashton had no recollection of what was happening. It wasn't until he saw Celeste that he remembered the fight and how the Draconian destroyed all of them. Even all of his summons together weren't enough to stop him. In the end, only Celeste was left standing. But Ashton knew it was only a moment of time before she joined the rest. As Ashton turned his gaze sideways, he saw Anna peacefully sleeping. I have to do something. At the same time, something presented itself before him. At some distance, a scythe was waiting for him. So you fear death? A voice echoed in the darkness. Couldn't think of a cringier question, could you? P1Es visit N01BAE. I don't, Ashton replied. Death can have me when I want it to, when it earns the right to claim me. Not before that. Not yet. Even in his pitiful state, his voice was quite bold. You are an amusing one, the voice replied. Death shall be by your side, one with your shadow. However, do not mistake it as your ally, for it shall have you when you least expect it. With those words, the darkness in front of Ashton was absorbed within him. The surge was the power he felt was unforgettable. It was addicting. It was enticing. He had never tasted death like this before, and he wanted more. A lot more. Back in the present. The moment Ashton appeared before him, Draconian knew the circumstances had changed. He was no longer the predator but the prey. The only thing on his head was to run away while he still had the chance. Unfortunately, the undead had already surrounded him. Seeing no way out, Draconian once again unleashed a fire attack on them. Ashton didn't move. The flames passed through him and hit his summons. The summons were destroyed again, however. They regenerated as soon as they fell. Draconian tried retreating into the chamber, only to be confronted by an overwhelming amount of skeleton soldiers. The more skeletons Draconian destroyed, the fiercer the rest of them got. Moreover, using his fiery breath continuously was not an option. Whenever the breath was used, it needed some time to recover completely. If abused frequently, the flame within the Draconian would eventually die down, and so will he, as a Draconian's flame was like a human's heart. In simple words, whenever the Draconian used his flames, he essentially used his life force as fuel. Leading the charge, Ashton tapped the scythe on the ground, and black smoke enveloped everyone in the chamber. Grim Reaper exclusive skill. Death's domain has been activated. All allied undead will receive a 150% increase in their stats, and the effectiveness of their skill is increased by 100%. Enemies within Death's domain will lose 1% of their HP every second, and their stats will be drastically reduced. Draconian became enraged and began smashing everyone. But whether he broke the skeleton, burned them, or ate them like the summons, the skeletons kept regenerating over and over. Within moments, Draconian found himself pinned to the ground as the skeletons kept attacking his joints and parts that were not entirely covered by the scales. The Draconian was being devoured alive, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. In his final act of desperation, Draconian tried blasting everyone away as they swallowed him. The fire began accumulating in his mouth as the Draconian aimed for the cave's ceiling. If he wasn't going to make it out of the cave, no one was either. A powerful blast would have been sufficient to take down the entire cave, turning it into a grave for him and his enemies. However, seconds before he could unleash the deadly attack, Ashton's gauntly face appeared in front, and he forcefully shut his mouth. No matter how hard the Draconian struggled to free himself, he couldn't do a thing. The skeletons and the undead had weakened him beyond limits. There was nothing Draconian could do but stare at Ashton with his fearful eyes. "You have caused quite a ruckus," Ashton whispered in his ears. "Now be a good lad and die before I hunt you down in hell and kill you all over again." Draconian tried to hold his breath back, but it was too late. With no way out, the fire he had amassed rebounded towards his torso. Ashton could see a massive ball of fire making its way down to Draconian's stomach before exploding. Following a loud bang, Draconian's innards were splattered across the room. Ashton, his summons and the skeletons were all drenched in blood and tiny bits of Draconian's flesh. Only the bastard's head remained intact as Ashton kept holding on to it till the explosion to ensure the fire had no other way out of Draconian's body. "And so it ends," Ashton mumbled as he fell to his knees. Grim Reaper's time was up, and Ashton was back to being his original self. The scythe mysteriously returned to his inventory, waiting to be called by the Grim Reaper again in his time of need. The resurrected skeletons simultaneously turned to dust as Ashton didn't own most of them. As for his summons, they stayed back, greedily staring at the Draconian's head. Anyone who ate it would receive a tremendous amount of power. But Ashton wouldn't let such a precious thing go to waste, and immediately placed the head inside his inventory. Someday, Ashton would resurrect the Draconian to do his bidding, but for now, the Draconian's place was inside his inventory. "Where the hell have you been? Have you gone blind or what?" Ashton yelled. "I was here the entire time." "No, you weren't. Your heartbeat, your breathing, everything stopped. But I couldn't take control of your body for some reason." "Well, talk about it later," Ashton mumbled as he noticed something on his information tab. One of the user's classes has been forcefully changed. Undead Grim Reaper Partial. Chapter 453 Grim Reaper 2. Grim Reaper might have sounded like an overpowered class, and people would die to obtain such power. After all, the ability to rule over death wasn't to be taken lightly. Ashton thought the same while he was the Grim Reaper. The surge of power he felt was nothing like he had ever felt before. With power like it, forget about Zyrans. Even ruling the precursors wasn't an unrealistic dream. However, as soon as that power dissipated, Ashton knew he would never want to turn into a Grim Reaper if he could evade it. Being a Grim Reaper came at a cost, an unimaginable cost. There was no guarantee Ashton would be able to turn back into being his usual self if he ever transformed into Grim Reaper again. The words he heard before accepting the scythe were eerily accurate. "I could become one with death," he mumbled. The phrase was confusing at first, but not anymore. Becoming one with death meant Ashton would forever be trapped in the body of the Grim Reaper. Moreover, he never knew when the transformation would end up being permanent. The conversion itself was like a ticking time bomb, and that was a risk Ashton wasn't willing to take. That said, Ashton did not willingly turn into Grim Reaper. In a way, the scythe had coerced him into doing so, and there was no guarantee it won't happen again. In his desperation, Ashton could again end up giving in to his desire for power, and everything he had worked for would be in vain. "Astaroth, do me a favor," he requested. "Seal the scythe away inside the inventory. No matter how much I beg, cry, or yell, do not give it to me." "Are you sure? Please do this one thing for me. You're the only one I can trust." "It's done. Don't worry, I got you." Ashton sighed in relief. Despite the powers given to him, he never wanted to go through it ever again. However, he needed to get stronger to ensure a scenario like now never arose again. "Let's focus on the evolution tasks for now." "Well, there's a lot to do. Let me show you." As Astaroth said that, a list of tasks appeared in front of Ashton. One look was enough for Ashton to realize the road ahead wasn't going to be easy. Werewolf evolution tasks. Fight and defeat 10 grade beings. Turn 2 creatures into werewolves. Add new members to your pack of werewolves. Currently have 2/7 werewolves in the pack. Vampire evolution tasks. Consume fresh blood of 2 grade beings. Consume fresh blood of a legendary creature. Add a new member to your family. Turn another creature into your slave. Grim Reaper evolution tasks. Raise a lich. Create and tame 10 summons. Currently have 6 out of 10 summons. Consume the flesh of a mythical creature. Completing these tasks would take a while. Ashton frowned. Despite having cumulative levels on par with a grade being, completing a few of the tasks was a bit problematic. Fighting and consuming the blood of grade beings was pretty easy, but finding suitable candidates and convincing them to turn into werewolves was an annoying task. As if that wasn't enough, forming a pack was easier said than done. While serving the mistress, Ashton had seen firsthand how troublesome managing a pack can be. I should be able to manage them somehow. Ashton mumbled while going through the list. How the hell am I supposed to consume the fresh blood of a legendary creature? If the task were, consume the blood of a legendary creature, all Ashton would have to do was buy some blood. Money was an issue, but it wasn't like Ashton didn't know how to make more money. However, the word fresh turned things troublesome. The system indirectly told him to hunt down a legendary creature. Hydra was one such creature, but Ashton highly doubted he would ever get to face her again. The third vampire evolution task was problematic as well. Converting someone into a vampire wasn't difficult, but training them to control their thirst and to behave around the werewolves Ashton would enlist was an entirely different story. I had wanted to raise a lich already, so despite being a lengthy process, I don't have to go out of my way to achieve it. The same goes for increasing my summons. Ashton scratched his chin. It'll take time, but he'll get there soon enough. The final task, though, consume the flesh of a mythical creature. It's easier to find a legendary creature than a mythical creature. He sighed, just my rotten luck. You know, you already have a mythical creature with you, just saying. Ashton was perplexed. Since when did he have a mythical creature? You monster. How dare you suggest such a thing? Oi, no need to get all angry. I was simply pointing towards the obvious route. Take your route and shove it up your ass. Ashton yelled as his parental instincts kicked in. If you so much as dared to look at Aegis with ill intent, he'll mentally kick your ass. Alright, point noted. No eating the doggo. Also, good luck finding a mythical creature. Odiga might be able to help us. Now that I think about it, I have to collect my share of earnings from her. Since Ashton was the owner of Otiga's intelligence network, according to their deal, he was entitled to get 20% of their collective income. That too without doing any work. Passive income had never felt so good. But first, Ashton stared at the staff. Touching the artifact was out of the question, and after what he had seen, he wasn't going to let Anna touch it either. Not till he was sure the staff would cause no harm to her. Sven, take that staff and secure it in Valhalla. Ashton instructed, make sure no one plays with it, especially Celeste. P1E's visit N0V1BAE. Yes, master. Sven bowed and left with the staff, followed by the rest. Now then, let's deliver the good news to Acunians, shall we? Since you're alive and kicking, I'm sure it won't be good news for them. Chapter 454 Third Werewolf 1. Anna had regained consciousness by the time Ashton reached the exit. Ashton filled her in on everything that happened while she was out. Except for the part where death had become one with him. Ashton was already tensed about it, there was no reason to make Anna worry about it. What about the staff? Where is it? Anna's voice was still a bit weaker than before. Since you were busy snoring, I asked Sven to take it with him. Ashton playfully replied, once I get it checked out by Vulcan and he gives his clearance, then you can have it. Bummer, I was pretty excited about a new weapon. Their conversation was interrupted by a stray gunshot. The weapon was so poorly aimed neither of the two had to try to dodge it. However, a bullet was still a bullet. As Ashton looked up, he realized Kern was standing there along with a handful of gold watermarks. They didn't speak a word, but it was clear they had no good intentions after ambushing Ashton. I was wondering when you would show up. Kern mocked them, since you are here now, why don't you hand the artifact over to us and get it over with? Ashton could help but laugh at Kern's suggestion. Even then, he thought it would be funny to let the fool think he was in control of the situation. Why the hell are you here? It doesn't matter, does it? Kern laughed, as did the rest of his troops. What matters is how much pain you and your lover want to endure before handing over the artifact to me. Well, Ashton was already aware of what had happened. On their way out, Ashton noticed the corpses of a few people dressed in gold watercolors. Since it hadn't been long since their death, it was easy to determine those people were the comrades of the one who transformed into Draconian. Most likely, these people entered the cave after him and got trapped inside. Some of them decided to try and clear the dungeon while a couple stayed back. The barrier covering the exit was destroyed the moment Anna defeated the Lich. Using this opportunity, those who stayed around the portal might have rushed to contact Kern for help. Well, I would assume the lad wants to die badly. Maybe it's time you grant him his final wish. Maybe I will. That said, one thing had been bothering Ashton for a while now. Kern was acting oddly confident for someone with his tail between his legs till now. It was almost as if he knew something Ashton did not. I see. The contract the two parties had signed required them to cooperate until the beasts were repelled by Ashton. Since the beasts were no longer attacking the city, their contract was void. Still, attacking a former employer was questionable, and no matter what explanation they gave to the association, they will be viewed in a negative light. Kern could even have his mercenary license revoked. All things considered, there could be only one reason why Kern was willing to risk it all: the Staff of Eden. However, that contractual flaw works in both ways, meaning Ashton was free to kill Kern just as much as the other way around. Moreover, since he had already built quite a reputation, Ashton didn't fear being ostracized by the association. Let me see, Ashton mumbled while counting Kern and his soldiers. 27 against 2, that's not fair. At least you know your place. Not fair for you, Ashton said before launching himself at Kern and his men. One roundhouse kick later, Kern was sent flying into his men. Before any one of them could balance themselves, Ashton punched the ground, causing tremors and knocking them on their backs. Like I said, not fair for you, Ashton said while cracking his knuckles. This will be your only warning. Stand down. Your numbers mean nothing to me. While the rest of the soldiers looked defeated and did not want to die, Kern was unwilling to give up. In his eyes, getting his hand on the artifact was more important than death. Back to his feet, Kern charged at Ashton. He threw a roundhouse punch at the latter, but Ashton effortlessly grabbed his hand before throwing Kern back amongst his comrades. Frustration was at an all-time high in Kern's mind. He was so close to his goal and yet so far away. If only he could get the staff, all of his troubles would vanish. After all, the metal sharks were quite generous regarding such things. Regardless, Ashton was standing before him like an impregnable wall. How can you be so strong? Kern yelled in frustration, you're merely a crater. You shouldn't be able to last against an aggrator like me. An aggrator, you say? Suddenly a thought entered Ashton's mind. Having an aggrade servant felt like a good idea. Moreover, it would also solve the feud between him and the Gold Water mercenaries with minimal violence. To be honest, I don't know what artifact you are talking about. Ashton mumbled, since you attacked me I thought I'd play with you for a bit. But seeing you all serious and shit, I'd rather not. What scheme are you cooking up now? Kern was rightfully being cautious of Ashton's words. After all, everyone had seen what he did to Nico after luring him in with sweet talk. Not a scheme but an exchange. Ashton shrugged, I'm willing to give you the dungeon reward since I don't have any use for it, but not for free. Reaper, what are you? Anna tried interrupting, but Ashton winked at her, gesturing her to go with the plan. Even if we don't know what it can do, it should be pretty expensive considering how difficult it was to clear the dungeon. You heard the lady, Ashton shrugged, what do you say? If you, all of you, give me all of your money and a piece of equipment, I'll be willing to part from the reward. Of course, this is the only way you'll ever get this so-called artifact from me. While the rest stared at each other in confusion, Kern did not waste any time and transferred all of his money into Ashton's account. The fuck are you fools waiting for? He barked at the troops, give him your money and equipment now. Cha-ching. Chapter 455 Third Werewolf 2. 1.32 million yenos. A wide smile appeared on Ashton's face when he saw that number. Since the Goldwater mercenary group was quite famous in the galaxy, he had expected them to have a decent amount on them, but this was more than he had assumed. Not to mention their gears. They should fetch me a fairly good price as well. Avarice hoards itself, poor charity gives itself rich. That's hilarious coming from a member of the genocidal species who eliminated species for their greed for power. That's never mind. Kern was getting impatient and made no effort to hide it. Having held his part of the deal, he wanted Ashton to honor his word. Parting with his money stung him a bit, however, in the long run, the artifact would prove to be more helpful. A few 100,000 yenos were nothing compared to a mythical artifact. Anyone aware of the artifact's existence would pay him anywhere from a few million to hundreds of millions of yenos. The way Kern saw it, getting the staff from Ashton for cheap, was a final fuck you message to the latter. Little did he know, Ashton was playing them like a bunch of fools. Forget about millions of yenos, Kern would be lucky if some fool paid him more than a couple of yenos for the staff Ashton would give him. I hope everything is to your liking? Kern sternly remarked once Ashton returned, if it is, why don't you give up the artifact, and all of us call it a day? Oh, come on, I thought we were becoming friends? Ashton teased the poor guy, well, if you are in a hurry I guess there's nothing I can do but part ways here. Kern didn't bother replying and extended his arm towards Ashton, gesturing him to hand over the staff. Ashton shrugged, grabbed an old staff from the inventory and gave it to Kern. The information Kern had on the staff was limited since only a handful of people knew about it. But he knew the Staff of Eden wasn't supposed to be touched directly. When he noticed that the staff had been carefully wrapped with a protective cloth, he knew the staff was legit. However, a question did pop up in Kern's mind for a moment. Judging from how Ashton was behaving until now, it didn't seem he knew much about the staff. But the way he evaded touching the staff meant he had to know quite a bit about it. I know it's none of my business, but I'd suggest that you don't make direct contact with the staff, Ashton mumbled. Someone from your team did so, and he got turned into a monster of sorts. Unfortunately, I had to kill him. Ashton took a final jab at Kern. Since we are great friends, I wouldn't want your face to get uglier than it already is. So, better keep the cloth around it till you figure out how to disable that curse. Thank you for your friendly advice, Kern mumbled through gritted teeth before leaving. We're done here. To the ship now. By the time they disappeared, Anna had walked up to Ashton, judging him with her fiery eyes. What? He asked. I'm wondering whether I am just another victim of your effortless lying or not. Anna shrugged. If I hadn't known in advance, I'd have thought you gave him the authentic staff instead of a counterfeit. Ashton smiled, But before he could say anything, Astaroth interrupted him. I'm not turning Kern into a werewolf if that's what you were talking about. And a great werewolf, people back on Earth would go crazy if they heard of it. However, in hindsight, hastily turning Kern at the moment wasn't wise. The galaxy was filled with talented people, and the evolution tasks were time-consuming. That said, Ashton thought it was better to turn a talented individual and cultivate them than convert a high-ranking person with mediocre talent. I assumed in the rush of completing the quests, you would make some mistakes. It looks like I was wrong. Yet again. Let's head back, Ashton said. We have fulfilled the contract's obligations. There's no point wasting any more time here. Anna nodded, and the two of them left the forest for Xana. Their time on Acuna had come to an end, and it was time to collect their rewards and set sail towards a new adventure. In some unmapped part of the galaxy, not very far from planet Acuna, a fleet of 7 spaceships was making its way towards the wild planet. It had been a while since the Cult of Cosmos had received updates from Cyclops or Nico. Capturing the succubus was of the utmost importance, and the sudden silence from their subjects was oddly suspicious. Truthfully, the cult couldn't care less if either Cyclops or Nico were dead. They were more worried about whether their plan of capturing the succubus was revealed to Reaper and his team. If the succubus went into hiding, it would become difficult to find another one of their kind, which would put their plans on halt again. How much further do we have to travel? A man draped in black armor barked. It would take up another week, sir. A robotic voice replied, at the current speed, that is. The man angrily grumbled. Every precious moment they wasted while traveling ensured the succubi's escape from the planet. Although their partnership with the metal sharks wasn't threatened at the time, the leader will surely notice a continuous chain of failure. Angering the leader was the last thing anyone working in the underworld would want, and it was even more dangerous for the ones working closely with the leader. It was fair enough to say getting close to the leader was more hazardous than diving into a black hole. Order the cruisers to go ahead and take control of the city while we're on the way, the man said. I'm not letting her escape this time. No matter what. Chapter 456 Distress Call 1. By the time Ashton and Anna reached the city, the Goldwater mercenaries had already disappeared. Kern had to be in a hurry to deliver the staff to whoever was paying him. Ashton felt nothing while selling the artifact to Kern, but now he felt a bit bad for him. After all, based on the person he was dealing with, trying to pass off a counterfeit might cost Kern dearly. He might even have to give up on his life altogether. There's no point thinking about things that are out of my control. According to that logic, you should stop thinking altogether. Nah, who will keep roasting you if I did that? I'm more than capable of doing it myself. Self-burn, those are rare nowadays. Yeah, just get off this planet now. I don't like this place one bit. Except for the Goldwater mercenaries, everyone else was stationed as Ashton had instructed them. The humans were shocked to see Ashton return as they had already begun preparing for a feast in his honor. Out of the hundreds that entered the cave, no one had ever returned alive. That said, the residents believed Ashton would be no exception. But much to their horror and surprise, the mutant returned from the cave, alive and kicking as always. As much as Ashton enjoyed seeing their colorless faces, he was more intrigued to see Vulcan waiting for him. Whoa, easy there, little guy. Ashton said as Aegis ran up to him. The runt was getting desperate after not seeing you for a while, Vulcan nonchalantly mumbled. So you didn't miss me, then? Ashton replied, imitating Aegis' baby face. This brat. Vulcan shook his head, but Ashton knew Aegis was just an excuse. The Master Smith was as much worried about him as Aegis was. However, the stubborn dwarf genes would never allow Vulcan to show his caring side to anyone. Well, I have a few things I'd like to discuss once we are off the planet about you know what. Alright, Vulcan mumbled and went back inside the ship. By now, Weimer and Lyhut had arrived with their reports. The beast corpses have been divided as per Ashton's instructions. Staying true to his words, Ashton had left a fraction of the corpses for the humans. Had Ashton wanted, he could have been petty and asked for compensation for clearing the cave dungeon. However, clearing the cave was more of a personal project for him than anything else. Moreover, Ashton had tormented the humans enough. Any more of his tricks, and they might actually kill themselves just to be free from him. As much as it would help him create a lich, he wasn't eager to witness such a sight. Great work. Load up the corpses on the ship and well leave. There's something else, Lyhut said. The humans have asked to have a conversation with you if you don't mind. We both have fulfilled the terms of our deal. There's nothing more to discuss, Ashton replied before heading inside the ship. And if they want a share of the reward from the dungeon, tell them to pound sand. Lyhut nodded and left to make final preparations. Within the next hour, Ashton and the ghosts were ready to leave. Humans were never great at hiding their emotions, especially positive ones. The lot began dancing as soon as the mercenary ships exited the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, death was slowly heading towards them, and allowing Anna to leave would be the cause of their doom. Once aboard the ship, a few things needed to be dealt with regarding the faction. In his haste to make a mercenary faction, Ashton had pushed essential matters such as a hierarchy on the side. At the moment, the ghosts had no official hierarchy, and the order they had amongst themselves was based on mutual respect. But on Vulcan's and Lahud's suggestions, Ashton thought it was wise to put a hierarchy in place with their respective salaries. Ashton was made the captain with unanimous votes. Anna was named the second in command, while Vulcan, Lahud, Weimar, Leon and Cass were made lieutenants with their own jurisdictions. Ashton wanted Vulcan to take up the position of the second in command, but he declined. So Anna ended up accepting the job. Instead, Vulcan was tasked with procuring and creating weapons for the ghosts. Lahud was tasked with handling external affairs, mainly using his diplomatic prowess to deal with the Mercenary Association and other mercenary groups. As for Leon, he was in charge of internal affairs, and his job was to maintain peace between the ghosts and resolve any incidents amongst the troops. Weimar's job remained the same as he was in charge of training the troops. Cass was given the command of logistics and tasks related to the ship, whether it was the maintenance of the ship or purchasing dropships and gunships for dogfights. Apart from them, there was another lieutenant, Ricochet, the metahuman from Acuna, who supported Ashton in his fight against the beasts. In Ricochet's words, he had turned his people into enemies by siding with an outsider. As a result, Ricochet had to leave the planet. So when Ashton asked him to join the ghosts, Ricochet immediately agreed. However, Ricochet wasn't alone. His 20 soldiers joined the ghosts with him. With Ricochet's team joining the faction, their total numbers were 36, out of which 20 were graders. Vulcan saw the newbies joining as a sign to get rid of his old equipment, and immediately armed the new members. That said, even his old equipment was comparable to high-grade weapons sold in Colonel Tower. Ashton left Leon and Lahud to discuss everybody's salaries and returned to his room. An important call needed to be made. "Hello, Odiga. I happened to come across a few rare beast corpses and I was wondering if you could." "I was about to call you myself," Odiga interrupted him. "We have received a distress call, so I thought you'd like to know about it." "Why would I?" "It's from Earth." Chapter 457 Distress Call 2. Earth? Yes. It seems the undead disaster had gone out of hand, and Earthlings can no longer sustain themselves. Odiga continued, "Moreover, since they are a lower civilization, they can't even contract any mercenaries for help. So they resorted to broadcasting on open channels." Ashton completed the sentence, "I should have resolved the problem before stepping into space." Ashton punched a hole through the gate in anger. The Jihalo should be enough to handle the undead. That's what he thought before leaving Earth. But now his hasty decision had bitten him in the ass. Handling the undead wasn't that big of a threat on a galactic scale since most advanced weapons were proficient in those tasks. But for the people of the Earth, an undead outbreak was nothing less than a catastrophe. Ashton had seen the carnage it could cause with his own eyes. However, the undead wasn't Ashton's only concern. Asking for help on an open channel could lead to unforeseen troubles. Ashton thought, not everyone roaming in space will have good intentions. Not to mention, asking for help to deal with the undead is like announcing, "Hey, we are pathetically weak. Come rule over us." "Thanks." Odiga was still on the line, waiting for Ashton to decide. Although she already knew what he was going to say next. "It will take us months to reach Earth." Ashton mumbled, "Damn it, wait a minute. Yes, this could work." Astaroth knew what had gotten Ashton so excited. Months? Hell no, it would take mere seconds for Ashton to arrive on Earth. However, it would be a one-way trip, as he won't be able to reach the ship by himself. "Odiga, I'll send you the coordinates of my ship. Collect the beast corpses from here and sell them at a reasonable price." "And what about Earth?" she asked. "I'll take care of it," Ashton replied and rushed out of the room. The portal to the Eastern Palace was his way of reaching Earth, as Ashton could summon the portal to Eastern Palace from anywhere. However, it was a one-way route, and he could not use the same trick to get back on the ship. "That's why I'll meet you on Earth," Ashton explained to his lieutenants. After delivering the corpses to Odiga, "Make your way to Earth." "Dimensional travel sounds fun," Leon mumbled. "Not to mention, we'll get to see our captain's beloved homeworld." Weimar chimed in, "I wonder what the girls look like there." "This horn dog." Lahud shook his head. "I assume you are leaving straight away?" Ashton nodded. "It's already been a few weeks since they sent the signal for help. The longer I wait, the longer it will take to clean the mess. Don't worry, I'll take care of Aegis in your absence." Vulcan grumpily muttered, "Go handle your business and then we can talk about more important stuff." "That takes care of everything." Ashton got up. "Ricochet, gather half of your men. You'll leave with Anna and me." It was obvious that most of them wanted to come with him, but Ashton decided against it. Earthlings may have seen a lot of weird things, but exposing them to a plethora of weirdos would be a bit too much even for them. That's why Ashton decided it was better to take the humans first. The remaining ghosts will eventually get the chance to see Earth when they come to pick up Ashton. That said, saving his people wasn't the only reason Ashton wanted to visit Earth. An entire country filled with undead should be more than enough to create a lich. So visiting Earth was like hitting two birds with a stone. Everyone got ready and gathered in the hangar in around 10 minutes. Once everyone had been accounted for, Ashton opened the portal and jumped inside. The journey only took seconds, yet it felt like hours had passed. Anna and Ashton had experienced dimensional travel quite a few times and thus did not feel lasting effects. Ricochet and his men, on the other hand, were occupied puking their guts out. It had been a little over a year since Ashton had left Earth in search of power. His search was far from over, but he was happy to be back. No matter how short he was visiting. Let's get going. At the same time, in the independent state of Levon, fight was raging on. Despite having the blessing of advanced technology on her side, Evelina barely managed to push back the undead horde. Countless independent states had already fallen before the mighty undead. The undead now ruled over 65% of Lycania, and asking for help from the other werewolf empires proved useless. It almost felt as if the other empires were in on the conspiracy from the beginning. How's it looking? Evelina asked Virgil, who silently shook his head. That bad. Huh? There's too many of those bastards. Virgil had never sounded so defeated. We are outnumbered 1,000 to 1 to paint a picture. Would have lost long ago if it had not been for the walls the Giholo constructed. But it seems this is as far as we can go. Avelina's expression changed. Being a vampire, she could not go head-to-head with the undead. Werewolves and Giholos were the only ones who could stand the effects of corpsification gas, to some extent, and were leading on the battlefield. In the end, I couldn't fulfill my promise to you, Ashton. Evelina mumbled. Prepare everyone, even vampires. This will be our last dance. If we're going to die, let's take those bastards with us. Avelina's words filled everyone with anger towards the undead. No one was delusional enough to think they'll make it out of there. However, a moment later came a roaring sound from the city hall, stopping Evelina in her tracks. Who is using the portal? She asked, but Virgil was as clueless as she was. Fearing the worst, all of them rushed towards the city hall. Evelina thought the undead had somehow gained access to their portal system and were about to invade. One after another, people riding wraithwolves appeared out of the portal. Judging from their weapons and armor, these people were most likely not from Earth. Evelina stared at Chinook, the leader of the Giholo. But she didn't know the strangers either. Who are you? Reveal your identity. Evelina yelled while maintaining a safe distance from the intruders. I can't believe this, the leader of the men spoke before revealing his face. Seriously, you call yourself my mother? Avelina's lips trembled with happiness at the sight of her son. Virgil was beyond shocked, and so were the rest of them. Their lord was back. Ashton was home. Chapter 458. The Tyrant's Power. Evelina rushed and tightly wrapped her arms around her son. It had only been a year, but it felt like centuries had passed since she had last seen him. You have grown so much, Evelina exclaimed while caressing Ashton's cheek. Ashton smiled, enjoying the motherly embrace. The others were equally surprised and happy. However, the Giholos immediately went to their knees when they saw their god. Despite feeling awkward, Ashton acknowledged them with a curt nod. Even such a small gesture was enough to send the Giholos into a frenzy. For being their last day in the world of the living, it was sure as hell a lucky one. It's good to have you back, my lord. Virgil smiled. And you too, my lady. Virgil, how's the married life been treating you? Ashton asked while fist-bumping him. I don't want to spoil the surprise for you. Virgil shrugged before pointing at Ricochet and his men. If you don't mind me asking, who are the people accompanying you? Right, it almost slipped my mind. These are metahumans, some allies that I made during my travels. When Ashton said the people were humans, everyone was slightly surprised, but not much. Since a fair share of humans had made it off the planet, they would have survived in one way or another. Moreover, Ashton had made Levon a neutral city where mutants, aliens and humans, everyone could live together in harmony. That said, if Ashton had dropped in some other mutant-controlled region, his reception might have been quite explosive. I'll answer your questions later. Ashton interrupted as soon as someone was about to ask something. We have to take care of something, don't we? Right. Avelina's mind was full of questions and doubts, but at the moment, she could only push those thoughts aside and focus on the task at hand. Ashton and his forces, along with Evelina and everybody else, made their way to the walls. It seemed like a prophecy that Ashton arrived in Levon when he did. If he had waited a day longer, there might not have been a home to return to. A sea of undead was continuously clashing with the massive walls built around the city. Things would have taken a nasty turn if it wasn't for the wall. Call the men back, Ashton mumbled. Call them back? Virgil stared at Ashton as if he had seen a ghost. The rest did the same. Other than the wall, the werewolves and the Giholos were the ones dealing with the undead. Without them, the wall would not last long. If they stay down there, it'll end up killing them. Ashton continued when Virgil hesitated. As the lord of this estate, I command you to call the troops back. Yes, my lord. Within a minute, the soldiers were back in the city. Now it was time for the space people to show the mutants how to deal with generic undead like these. Wings spurted out of Ashton's and Anna's backs while Ricochet and his men entered the battlefield riding wraithwolves. If he and his men could handle the beast wave on Acuna, taking care of some mindless undead wasn't much of a task. According to my calculations, 100,000 undead should be enough to raise a lich. Perfect. Ashton mumbled. and the gates of Valhalla opened behind him. Within moments, hundreds of skeletons and zombies rushed out to attack the undead. Author's note: for now, ID refer to the enemies as undead while allied undeads as zombies to avoid confusion. As soon as Ashton's forces appeared on the battlefield, it became why he wanted everyone to fall back. If the soldiers had stayed, they would have been hit by a rogue spell or squashed by gigantic creatures like Atlas and Gokung. Anna was blindly shooting fireballs at the horde. Each of her spells burned away dozens of undead, who couldn't do a thing to stop her. Many explosions lit up the field like stars in the night sky. Sven and the skeletons under his authority were making quick work of the undead. Countless of those rotting bastards were cleaved in half within moments. But the carnage had only begun. As for Raven, the undead were lucky to catch his shadow before ending up in pieces for the skeletons to stomp on. Similar to Anna, Celeste was having the time of her life. There were abundant shadows for her to utilize as weapons, and she did not shy away from doing so. Hundreds of shadowy spikes would erupt from the ground every now and then, killing hundreds of undead. The massive bodies of Atlas and Gokung were more than enough for them to kill thousands of undead at any given moment. However, it was funny to see the two of them coordinating their attacks and failing miserably. But the one who surprised Ashton the most was Dolos. It was the first time the Shadow Tyrant was in action with free rein to do as he pleased, and boy was it a surprise. What Dolos lacked in agility, he made up for it in his ability to dish out disgustingly powerful AoE attacks. His attacks usually started with a howl, which put his enemies in a daze while weakening their defense. Once the undead became vulnerable, he would jump several meters in the air and slam his arms on the ground. The resulting force would crack the earth while also generating shockwaves to knock down his enemies. However, this was only the beginning of his abilities. After all, he wasn't in a grade summon for nothing. Out of the cracks, some goblin-like creature appeared. Their only difference was their horns, red skin and massive wings. What are those things? I believe the humans call them imps, a type of lesser demons. Those pesky little bastards are known for having more power than they can control. Us Zyrans used to have them as pets and they were pretty annoying, to be honest. Annoying creatures with horns and wings that have more power than they should. So they're like your cousins, interesting. Chapter 459 Complications. The battlefield was eerily silent. No more explosions were going off, and no more snarls of the undead could be heard either, for the battlefield had turned into a graveyard for the undead. The corpses lay on the ground, one with the bodies of a few unlucky people who had not been evacuated in time. The charred corpses were giving off a thick black smoke. The area was declared unfit for anyone but Ashton to enter. In their final attempt to spread the virus, the undead released a massive cloud of corpsification gas, even as they died. Thankfully, Ashton was hovering above and absorbed the gas before people behind the walls could come in contact with it. A couple of hours later, the battle was over, and Ashton did not even have to raise a finger against the undead. That said, he had met the starting requirements to raise a lich. Now all that remained was to look for a suitable person to be turned into a lich. Good luck finding someone who will willingly embrace lichhood. Turning oneself into a lich was much easier than having someone else do it. For this reason, every lich in existence had turned themselves into a lich and not someone else. After all, random Tom, Dick and Harry wouldn't have the resolve to embrace death and immortality simultaneously. Only someone with nothing to live for, and yet everything to experience, would be willing to turn themselves into a lich. Master, we have gathered the blood of the fallen as you wished. Sven returned with a small vial filled with a viscous black fluid. Although Sven said the vial contained the blood of the fallen, in reality, the vial only had a drop of blood from everyone who got killed. Anyone who drank the vial's content would turn into an undead being, but not necessarily into a lich. A final ingredient needed to be added to the vial. It was the blood of a beloved one. The candidate would have to kill the person closest to them as a sign of complete devotion to the task and add their blood into the mix before drinking. As if things were not complicated enough, the target must be killed using a specific poison. The poison from the versificus flower only blooms twice a year on the night of the blood moon. This act was supposed to sever any semblance of soul and attachment the candidate might have to the world of the living. According to the grimoire, even after completing these grueling tasks, one would only turn into a partial lich or a demolich. The road to lichhood was long and tiring, where a simple mistake could ruin everything. Sacrificing countless souls, killing the people closest to one, and repeating it over and over wasn't something weak-minded individuals could deal with. Hence the number of liches throughout the galaxy could be counted on fingers. Burn the corpses, Ashton waved his hand, and his summons got to work. 6 months, that's how long Ashton had to find a suitable candidate, or else the blood he had gathered would become useless, forcing him to start the process from scratch. For now, let's head back and reconnect with everyone. Maybe you'll end up finding some pathetic guy who would be willing to help you. If only you had a body, I wouldn't have to look for a pathetic guy in the first place. Or you could try looking into a mirror. I assure you, there'll be a pathetic guy in front of you within moments. Of course there will be. After all, you live inside me. Ceasefire. How cheeky can you people be? Ashton asked Virgil, really? A statue? And here I thought you would be too occupied even to remember my face. Now that the danger had been averted, Evelina and Virgil decided to give Ashton a tour of Lavon. It was then they came across a statue of himself. By seeing the statue, Ashton could see what the sculptor had tried to do. In an attempt to show Ashton's Zompirewolf side, the sculptor decided to give him furry wolf-like arms while vampiric wings were coming out of his back. The statue was holding Bommand in one of his hands while half of the face looked oddly misshapen to pay homage to his undead genes. While the genes within Ashton's body lived in harmony, his depiction in the statue did not. The statue was supposed to symbolize hope for everyone in the hard times. However, judging by how menacing it appears, it's safe to say the statue could only work as a scarecrow if nothing else. They might as well add a scythe in your other hand. Let's keep moving, shall we? Virgil awkwardly mumbled and practically pushed Ashton away from the statue. I think I have had enough for the day, Ashton replied. The immediate danger might have been averted, but the source of the problem remains. The outbreak started in contingency and spread like wildfire throughout the empire. That said, little to nothing had been done to take care of the root cause of the problem. I was afraid you'd say that, Evelina sighed. The horde you fought today wasn't even 10% of the undead armada. Ashton nodded as he understood what Evelina was hinting towards. If they were struggling so desperately against 10% of an army, then it was obvious why nothing had been done to take back contingency. Everyone was too occupied while ensuring their survival. The thought of fighting back had never crossed their mind. But now things were about to change. However, jumping to confront the enemy without strategies and understanding of the situation was plainly stupid. Despite being the strongest person on the planet, Ashton wasn't arrogant enough to underestimate an opponent. Thankfully, he knew the person who would have plenty of intel for him. He might also be useful in raising a lich. After all, who would know how to create a lich than a lich himself? Where is Forgotten? Chapter 460 Unexpected Encounter. Before departing from Earth, Ashton had requested the Lich of the Eastern Palace to find a way to cure corpsification disease. Since Ashton owned the Eastern Palace, the Lich couldn't disobey him. However, Ashton hadn't seen him since returning. The look on Avelina's face told Ashton all he needed to know. So he's missing, Ashton mumbled. Why am I not surprised? The last we heard, he was working around contingency, gathering samples to test the fruits of his labor. Evelina responded, but then the undead population grew explosively, and we lost all contact. What about Nirvana? Heard from the undead authorities there? Let me read their reply straight from the mail. Evelina cleared her throat. The attack on contingency was an act of terrorism, and we strongly condemn it. Our best wishes are with you and your people. May Thanatos' blessing shine brightly upon you. Ashton frowned. He more or less knew the undead empire would try to brush off the responsibility. No sane head of state would ever admit their mistake publicly. That said, Ashton was expecting them to provide some help, to clear up their image a bit. Besides the undead, it seemed Alucard was having a tough time ruling over Vania. The noble vampires were not so happy about his positive stance towards the werewolves. After all, the animosity between the two groups was no secret. In the eyes of the nobles, the disaster was helping them to get rid of the werewolves. Lycania was no more. Its citizens were disoriented, and the army disorganized. It was the perfect time to strike their mortal enemies down once and for all. Instead, Alucard was sending in resources and soldiers to help them. 3 mutants who allied against humans were now at each other's throats. Their behavior proved the theory that no matter how much brotherhood people share amongst themselves, as soon as the threat of the common enemy disappears, these so-called allies would not hesitate before stabbing each other's backs. Ricochet and the metahumans were finding delight in watching the mutants have a tough time. Even after chasing away humans off the planet, the mutants were still as useless as ever. However, Ricochet kept his men in check. They might find the situation to be funny, but regardless they were now part of Reaper's crew, and as a lieutenant the captain's problems were his own. Not to mention they were on a planet ruled by mutants. Making fun of them would certainly not be good for their health. 3 continents, 3 problems. Ashton sighed. First was the undead situation in contingency, which they could have handled easily if Ashton had his ship with him. The cannons and the plasma turrets should have been more than enough to clean contingency of undead filth. The second was trouble in Alucard's paradise. Arguably, this would be the easiest to handle since there were 2 things the vampires respected: bloodline and power. Ashton had both after being bitten by Dracula, and having unparalleled strength on Earth, which meant the so-called rebellion would be suppressed as soon as he smacked some sense into a couple of nobles. Finally, arguably the worst problem of them all was confronting the culprits. Invading Nirvana would be easy, however, since only a little was known about the undead or the country of Nirvana itself. Doing so would be quite bothersome. Knowing that things would worsen if either of the 3 problems were not solved, Ashton had to get busy immediately. The first step was taking control of Vania. However, Evelina thought otherwise. Who? Just come with me for a bit. Anna could come as well as you might need her. Evelina awkwardly mumbled as the two followed her. To be frank, I think we'll need Anna's help more than you. Please don't hate me for this. Why would I? Ashton smiled, however that smile disappeared as soon as he saw the person Evelina wanted him to meet. Ashton's rage-filled eyes locked on the woman waiting for him, and he wanted nothing more than to rip her to shreds. This is the big surprise you wanted to show me? Ashton coldly asked Evelina. His voice smoldered with resentment. Evelina could not look her son in the eyes anymore. Despite knowing Ashton would not approve of her or her methods, she went through with it. The fuck do you want? Ashton ignored Evelina before turning his attention to the culprit. That's quite a cold greeting even for you. The mistress smiled. It's good to see you too. That was all it took to set Ashton off. With a flash, he grabbed the mistress by her throat and was ready to end her right then and there. Ashton, don't. Anna yelled in time to stop him. It's not worth it. In their intimate moments, Ashton revealed his past to Anna. That's how she came to know about the things the mistress had done to him. For her, torture was a form of training, and it was a miracle Ashton came out of it with his mind intact. Even then, killing her wasn't worth it. Unfortunately, Ashton did not care. Even now, when he had the mistress in his clutches, the bitch was still smiling. There wasn't a shred of remorse on her face. Oi sis. I think you broke your toy well before I got to play with him. The mistress mumbled while struggling to free herself. Does he look like a toy to you? To Ashton's surprise, another mistress walked inside the room. Confusion took over anger. Why the hell were two of them there? Tiske, I should have known. Ashton smacked his lips before easing the grip on the clone's neck. A coward like you would never face me herself. You can say whatever helps you sleep, kid, Mistress shrugged. Now then, shall we get down to business? Chapter 461 Mother of All Twists. After a deep breath, Ashton was ready to chat with the mistress. Little did he know, their chat would soon become a Crade movie script. The last time Ashton had heard about Mara, she was on her way to Nirvana to look for her mother. However, that was only the half-truth. Instead of heading to Nirvana, Mara used her clone to fulfill that purpose. The clone who liked to call herself Nora. The clone did find their mother, and they traveled back to Lycania roughly around when Ashton left Earth. But then the undead trouble took a turn for the worse, and the family had to disperse again to handle various matters. The whereabouts of Mara's mother were a massive question mark. All this chatter, and still I failed to see how is your family's drama any of my concern? Ashton's impatience was growing with each passing moment. It will be your concern if you learn to shut your mouth. Nora rolled her eyes. Nora, careful now, Mara interjected. Our boy can screw your innards with ease. Oh, I have no doubts about it. Nora blew a flying kiss in Ashton's direction, prompting Anna to emit a short yet threatening burst of aura. Enough. Ashton tapped the table with his fingers. Get to the point. Very well. Mara placed a seemingly empty flask on the table. However, Ashton's perception told him things were not as they appeared. The flask wasn't empty but contained transparent smoke, similar to corpsification gas. You're thinking in the right direction. Mara continued, this is the cure to our problems. The antidote for corpsification gas? It was unbelievable. But before believing Mara, Ashton wanted to see it work with his eyes. After all, trust wasn't in his vocabulary when it came to Mara. To nobody's surprise, Mara knew Ashton would ask for proof and had already arranged an undead to experiment on. Nora promptly left the room and returned, dragging an undead mutant like a dog. Once everything had been set up, Mara unplugged the flask to allow the gas to do its job. Garden. The undead began yelling and screaming in pain as soon as the smoke touched him. Nora had to pin the squirming undead to the ground to ensure the antidote could do its work. Within a minute, the results were in front of Ashton. The patient's skin slowly turned back to a darker shade, and the rotting flesh was replaced with newer scar tissues. The patient didn't entirely turn back to as he was before, but with complete recovery in sight, it was only a matter of time before he returned to normal. The undead was slowly turning back. However, instead of turning into a werewolf, the man transformed into an ordinary human being. Ashton was sure about it since he had used detection on the man both before and after the procedure. Before the smoke took effect, the patient possessed two genes: werewolf, deceased, and undead. Surprisingly, the human gene was found in him after the procedure. No one else's genome was altered due to the antidote. A bit strange, don't you think? There have been some changes. Ashton thought, not in the rest but in me. What do you owe crap? Ashton's genes have been altered quite a bit. Since his undead genes had transformed into partial Grim Reaper, that part of his genetics didn't change. But the deceased part of him did. Species: human-based tribrid active, carbon-based spacefarer active, precursor subordinate, active, human, 1.27%. Human deceased, turned into human, 1.27%. It looks like the gas can modify undead genes into a humans, and humans could be transformed into werewolves or vampires. A perfect way to regain a big chunk of the lost population. More importantly, since she would play an important role in giving their identities back to the werewolves, they'll be blindly loyal to her. Ashton continued. Unlike her father, Mara would not have to worry about a coup for a long time. Meanwhile, the antidote had had quite an effect on Ashton. As if that wasn't enough proof, even the amount of dark aura Ashton had stored reduced after coming in contact with the antidote. More importantly, Astaroth's theory seemed legit. The antidote could be Mara's way to re-establish Lycania with her as the queen, just like she wanted all this time. You're cunning. Gotta give you that. Ashton smirked. After all this time, I thought you would have given up on your fantasy, but I was wrong. Mara smiled back when she realized the boy had caught on to her schemes. What can I say? Trickery and deception run in the family. Evelina already knew about Mara's plan, therefore, she wasn't surprised. But Anna was entirely out of the loop. What are you people talking about? She asked Ashton. Our benefactor here, Ashton pointed at Mara, wants to turn the undead back to being humans, and she would then have a monopoly over werewolf genes. I'm sure you can imagine where I'm heading next. It didn't take long for Anna to cook up some scenarios. Essentially, only those who supported Mara before would be remade into werewolves, and these people would transform some more, bringing them all under Mara's pack. Those who challenge her authority would be sent into enclosures to live the rest of their days as humans. In other words, the entire kingdom would be directly or indirectly bonded to Mara by blood, making it impossible for anyone to challenge her big family. I don't know what to say. Anna muttered. It's such an elaborate plan, I don't think any sane person could have come up with it. You are right about everything but a small detail, Mara shrugged. I won't be the one ruling over them. Ashton was surprised at what Mara was blabbering about. Seeing the look on Ashton's face, Mara knew it was time to reveal the truth. Evelina, would you tell him or should I? Mara mumbled while Evelina took a deep breath. I guess I'll have to be the villain once again. Very well then. What are you on about now? Ashton was getting irritated by all the secrecy now. I'm not the one who came up with this plan. It was your father's idea to unite everyone under one ruler. It's almost as if he knew how unique you were and wanted to set up a grand stage for you. She continued, as for the one who will turn the humans into mutants, it's going to be you. Not me, not Evelina, but you. Chapter 462 Nirvana 1. Later that day. You got a chat, father, gotta give you that. Still not in the mood to talk. You know I'm going to keep bugging you, right? I'm not like your girl who would leave you alone just because you told her. For fuck's sake, shut up. Well, the plan worked now. If you don't mind, you can talk to me. Ashton sighed as his head hit the heavy pillow. It wasn't as if he was intentionally avoiding everyone. But there were too many thoughts in his head that didn't make sense. At least not to him. Who was his father to possibly plot out his life to this extent? Everything Ashton had achieved, from strength to connections, how could his father possibly predict all this information? Even a 1 in a billion kind of genius wouldn't have been able to predict someone's life to the minutest details. Yet, his father did just that. On a side note, the news of Ashton's father's involvement in his life wasn't the only bomb Mara dropped on him. Even more surprising information came out later. Especially the part where Ashton's parents helped Mara in cloning herself on the promise that she would train him and keep him safe during his early years. Evelina was upset with herself when Mara revealed the truth about their corporation. However, deep down, she knew it was time to reveal all the secrets they had been hiding from Ashton. Now that I think about it, had it not been for Mara, I would still be rotting in that enclosure. But even then, Ashton's anger towards Mara lessened when she apologized for being harsh with him. That said, he wasn't feeling any better, and if anything, he was feeling much worse than before. A toy, that's how he felt. He was a toy for his parents to play with. Whenever this thought entered his head, all the pent-up anger again made its way to the surface. This was partially why Ashton decided to lock himself up in a room and try to calm down before confronting everyone. But as it was clear to everyone, it wasn't going too well. Listen, kid, I know how you feel. Both because we share the same brain and I have gone through something similar. You don't know shit. I have lived longer than you and have seen things you'd never wish to see. Daddy issues are one of them. No matter how thankful I am to Sarah for training me into a warrior, I too resent him for taking away my childhood. It was the first time Astaroth had opened up about his life in such detail. Previously, he had only given Ashton the necessary information and did not bother about the rest. But this time Ashton had a feeling it was different. Even in the earliest of my memories, I can see him punishing Beelzebub, Lucifer and myself. We were war dogs first, Sirens later, and treated as such. No matter how much anyone said they cared about us, they wouldn't give a rat's ass had we gotten ourselves killed. We're both treated and raised as weapons. However, we don't have to stay like that. Whether you're following your father's wish or not, it's not up to anyone but you to decide who you are. Don't let anyone take that away from you. Remember that. Ashton had never felt this way before, but once Astaroth opened his heart out, he realized the two were more alike than he had previously thought. As weird as it was, talking with each other was surprisingly productive. It was strange thinking that two different beings from different planets in the vast galaxy could suffer through similar problems. Maybe the universe wasn't as big as people had thought. Made up your mind yet? Ashton nodded, head's a bit more clear now. Thanks for the pep talk. Now let's get working. We shouldn't have, Evelina muttered. But almost instantly, Mara interrupted her. He had the right to know, she said. John would have wanted the same. Evelina knew Mara was right, and that's why those words hurt her more. That said, she did not wish to hide anything from Ashton. However, after seeing his reaction when she revealed he was a clone himself, she decided not to disclose any more information about the past. After all, Ashton was a kid. Traumatizing him wouldn't have done any good to anyone. You don't have to worry. Anna chimed in while grabbing Evelina's hand. Your son is the strongest guy I have ever met. Secrets like these might slow him down, but they won't stop him. Have some faith. Evelina smiled through her sadness, even though she knew she had no right to feel that way. Not after putting her son through hell for years. I swear if I ever see Jonathan again, I will kick his ass. Evelina chuckled. That bastard went to get milk and left me to handle this mess. Everyone laughed, watching Evelina, but they fell silent once the door opened. All right, if you're done gossiping, shall we get to work? Ashton mumbled while assuming his seat. But first, did my oracle of a father inform anyone what I should do next? Ashton. Anna shook her head. Don't. What? The man can plot my entire life, and I can't even joke about it? A bit harsh in my opinion. Ashton smiled. Maybe he didn't inform you about the joke. Completely ignoring their banter, Mara again inserted herself to guide the conversation in a fruitful direction. As a matter of fact, he did. She said, all your answers can be found in Nirvana. That's what he said. However, getting there won't be easy. Nora, do you mind? Nora cracked her knuckles while smiling. Finally, my turn to be useful. Unlike popular belief, Nirvana isn't only the land of the undead. Technologically speaking, they are much more advanced than both vampires and werewolves combined. She continued, I know you're confused. Must be the aliens. Ashton interrupted. Bet you 1,000 yenos someone's been helping them. Yeno? Evelina asked. Intergalactic currency, Anna clarified, quite influential too. You could buy a planet like Earth in a few hundred yenos. Ahem, we're getting sidetracked. Nora exclaimed, but no one was listening to her anymore. Fucking gold diggers. One mention of money, and they all lose their composure. Chapter 463 Nirvana 2. After rigorous planning, the meeting concluded with a few things being decided. The first and foremost was the dispersion of the antidote. Mara still did not want to reveal the source she got the antidote from, but it wasn't like Ashton was blind. With one look at the composition and a bit of Astaroth's help, Ashton knew the antidote couldn't be made on Earth. 7 of the 20 components used in it couldn't be found or synthesized on Earth due to technological limitations, which meant Nora or their mother might have stolen the antidote from Nirvana. It was unlikely that Mara got help from some alien species. Still, since Nirvana had been in contact with mysterious outworldly creatures, they were more likely given the antidote and the corpsification gas. Ricochet will stay behind with the rest and figure out a way to make the antidote airborne. That way, it would be easier for the cure to treat the majority of the undead. The only issue was the blast radius. Contingency was like the capital of the undead. Corpsification gas was running rampant in there. If they were to cause the explosion anywhere outside the city, the antidote would neutralize the excess corpsification gas. However, the undead in the town would remain unaffected by the gas. Consequently, they needed to invade the city and trigger the antidote explosion. That way, the concentration of the antidote would be enough to neutralize the layer of protective corpsification gas over the city, and also cure the undead within the city. However, this plan would have to wait. Ashton had made it clear no one was to go on this suicide mission. No one but his team. It might sound harsh, but you people are too weak to do it by yourself, Ashton stated while scanning the room. No one argued against him. Despite being some of the strongest people on Earth, they were nothing compared to the top dogs within the galaxy. Hell, with an average E grade, they won't even make good foot soldiers. Focus on developing the antidote bomb or whatever you want to call it. Ashton continued, I'll leave Dolos, Gokung and Celeste here. If you finish development before I return, they should be enough to guide you through the city. Roger that, Ricochet responded. My men and I should be enough to sneak into the city, but with your summons backing us up, it'll be a walk in the park. Confidence is good, but don't let it get to your head. Ashton warned him, nothing good will come out of it. Trust me, been there. Ricochet nodded and kept quiet from that point on. Being lectured about overconfidence by a barely adult was surprisingly eye-opening, even though it initially felt somewhat weird. So you have made up your mind? Evelina asked Ashton about visiting Nirvana. Considering Dad was an oracle as you people assume he was, then there's no point in not following his wish. He shrugged. Also, I have a few questions and Nirvana might hold the answers to those questions. The land of the undead was a harsh place to be, let alone invade. Despite being technologically advanced, their mindset was surprisingly primitive. At least for the lower and middle echelons. Unlike werewolves, the undead had no secondary diet, and their sole diet consisted of human meat. Considering Ashton's strange likeness towards the humans, Nora was worried he would not like the things he would have to witness there. Her opinion of Ashton was outdated. Once upon a time, he favored humans and tried to avoid conflicts around them. That said, having been to space, he no longer cared about trivial things such as someone's species. According to him, there were only two kinds of people, those with him and those against him. Human, hybrid, tribrid, precursors, Zyron, those were not a single entity. The only thing Ashton believed in was doing onto them as they did onto him. He'd help them to the best of his abilities if they were good to him. But if they dared to cross him, there would be hell to pay. As far as Nirvana was concerned, their connection with extraterrestrial species was the only thing Ashton was worried about. Besides that, he was pretty confident Earth had no challenges to offer him. In the meantime, he turned to Evelina. "I'd like you to send a word to Alucard. Well, not to him but to his council. If Emperor Alucard deems me worthy, my blade will always be by his side. They're plain, simple and corny as hell. That should do the job." Evelina smiled. "That would shut their mouths for good. Especially since the news of your return and defeating the Horde had reached them by now. Then that does it. I'll be in my room if you need me for something. You coming? Since when do you need to ask me that?" Anna sneakily winked in his direction, well aware of Ashton's intentions. Before Evelina could object to them, they were already gone. Ricochet awkwardly excused himself, leaving Evelina with Mara and Nora behind. "Looks like you chick has grown into a phoenix." Mara chuckled. "And I missed most of it." Evelina shook her head. "Well, nothing can come in the way of two horny teenagers. The boy has a succubus as his mate, so who can blame him?" Nora pointed out they have been living together all this time. "Did you expect him to be a celibate monk all this while? You sure know a lot about these things." Mara took a jab. "Sorry to say, sis, but not everybody has to live a boring life like you." Nora shrugged. "You two can enjoy yourselves. In the meantime, I'll look for the human Ashton brought with him." "What was his name again?" "Ricochet." Mara sighed, praying for his well-being now that Nora had set her eyes on him. "Right, Ricochet. It would be fun to see him ricocheting around my room if you know what I mean. For Lycaon's sake, keep your thoughts to yourself." Chapter 464 Beelzebub's Decision 1. The next day Ashton had a rough blueprint of Nirvana in his hands. Nora had tried to remember as many details as possible about the kingdom from when she was there. Mara used this information to draw a rough city plan. The map she made was enough for Ashton to get to work. The only issue was, how were to going to cross half the planet and get to Nirvana? If Ashton had his ship, it would only be a matter of minutes, but it could take days now. More importantly, the portal connectivity between the nations and Nirvana had been severed soon after the undead took over most of Lycania. In hindsight, it was more of a strategic move than anything else. Even if the werewolves were to accuse the undead of causing this catastrophe, they would innocently point towards the closed portals. If they wanted to take over the nation, why won't they take advantage of their situation and invade through the portals? "We don't need portals, do we?" Ashton mumbled while lying in bed. "The Jihalo ship should be able to carry us. What about the fuel?" While playing with Ashton's hair, Anna replied, "Those ships have been dry for months. Also, some of them have been scrapped to use against the undead, and I doubt they'd be in working condition. Ricochet is an expert when it comes to these things. I once saw him and Cash chatting enthusiastically about ships before we left. Maybe he could help. Maybe you need to start living in the moment for a while." Anna stood up with her hands behind her head. Her naked body was in full display, making Ashton smile like a complete moron. Saying he was mesmerized by her was quite an understatement. Brushing her hair aside, Anna leaned in and whispered in Ashton's ear, "Happy birthday, love. How does it feel to be of the age?" "You tell me, you've been 18 for a couple of months now," Ashton replied before pulling Anna in for a kiss. "All right, I'll start washing up. You're invited as usual." Anna turned around and winked. Her body was so slim and toned it was no surprise all the men kept drooling over her. Her porcelain white skin resembled the snow covering Levon. It looked immaculate, without a single blemish or flaw on its surface. "You are one lucky bastard. Tell me something I don't know. Also, you can stop drooling now. Ahem, since it's your birthday, I too have prepared a gift for you. Let me guess, you did what I asked of you?" Ashton smirked. "You know you can't call that a gift. You ungrateful brat. Fine, I'll think of something else. But now, it's time to visit Beelzebub." Ashton sighed, left the bed and began working out. "I'm not sure about this, Asta." Last night, before getting busy with Anna, the two men sharing one brain chatted with each other. Ashton was by far stronger than Beelzebub now. As such, there was no point in keeping him a prisoner inside Raphael's domain. Also, Ashton had planned to make the gluttonous bastard do some work for him since killing a Zyron wasn't an option. The question was, how would Ashton convince him? "First, stop calling me that. Second, I share your concern, but Beelzebub can be an asset. Both politically and warfare-wise. He might be an ass, but there's no denying his capabilities when it comes to warfare. Have any idea about his status? Considering this is the longest time I have left someone in Raphael's domain, I'm confident one of two scenarios will unfold if you enter the domain now. Beelzebub would either go berserk on me or think of you as a hallucination. Pretty sure his head wouldn't be in place after being left alone for months with nothing to do. Honestly, I'd be surprised if he showed any emotion towards you or me for that fact. Let's get it over with." Ashton finished with pull-ups and quietly covered up. Prisoner or not, he wasn't going in front of a man with his dragon in full view. Once done, Astaroth allowed access to Raphael, and both of them went to greet Beelzebub in his prison. Ashton opened his eyes and found himself lying on his back, staring at the ceiling. The room was dimly lit and still oddly still. Had he not been aware, Head thought he was alone in the room. Suddenly, the sound of rattling chains broke the silence of the room. Ashton turned around and there he was. Beelzebub was in the same position as Ashton remembered him. There wasn't a part of his body that hadn't been chained to the domain itself, making escape impossible. The Zyron appeared tired, his swollen eyes lifelessly staring at the floor, helpless to do anything. Ashton felt sorry for the man for a moment but quickly pushed the thought out of his head. Slowly walking up to Beelzebub, Ashton noticed the rage and humiliation the Zyron had felt after his defeat was nowhere to be found. Beelzebub had been turned into a shell of the person Ashton had fought with a couple of years ago. "Why are you here?" he weakly mumbled. "To make fun of your prisoner? To rub salt?" Beelzebub frantically stared at Ashton, but then the look on his face changed. How did you?" "I got stronger," Ashton shrugged. "Raphael, loose the chains for a moment, please." Raphael did as he was told, and following a loud clang, Beelzebub was free from his restraints. "What do you want?" Beelzebub asked while rubbing his wrists to ease the blood flow. "You're being oddly courteous," Ashton raised an eyebrow. "Did you expect me to attack you as soon as you dropped the shackles?" Beelzebub shook his head. "I don't know what that bastard Astaroth has been telling you, but I'm not stupid enough to attack you here. Since neither of us is interested in idle chatter, I'll get to the point." Ashton mumbled, "How would you like to become a werewolf hybrid and work with me?" Chapter 465 Beelzebub's Decision 2. Beelzebub stared at Ashton as if he saw a ghost spreading the Lord's message. The suggestion was so ridiculous, the Zyron had no idea whether he should laugh at the absurdity of the situation or Ashton's ludicrous offer. "If that's all you have to say, feel free to chain me up again." Beelzebub shook his head before assuming his previous position, waiting to be chained again. Beelzebub was a proud Zyron who believed in the ideology of genetic supremacy. There was no reason for someone like him to accept inferior genes in his body willingly. Without his purity, his status in the Zyron society would be ruined. Death seemed more feasible than an offer to be turned into a lowly hybrid. Astaroth had foretold Ashton about such a scenario. The Zyrons were way too deep regarding their superiority over other species. The only gene they would have willingly accepted was probably the precursor gene, something Ashton most conveniently possessed, albeit a small fraction. The next moment Ashton revealed something even Anna had never seen about him. His status page. "Something tells me going through this would change your mind," he said. Beelzebub had no intention of entertaining Ashton any longer, and raised his head to speak his mind. However, he ended up going through Ashton's genealogical data. The boy was exceptional, at least in reference to the planet he was inhabiting. Had Ashton been part of an advanced civilization, he would already be in the top 0.1% of powermongers of the galaxy. Until he finally saw what Ashton wanted him to see. The look of absolute disbelief on Beelzebub's face was everything Ashton wished to see. Even the most advanced species, aka the Zyrons, had a tough time getting a sliver of precursor genes through evolution. The reason is that those evolution choices designed by the precursors were random and depended on various factors. That said, even the Zyrons were yet to successfully decipher the life path needed to unlock a desirable gene pool. Beelzebub did not know of a single Zyron with any precursor genes. Despite openly loathing their predecessors, it was no secret that the Zyrons had been dying to get some precursor genes to further purify themselves. Yet, despite their advanced tech and superiority complex, a seemingly ordinary Earthling had achieved what they couldn't. Ashton's existence was a slap on the Zyrons' faces as, despite their best efforts, a mutated human had progressed further in the quest than they ever could. Suddenly, more than anything, Beelzebub wanted Ashton to impart some of his genes on him. After all, as long as he could get a small fraction like 0.01% of precursor genes, no one would pay any attention to the rest of his genome. Ashton possessed a treasure, ignorant of its value. The turn had been tabled. Now it was Beelzebub's turn to convince Ashton to turn him into a werewolf, undead or his bitch. As long as he could get his hands on the precursor genome, Beelzebub didn't care what task he would have to accomplish. Beelzebub spoke but was quickly interrupted by Ashton. "Well, you could have had some of it for yourself." Ashton shrugged before turning to leave. "Unfortunately, you declined my most generous offer of not only having these genes but also leaving this prison. So the deal is off. If luck has it, next time we see each other I'll be in hell." Before Beelzebub would pitch a word in, Ashton had already hopped out of the domain, leaving him alone with his thoughts. "You should try fishing one of these days. I'm certain you'll perform quite exceptionally." Bait and switch. A centuries-old tactic, yet still works like a charm. Ashton mumbled, however, "I would not have been able to fool Beelzebub had you not told me about his greedy nature." "Ha. So you admit you couldn't have pulled it off without my help?" Now I think about it, it would have been easier to turn him against his will. Fine, I could not have done it without your help. Ashton sighed. Happy now? Oddly so. What's next on the menu? A stroll. Levant's population had exploded once the news of Ashton's return spread around the continent like fire. People from both close and far lands came to seek aid in Ashton City. That said, it wasn't surprising that he encountered a lot of refugees during his stroll outside. Then there were the Jihalos. Ashton was a literal god to them. His presence alone made the aliens feel a sense of duty towards him and his people. As a result, they worked relentlessly to make Levant the most advanced place on the continent. Ricochet and his men were assumed to be Ashton's close aides. Hence, they too were enjoying the royal treatment they were receiving. But they remembered not to let it get in their heads, or Ashton wouldn't hesitate before kicking their asses out of the ghosts. After a couple of minutes, Ashton arrived at his destination, Ricochet's room. After knocking on the door, he waited only to receive a surprise nothing in the universe could have prepared him for. What are you doing here? Ashton asked a barely dressed Nora. What do you think? Nora yawned. I had some exotic human meat for the first time last night and I loved it. Fearing the worst, Ashton pushed her aside with little to no effort and scanned the room. Ricochet was curled up like a ball on the bed, naked. As for the bed, well, it was split in the middle and the floor was cracked as well. At a glance, it looked like a tornado had hit it. A particular tornado went by the name Nora. Of all the people. Ashton shook his head once he realized what had happened there. I'll take my leave now, Nora replied, smirking as she smacked Ricochet's butt. I'll see you tonight, darling. We gotta work on that stamina of yours. Once Nora left, Ricochet turned toward Ashton with helpless eyes. Sir, I have no interest in hearing about your snusnoo fetish. Ashton tossed a pair of trousers to him. We got some work to do. Chapter 466 Escape 1. In a flash, a week passed. Ashton's plans had advanced considerably in the days that followed. Ricochet, with the help of Jihalo engineers, successfully managed to get one of their ships to working condition. Albeit unsafe for space travel, there shouldn't be any problems with the ship as long as they don't try to escape the atmosphere. They even managed to scrounge up enough fuel for 2 trips around the planet. Back in Vania, the rebellious nobles had reinforced their loyalty to Alucard, just like Ashton had predicted. The nobility had tried to confirm the news of Ashton's return and victory through spies living in Levant, and that was why it took a week for them to clear their stance. As for Lycania, Shiera and her soldiers finally re-established the connection with Levant and received news of Ashton's return. They were elated and rushed back home to meet their lord. Shiera wasn't the only one who wanted to meet with Ashton, as counsel from Vania also arrived to discuss geopolitical matters with him. However, by the time they arrived, Ashton was already on his way to Nirvana. All they could do now was to wait for his return and meanwhile enjoy Jeholan services offered. A month later, in a dimly lit alleyway stood a lone woman covered in the rotten blood of her pursuers. Like her, the walls surrounding her now had a touch of blood over them, while the rain above tried its best to cleanse the horrific sight. Having nothing else to do, the woman began looting her pursuers and found a fairly dry cigarette. Having been an avid smoker, the sight of vintage cigarettes caused her to smile, a rare event for someone like her. After piling up the corpses under the shade of a balcony, she sat on top of them before lighting the cancer stick and having the time of her life. Living as a human in Fright City, these moments were never taken for granted. Not by Alina at the least. In whatever bit of light the alley had to offer, an engraving could be seen on her half-shaven head. 04. It read, identifying her as a test subject. The vampires weren't the only ones experimenting on humans, and the undead were way ahead in researching and testing the humans. Their research successfully turned humans into powerful beings with a variety of powers. Some were so frightening that those humans were either turned into the undead to control the abilities they had or killed. Alina seemed to be one such test subject who managed to escape from the clutches of the undead, carrying a power that no undead would want to cross. It was the second day since her escape from one such research facility, codenamed Tartarus. Alina was the 4th human who successfully accepted the augmentation, and the first to escape from the facility. The ones before her either pledged loyalty to the undead or were killed. She was presented with the same offer but chose the third option and made a break for it. Escape wasn't easy, especially with chasers on her tail. But thanks to her ability, she managed to get rid of them and have a peaceful smoking break, which seemed to have run out. It was more likely they were kept for further experimentation, Alina thought while crushing the cigarette, but I should probably get some clothes. Walking around naked will garner unwanted attention. Thankfully, she did not have to look far to get something to wear. After all, she was conveniently sitting over a pile of clothes if one ignored the corpses attached to them. Tisk, tasteless fuckers don't even have proper duds. Alina put some clothes on while 2 strangers watched her from afar. She's quite a piece, Anna remarked. Oh, is the succubus acting up all of a sudden? Ashton joked, but I agree she is somewhat special. Stop drooling over yourself. Anna turned Ashton's face towards hers. I'm the queen of lust here, so behave yourself. That's not what you said last night. Ashton whispered in her ear as she grabbed Anna in his arms, but point taken. It had been 3.5 weeks since they landed on the artificially constructed coastal town known as Fright City. Unlike the rest of Nirvana, Fright City wasn't entirely dominated by the undead. Around 20% of the city's population consisted of humans. Mainly to ensure an endless supply of humans for various purposes, a fraction of humans were allowed to live normally in the city, with conditions. As long as the humans reproduce to hand over one child to the council, they can continue living as usual. But failing to do so even once would result in them being taken away instead of the children. How did Ashton get all this information? The answer to it would be his acting skills. After hiding their ship, Ashton began posing as an inquisitor who had arrived from the capital to clear some urgent matter, and Anna was his human slave/assistant. No one questioned them because it wasn't all that uncommon for situations like these to happen in Fright City. Their main goal was to access Tartarus and gather information about Jonathan, Ashton's father, as he was brought to the same facility after being given away to the undead. However, despite the best of their efforts, the duo could not locate Tartarus. It was a well-hidden secret not everyone knew about, and those who did refused to speak about it. When it seemed that luck hadn't entirely abandoned them yet, and through the grapevine Ashton had cultivated over the weeks, he learned about an escapee from Tartarus. Upon putting his tracking skills to the test, Ashton quickly found Alina. But he wasn't the only one who found her, as a dozen men kept chasing her through the alleyways. The duo was about to help her when they saw an interesting sight. Just as it looked, Alina had her fate sealed. Her pursuers turned on each other. A couple of minutes later, Alina was the only one left standing, and the interaction made it clear why Tartarus was so dead set on getting her back. What should we do, though? Anna crossed her arms in front of her chest. It's not like we can go and ask her, hey, could you point us to the place where they tortured you for God knows how long? We won't need to ask her anything, Ashton smirked. She'll tell us herself. Chapter 467 Escapee 2. Life in Nirvana wasn't for the weak-hearted. Despite being a futuristic city with flying cars and sentient robots, Fright City was a lawless place, and power was the only language needed to rule over the city. Since both Ashton and Anna did not lack power, they easily impersonated someone he had little to no information about without anyone questioning him. Essentially, their life in Nirvana wasn't all that different from their merc life in space. Ashton arrived in the city as an inquisitor from the capital, but after a couple of weeks, he became known as a bona fide mercenary with a kick-ass partner. Although he strictly used his undead genes, Ashton was the strongest person in the city, followed by Anna. So it wasn't a surprise people in higher places wanted to connect with them. They also wanted to work with them because it was rare to see an undead having such a close relationship with someone on the opposite end of the spectrum. The contractors were a bit more interested in them than their talents. Their interest worked in Ashton's favor as he got information that was otherwise out of his grasp, like the information about Alina. Back again? The bartender casually asked the duo. The usual? Yes, please, Ashton hissed back. Anything else about the chick? The bartender shrugged while preparing the drinks. Not much, but I heard Makarov and his goons went after her. An hour later, they were found dead in an alleyway. The chick was better than we were led to believe. Anna tapped the table thematically with the music. Can't wait to face her. I just hope she doesn't show up in me pub. The bartender jabbered while stroking his 3-foot-long beard. It'd be a shame to lose this beauty. Either way, ere you go, blood monk for the lad and mint lemonade for the lassie. The duo grabbed their drinks, tossed some credits and left to check out the rest of the pub. Skull and Bones was a pub only in name and reality. It was more like a guild for the mercs. From weapons to information, from business to pleasure, everything needed by mercenaries was readily available for them, albeit at the right price. The department of pleasure was usually handled by human captives, as undead women were quite cold regarding matters like intimacy. No matter how hard the men tried, they could not rile up their cold blood. To maintain their cover, Ashton had seemingly bought Anna from one such establishment and had trained her to be his partner. It wasn't weird, as thousands of undead had humans as their pets, slaves, or worse, dinner. That was also why the pub had a lot of options for food and drinks suitable for humans alongside ones consumed by the undead. That's why Ashton did not have to worry about getting his share of nutrients to keep his undead and vampiric needs in check. However, before they could finish the drinks, someone important called for them. There they are. Pub's owner welcomed them as soon as the two entered his office. Tall and obese, this pale-skinned man has a generally unflattering feel about him. Maybe it was the half-eaten human leg in front of him, or perhaps it was his disgusting smile. Ashton wasn't sure why being around Draco repulsed him so much. There was nothing Anna wanted more than bashing open the bastard's head like a rotten watermelon. Unfortunately, a slave like her wasn't supposed to act of their free will, so she could only put a smile on her face while thinking of 100 ways to kill him. Draco, it's always a pleasure to see your rotting face. Ashton put the fakest smile on his face before assuming an empty seat across from the man. You were looking for me? Yes, I got a job for you too, Draco replied in a heavy Russian accent. You heard about the girl from the lab? Ashton nodded. Timothy told us what happened to Makarov's crew. I assume the lab rat might not be a rat after all. Bah. Makarov was a fool. Draco dismissively waved his hand around. It was not a job of his caliber, yet he stuck his nose and look at him now. Dead. Wasn't it you who sent them after her? Anna chimed in, but Draco paid no attention to a lowly being like her. At this moment, Anna decided to kill the bastard once they were done with their primary objective. Her bloodlust was leaking madly. Thankfully, Ashton was there to conceal it with his aura. Let's get to the chase, Draco spat. Some special client sent a job asking for you. It is related to the girl sending you the details now. With a ping, a notification materialized in front of Ashton's eyes. A gig offer. The task was simply retrieving an asset. In the place of the item's name were 2 digits. 04. Undoubtedly, Alina was nothing more than a test subject for the Corp. It was clear the gig was from someone working within Tartarus, even if it did not explicitly mention it. This job could be the entryway Ashton had been looking for, but it would be suspicious if he readily accepted the gig without questioning the lack of details. It would seem Draco had predicted what Ashton was about to ask and immediately blurted out, "Don't overthink about unnecessary details. The pay is good, and on top of it, the client has offered a bonus as well. Accepting the job won't hurt you." "Yeah, I assume your cut must be quite significant if you're trying so hard to convince me." Ashton closed the tab and went into business mode. "Come on, spill it, where's the catch?" Draco sheepishly stared at Ashton like a deer caught in a bear trap. His following words would either lead him to gain the biggest jackpot of his life or the worst hit at his credibility. After all, Draco had already accepted the job on Ashton's behalf. Backing down now would take a severe hit on his image, and Ashton's refusal might also end up costing Draco his life. But before Draco could say a word, Ashton intervened. "You already accepted the job, didn't you?" Ashton mumbled. "Well, in a way, yes." Draco stammered, "Please just help me out this once, ill." "Fine, well, do it." "What?" Draco yelped, expecting Ashton to refuse. "I said, well, do it." "But you'll owe me for it," Ashton replied and got up, "and it's going to cost you a lot." Chapter 468 Predator. While Ashton was searching for Alina, his summons were busy wreaking havoc all over Fright City and the surrounding area. Nirvana had never been struck by such a series of terror attacks, therefore, their sole response was panic. Nobody knew who these mysterious people were or what their objective was. The only thing the Undead Legion was confident about was that none of their secret facilities was safe. In the last month, out of the 72 training and R&D facilities had succumbed to the dominance of shadowy creatures. These creatures silently crept through their defenses, and before the security was aware of their presence, they would have already lost the battle. Soon the news reached the ears of the rulers, and to say they were displeased was an understatement. Hundreds of officials were deployed to sort the mess out, as Fright City was an important town for them. The sooner they could get the situation under control, the lesser the damages would be. Not to mention they won't have to lose any more of the secret projects their scientists had been working on. Sadly, out of the hundreds of representatives sent to Fright City, none proved helpful. Those who seemingly found a clue regarding their shadow crisis disappeared overnight, and those who didn't were as clueless as the rest of the capital. They have to communicate somehow. The governor slammed his fist on the table. It's impossible to execute plans with such precision and tact simultaneously without it. We have tried, sir. Despite the best of our efforts, we haven't been able to. Smack. The assistant's head flew through the window as the rest of her body fell lifeless to the floor. Always negative news. I gave you bastards all my power to hunt down those terrorists, only for you morons to prove how useless you can be? The remaining undead hung their heads down both in shame and fear. Although the governor's anger was justified, it was directed in the wrong direction. The bastards were literal ghosts who came in, took their targets down and disappeared into thin air. No one who saw them was left alive, which led to speculations that one could die just by looking at them, and that's why it was so difficult to fight them. What could they possibly do against a group like them? But as usual, the governor wasn't ready to believe their theories. The man was only concerned with results and wanted them fast. As for anyone who tried to talk some sense into him, they had their heads sent flying out. However, before the governor could sever any more heads, his holocaller holographic phone rang. One look at the caller ID drained the colors from his face. "Get lost," he calmly mumbled, and the people were more than happy to oblige his request. Once the room was empty, the governor went to his knees and accepted the call. A moment later, a massive Frankenstein lookalike monster was standing before him. The president was in no way related to Frank because the undead can't have biological offspring. But since he was a great admirer, the president decided to alter his physique to resemble their progenitor and fool the crowd into suppression, even in a virtual democracy. The governor did not dare raise his head but greeted the president of Nirvana, formerly known as a king roughly 2 centuries ago. "Mr. President, you could have asked this lowly," the governor blurted out but was cut short by the president, which wasn't a good sign. "Report." The president's voice echoed through the chamber. The thought of lying entered the governor's mind for a moment, but he quickly shut it down. The price of deceit won't just be his life but being turned into the president's boy toy for sickening experiments. Sir, my men have proved to be incompetent bastards. But rest assured, I will catch those terror-loving bastards soon. Having no way out, the governor was forced to admit the failure and incompetence of his juniors. That's right, none of it was his fault for offing dozens of capable employees on a daily basis, but the fault of those working under him. The president didn't seem affected by words any longer. Blame shifting was a thing of the past. But if someone was going to stick to the past, then that's where they belonged in history books. Much to Governor's surprise and perplexity, the president abruptly ended the call without speaking another word. That's weird. Before the governor could think anything, the room was suddenly filled with odorless white smoke. Despite realizing what the gas was, there wasn't anything the governor could have done to change the outcome. Why no? Let me out. He desperately slammed his fists on the door as his undead immortality was slowly stripped away from him. The next moment, he realized he could breathe again, and his rotten heart began to beat rapidly. Within moments, the gas had turned into an ordinary human. No, please no. The governor mumbled as the gas dissipated out of existence after finishing the job. But the worst was yet to come. The next moment, the doors were kicked open and in walked a lone man, covered in black from head to toe. However, the man was no ordinary undead or even a human. From his back, 6 tentacles popped out, each with its unique shape and purpose. The governor tried to fight back, but against the man in black, his efforts were in vain. Soon the tentacles violently entered his body through the mouth before plastering his flesh around the room. Once the job was done, the man called someone and the president answered, "Is it done?" The man nodded. "Good. I hope you will not disappoint me as that fool did," the president asserted while massaging his forehead. "I'll call you in a week to see your progress." Somewhere else in Fright City, Ashton's plan had worked, and Fright City was now under his rule. Albeit no one was aware of it. Ashton had taken pointers from them when the undead silently threw Lycania into disarray. Now it was his turn to make them taste their own medicine. "I bet those motherfucks are turning in their graves by now," Ashton thought as they exited the club. "I genuinely thought handling the undead would be trickier than this. But it looks like they are just as weak as the rest of your planet. Don't underestimate them yet. Who knows what trick they could be hiding under their sleeves." Ashton replied, "After all, they store most of their alien tech in the capital. If anything, I believe the worst is yet to come." Spoken like a true pessimist. "Besides, it's not like they will send an alien after you, huh?" Chapter 469, An Assassin's Work of Art. Shadow terrorists can appear at any time from anywhere, so keep your eyes open at all times. According to the little intel we have on them, their group consists of 4 individuals with irregular abilities. Sadly, we don't know what those abilities are. The Sergeant General, Rishi, was in the middle of debriefing his soldiers. There was no emotion in his voice, nor did he look the part of someone in his position. The bald man had patched skin plastered all over his frail-looking body. Judging by his appearance, someone would think he was in a circus. But those who happened to know about him and his past preferred to maintain a respectable distance from him. Rishi was one of the only 7 recorded cannibals in Nirvana who preferred to consume undead meat than a human's. It was one of the many side effects of the infamous Crux Project. A secret project which seemingly gave the participants abilities that would make even the aliens envy them. Sadly, it came at the cost of using one's sanity and an insatiable lust for cannibalism. However, Rishi had been seemingly cured of his condition and now functioned just like any other undead citizen of Nirvana. Something only a handful believed. Garuda is the last remaining facility in Eastern Fright City. Therefore, it will likely be the next target of those fucking terrorists. Rishi barked at the soldiers, "If they appear, you better die trying to stop them or I'll kill you myself. Is it clear?" A loud explosion shook the ground. It would appear no one gave the terrorists a memo about the debriefing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been rude to interrupt their world-shaking meeting. Rishi immediately rushed to the nearest surveillance station. The reality was far worse than anything he had expected. The underground facility was under attack by not one but all directions. Also, the number of attackers did not match the information he had received. 4? It's more like 400. Another series of explosions went off, strategically taking down the outer surveillance grid. The facility was effectively dark now, with no way of knowing their enemy's location. Rishi was pacing up and down the room, hoping to find a way out of their crisis. In the meantime, the soldiers were instructed to wipe the facility database clean of anything the intruders could want for themselves. While some of them were busy with that, the rest rushed to confront the assailants. In reality, they were only guinea pigs for Rishi to get information on the intruders and their abilities. Under the cause of evacuation, there was one thing Rishi overlooked: the test subjects. Each of them possessed at least one destructive ability, and usually, they would be sedated before transporting them one after individually. However, under the given circumstances, taking such measures was almost impossible. The panic allowed the subjects to steal the freedom they desired, and they lashed out. Garuda was now facing a siege and a coup at the same time. The station forces were not enough to simultaneously deal with both situations. It was a nightmare that no one wanted to face. Rishi now understood why the other facilities fell at the hands of these terrorists. Their primary objective was destroying the facility, let it be from the inside or outside. A slow poison, huh? Rishi mumbled with curled lips. The psychopath inside him was having the time of his life. The screams and the sight of blood were like drugs to him. The more he heard the dying cries of his people, the merrier he felt. However, his pleasure did not last forever as everything went silent at once. There were no more explosions, no more cries, nothing, and everything was peaceful. Rishi took hold of the radio and barked at the soldiers to report in, only to realize nothing came out of his mouth. Only then did he notice the barrier around him. Someone had isolated him from the rest of the facility and did it with expertise. Show yourself. Rishi thundered, but once again, nothing but air came out of his mouth. What a disgrace. Raven shook his head at Rishi's stupidity. For a moment, the silent assassin wondered what killing a moron as Rishi would accomplish. However, Raven was bound to execute his master's words, not to question them. A moment later, Raven showed himself to his target. But Rishi's reaction was nothing like the former had expected. Instead of being scared and confused, Rishi broke down laughing like no man ever had. Fear, oh how much I had missed this feeling. Rishi mumbled to himself, show me more. More fear. Rishi lunged at Raven with his sharp claws in front. One scratch from his poisoned nails was enough to kill a fully grown gorillan. Therefore it was enough to kill someone like Raven. Die, Rishi thought as his claws dug into Raven's flesh. Is that it? Raven's voice echoed within the barrier. Is that all you had to offer? Rishi couldn't believe his eyes, and it was the first time a direct hit of his claws had failed to kill someone. The look of pure shock in his eyes was much more entertaining than Raven assumed. Allow me to show you how it's done. Raven whispered before smacking Rishi away and disappearing in the shadows. Before Rishi could understand what was happening, 100 cuts appeared all over his body. His tendons were ripped apart, forcing him to his knees, and his hands had been rendered useless, limping on the side. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. The moron no longer enjoyed the sense of fear. Instead, he felt fear paralyzing him as one should. Scanning the darkness, he realized something was off. He couldn't see anything, nor could he hear anything. All of his senses were gone, replaced by a never-ending void. Raven stood in front, admiring his artwork before deciding it was enough and sliced his head off in one smooth and clean motion. His severed head rolled to the side, still trapped in the endless void of darkness. May your tortured soul find peace in the void. Raven offered a quick prayer before heading off to finish his next target. Chapter 470 Infiltration 1. While his summons were busy taking over the Garuda facility, Ashton was busy making plans to storm Tartarus. Unlike the rest of the facilities, information about Tartarus was tough to come by, even information dealers not wanting anything to do with it. That's why finding Alina and persuading her over to his side was the primary objective. At the moment, Anna was hot on Alina's tail. However, Ashton had requested her not to get into an altercation with her. Alina's powers were frightening, and even Atlas would not stand a chance against her. Psychological attacks are a weakness of those who do not possess high intelligence. Although not sure, Ashton assumed Alina's attacks were either psychological or similar to succubi, and she could also manipulate her target using sexual appeal. However, the possibility of it being the latter was negligible, and Ashton was pretty sure of it as he had witnessed Alina at work. She did not even lift a finger before the assailants began killing each other like psychopaths. Another reason to back up Ashton's theory was the lack of a medium for Alina to influence a bunch of undead. Humans, even those with abilities, lacked aura, the medium by which succubi control their prey's mind. Since Alina did not possess aura, it was unlikely she was a succubi hybrid or something similar. Even if these undead were in contact with intergalactic species, no sane space dweller would ever give something as precious as a succubus to a bunch of bastards who can't even get aroused. Ashton chuckled and continued with his research to get any information on Tartarus. Although getting on Alina's good side would be fruitful, it would be good to have a backup plan in place if things went south. Remind me again, how many times have you hacked into their servers only to find nothing useful? Why do you keep entertaining useless things? I entertain you, don't I? Ashton mumbled without taking his eyes off the screen. Besides, if I start getting rid of useless things, your mouth would be the first on the list. If you did, who would have given you the idea of hacking into their servers? Taking your previously spoken words into consideration, you gave me a useless idea then? Either way I got a lead. Well, it seems like one. Ashton snapped his fingers in excitement. According to this, the final blueprint of Tartarus should be somewhere inside the governor's office. What's wrong? Ashton hummed and hawed before replying, it's a trap. Someone has caught on to our shenanigans. What makes you think it's a trap? Two things, Ashton confidently replied. Firstly, considering Tartarus' secrecy, it's unlikely such crucial information would be kept inside a public building. And secondly, this isn't the first time I have hacked into the defense servers, and nothing like this was here before. Interesting. Someone wants to fish you out. Thankfully, you're not going to fall for it. Ashton's silence made Astaroth uncomfortable, so he continued. You're not going to fall for it, right? I heard you well enough the first time, Asta. Ashton replied while erasing any trace that he had been within the servers. Unfortunately, it would be rude of me not to attend a party organized for myself. Astaroth sighed, but even he couldn't shake off the excitement surrounding the event. After all, it had been a long time since Ashton had had the chance to use his skills. Not to mention, it was an excellent opportunity to analyze the undead's strategies and defense capabilities. In other words, it was too good of an opportunity to pass on. Let's get going. Later that day, wearing a hoodie to cover his face, Ashton stood in the rain, staring at the massive building. It wouldn't be an understatement to say the governor's office was the most protected place in Fright City, with the exception of hidden facilities. After a quick scan around the area, Ashton found roughly 600 troops assigned to protect the office. That many soldiers would have been enough to scare off Earthlings, but it wasn't enough to make Ashton flinch. Had he wished, Ashton could have burst through the doors with ease to demonstrate his strength. But what was the fun in that? If I am infiltrating them, I should do it properly. Aren't you enjoying it a bit too much? I'm just getting started. Despite hating Phantom from the bottom of his core, Ashton could not deny the efficiency of his tricks. So, he decided to use his technique of disguising himself and causing confusion on a scale no one on Earth had ever faced. Good plan, but your new look would require a new disguise. Don't worry, I have it all planned. Ashton replied as he noticed a maintenance truck parked in the alley next to the office. 10 seconds, that's all it took for Ashton to acquire a new uniform. Ashton went a step further to ensure nothing was out of place, and changed his appearance to match the maintenance guy. That way, he could use the man's ID without any issues. Following his confident smile, Ashton's face changed beyond recognition. The alteration ability wasn't one of his frequently used abilities. Yet, Ashton was proficient enough to use it with little effort. With his smile, he headed towards the rear exit. The guards there checked his ID and let him in. Make sure the cafeteria is clean. One of the guards commented, the new governor is a bit of a freak regarding cleanliness. You know what, clean the kitchen first. Jock, let the man go and focus on your job. Someone smacked the man before pushing Ashton inside. The fuck are you waiting for? Get going. Ashton nodded and headed inside with his cart. While waiting for the elevator, two men joined him. Judging by their uniforms, one would assume they were clerks in the office. However, their stern demeanor gave them away. The governor decided 600 soldiers were not enough to stop the intruders, and had some more dressed to go undercover. TSK, I almost feel bad for the EXP I'd be wasting by killing them. Chapter 471 Infiltration 2. Situated within the bosom of clouds, the central office could only be reached by elevator. Ashton's disguise would only allow him to access the 120th floor, not above. To access the office, he would need to switch his disguise, as only the security personnel were allowed access. Thankfully, Ashton had planned his next steps in advance. Ding. Ashton calmly walked out of the elevator as soon as the doors opened. The lobby was full of guards carrying heavy weaponry, and at the moment, the place looked more like barracks than an office. Not wanting to waste his time, Ashton darted towards the canteen. From there, he would handpick someone and alter his appearance again to access the office. However, his plan wouldn't go off without a hitch. Hold it. A dark-skinned man covered in sweat armor blocked him. Maintenance was called off for the day. Did you not receive a notice? Shit. The man then snatched the ID around Ashton's neck, carefully analyzing it. Out of all the levels, someone could have told him about the maintenance being called off, but no one did. It couldn't be they had planned it all from the beginning, could it? The answer to that question did not matter. If he got busted there, things could turn ugly. Fearing the worst, Ashton promptly scanned the room to find a way out. Roughly 100 people were around him, and killing them all would only take a couple of minutes. However, engaging them might trigger the alarm, and despite how strong he was, fighting an entire city alone was a bit too much even for him. What are you doing here? Ashton was about to attack the guards when someone called out to him. The change in the guard's demeanor was enough to let him know the woman must have been someone at a high post. I keep forgetting you are deaf. The woman mumbled impatiently, Oi guard, tell him to turn around. The guard did as he was told before walking out of the way. Ain't she a cutie? Despite being undead, the woman was a sight to behold. Her pearl-white skin radiated the sunlight coming through the window. The woman looked nothing like a typical undead. Instead, her resemblance was more in line with that of the vampires. Her youthful appearance could easily fool anyone who lacked a detection skill. Follow me. The woman gestured to him and quickly made her way to the elevator. Ashton quietly followed her, all the while noticing everyone saluting the woman. She must be a high-ranking individual to make the stern-looking soldiers behave like children seeking their mom's approval. Once inside the elevator, the woman used the access card required to reach the office. The ride was long and awkward, with neither saying a word. The elevator doors opened again, revealing the massive army in front of the office. Most of them were weaker than Ashton had assumed. However, he felt a singular strange presence in the lobby. You felt it too. What do you think? Someone strong, possibly a grade being, had camouflaged themselves within the crowd. Whoever they were, they had a knack for hiding in plain sight. Despite using perception, Ashton couldn't find the person emitting such a strenuous aura. Shit got interesting. Ashton was careful not to smile, but on the inside he was excited for the first time since arriving on Earth. Finally, someone who could challenge him. But before that, he needed to find the supposed blueprint or at least some information regarding Tartarus. Keep your eyes peeled and don't even think about causing a ruckus. We need to find that freak before he finds us. Then it's a good thing there's two of us. I'll look for the clues while you try to find out where the fucker is hiding. Sigh, there goes my free vacation. Here. To Ashton's surprise, the woman led him straight to his target, the central office. However, he was not expecting to see the place covered in blood and gore. The room looked like a human had exploded there, covering everything in their blood and gore. I want this, the woman whipped her bony fingers around the room, to be cleared within 2 hours. You are not allowed to eat any of this stuff, so clean this stuff traditionally. Do you understand? Ashton smiled and nodded before taking out the broom and getting to work. Years of using a broom around the enclosure ensured that the woman did not get suspicious of him and, after 10 minutes, left him alone in the room. He's here. The enigmatic aura once again revealed itself. But this time it was no longer hazy. Ashton did not even need to use his perception to know the freak was standing right behind him. Before the man could do anything, Ashton borrowed one of Raven's skills to separate them from the rest of the world. Silent kill zone, as impressive as always. Ashton smiled before facing his enemy. Wouldn't you agree? The man didn't reply, at least not in a conventional way. 6 tentacle-like arms appeared behind his nameless foe. Kinky, let's see what you can do with them. You talk too much, the man said as he hurled his tentacles at Ashton. Dodging tentacles was easier than dodging plasma bullets. However, the octopus didn't give up. Like homing missiles, the tentacles kept following Ashton around, but not once did they manage to strike him. From an amateur's perspective, Ashton was toying with his opponent. However, in reality they were stuck in a stalemate. While the tentacles couldn't catch up to Ashton, it wasn't like he could reach the man either. The tentacles were attacking him aggressively and simultaneously defending the man. Stop playing with him and end it, you sadist bastard. I thought I was the stern one among us. Ashton replied and stopped dashing all over the place. Fine, have it your way. Following a loud bang, the tentacles struck Ashton. It was over, but not the way the assailant had imagined. One after another, all of the tentacles fell to the ground. What? Your tentacles were impressive, but it seems my disassociation was faster. Ashton shrugged while waving the dissected tentacles. Got any other tricks up your sleeve, or is this it? Chapter 472, How to Raise a Vampire Wolf 1. As much as Ashton wanted to witness the extent of his abilities, he was running out of time. The silent kill zone wouldn't stay active extensively, as it was an assassin class skill. Sooner or later, someone will find them, and Ashton had no desire to wait for so long. In order to figure out an exploitable weakness, Ashton used detection on the creature. Instead of detriment, he found something hilarious and promptly used it to his advantage. Viper, the name doesn't suit an octopus like yourself, Ashton chuckled. Why you? Viper hissed. Aiming for the throat, he darted in Ashton's direction. A bold yet predictable move. A split second before reaching his target, Viper crouched and swung his knife to hit Ashton's abdomen. In his dull life as a test subject in Tartarus, he never got the chance to fight someone as strong as himself. That's why he rarely showed emotions. However, this time things were different. Fighting someone as strong as Ashton was a rare opportunity, and Viper wanted to savor it. That's why he changed his aim and struck Ashton's stomach instead. Thinking he managed to outpace his opponent, Viper was excited. The adrenaline ran wild in his veins. It was the first time a kill had made him so unhinged. However, much to his shock and dismay, the knife's blade snapped in half when it touched Ashton's skin. Only at that moment did Viper realize he had been played. Ashton did not bother defending against the attack because he wore armor underneath his clothes. What the hell? It's a dragon's armor, Ashton smugly replied. Physical attacks can't even tickle me, to be honest. Without wasting a breath, Viper jumped, intending to kick Ashton's head off, but the latter effortlessly blocked his well-executed chain of attacks. With every attack that Ashton blocked, Viper's frustration grew immeasurably. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Your attacks are just as monotonous as your slurs. Add some variety to it, for God's sake. Ashton smiled as he continued blocking Viper's strikes with one hand. You have potential, but that's about it. Even a diamond loses its value if not polished properly. Are you here as a guest lecturer or a thief? Neither am here as a guest. There's no point arguing against you. Please do us all a favor and end it already. Let the man rest in peace or in pieces, whatever you prefer. Finish Viper off? Why would he do something like that after comparing him with a raw diamond? Instead of killing him, taking him in was more beneficial for Ashton, as it would also contribute towards his evolution tasks. Although Viper wasn't super strong, if Ashton converted him into a werewolf, he would get much more substantial. Who knows, if Ashton played his cards right, he might even end up finding a successor to rule over the undead. With that, he would have irrevocable influence over all the world's major nations. Won't that be a life worth living? Pretty sure your mysterious father would have already planned for it in some capacity. Thanks for reminding me. Back to the topic of conversion. Once converted, Viper could act as a spy for him, and Ashton wouldn't have to worry about looking for secrets and endangering himself. As for complications, there would be none, as once bound by blood, Viper would have to follow the Alpha's orders, whether he liked it or not. But Ashton had a way of ensuring that Viper became an obedient puppy. Alright, playtime's over. Ashton struck Viper's rotary joints with lightning-fast motions, rendering him motionless. Despite Viper's best efforts, his hands and legs remained motionlessly attached to his torso. What did you do? You were flailing your arms a bit too much, and I can't have you unnecessarily complicate the procedure. Ashton whispered before grasping Viper's neck while transforming into a werewolf. This would hurt a lot. Before Viper could protest, Ashton had already sunk his fangs into his shoulders. There wasn't anything Viper could have done to stop Ashton. Although the process only lasted a minute, the pain Viper experienced was unimaginable. It felt like 100 daggers simultaneously pierced his body. Even the bones weren't untouched by Ashton's bite's effects. Everything until now was similar to what Ashton had gone through. But what happened next surprised both Ashton and Astaroth. As Viper turned into a brown-furred werewolf, bursting through his body armor, the tentacles on his back reappeared and became one with his changing body. 4 tentacles wrapped around his limb, and the remaining 2 covered his chest like armor. Instead of claws, blades made of bones popped out of Viper's hands. By the end of his transformation, Viper had become a weird hybrid between a tentacles monster and a walking werewolf. Solely judging by their stats as a werewolf, Ashton was somewhat weaker than Viper. This meant Viper could challenge Ashton for the position of the Alpha. Houston, we have a problem. Admin, can't you do something? Of course I can. But do you want to get caught by the Zyrans? I knew you'd say that. Why are you smiling? Don't tell me you finally lost your damn mind. Ashton shook his head but didn't drop his smile. Although it was unlikely to occur, he was prepared for a scenario like this. After witnessing how Mara lost control over her pack, it'd be foolish for him to commit the same mistakes. Fucking hell, you actually did it. I did. Ashton smugly replied. A little bit of my blood should keep him in check. But if things get out of hand, I might resort to putting a collar or something on him. Your evolution tasks have been updated. Werewolf evolution tasks. Fight and defeat 10 grade beings, 3 out of 10. Turn 2 creatures into werewolves, 1/2. Add new members to your pack of werewolves. Currently have 3/7 werewolves in the pack. Vampire evolution tasks. Consume fresh blood of 2 grade beings, 1/2 completed. Consume fresh blood of a legendary creature, 0 to 1 completed. Add a new member to your family. Turn another creature into your slave, 1/1 members added. Grim Reaper evolution tasks. Raise a lich, incomplete. Create and tame 10 summons. Currently have 6 out of 10 summons. Consume the flesh of a mythical creature. Congratulations on raising a vampire wolf, you freak. Thanks, useless admin. Chapter 473, How to Raise a Vampire Wolf 2. Within moments, the silent kill zone faded out of existence. The room was just as Ashton had left it, which meant he had a lot of cleaning to do. Wouldn't you say it's the perfect opportunity to test our recruit's abilities? Ashton remarked. Well, it's for you to decide whether you created a weapon or a sweeper. Ignoring Astaroth's comment, Ashton instructed Viper to pick up the mop and get to work. A look of annoyance flashed on Viper's face, but he obeyed the command like a puppet. The vampire blood coursing through his veins compelled him to fulfill his master's order. However, instead of doing the work himself, Viper commanded his newly regenerated tentacles to do the work for him, while he stood like a tree in front of Ashton. Looks like being turned by a fool did not affect him. It took you so long to realize that? Ashton scoffed. I mean, even with you inside my head, I'm getting by just fine. Ha. The man has jokes. I won't retort because it was a good one. Humor aside, what are you planning to do next? Ashton immediately understood what Astaroth was hinting towards. Like when he turned Anna, he was now responsible for feeding Viper. While his lust and blood could satisfy Anna's hunger, Viper might not share the same cravings. Considering that Viper had turned into a vampire wolf, he would need to feed on human blood at least. While the werewolf genes wouldn't require human flesh for nourishment, vampire genes would require human blood as there was no replacement for it. Getting human blood or flesh wasn't that big of a deal in Nirvana, But suspicion would arise if a human started consuming things they shouldn't. Moreover, if Viper were to act as a spy, he would need to continue as usual, not to arouse any suspicion. Consuming blood and flesh was likely not a part of his routine. Before you order me to give you a lap dance, let me make something very clear to you. Viper calmly stated, I'm not a human like you believe. I'm an Oxury, a humanoid species living on the planet Earthlings known as Phaeton in the Alpha Centauri system. In other words, he wouldn't need to resort to cannibalism. Good news. Astaroth's words didn't go unnoticed by Ashton. However, following Viper's words, something else had acquired Ashton's attention. Wait, so you mean to say those tentacles around you? We are born with them, yes. Viper nodded, however, they have been genetically modified since. With the sudden revelation came a plethora of questions. If Viper was an outworlder like he said, why did it show him as a human when Ashton used detection on him? More importantly, what was a supposed alien doing 4.5 light years away from his home planet? Viper had the answer to one of those questions, while Astaroth had the answer to the remaining. I'm a slave. At least I was when we arrived on your planet. Viper sighed, trying to remember more about his past. I was sold off to an intergalactic merchant after being branded as a traitor. Just the thought of that bullshit makes me laugh. In reality, the men in the position of power were too scared of me to let me live. So they decided to frame me in some scheme and then sell me off. He continued, everything happened so quickly I didn't even get the chance to fight back. And before I knew it I was here strapped to an operating table. I was deemed a specimen as your kind did experiment after experiment on me, changing me to the point I failed to recognize myself in the mirror. Until I became the ultimate assassin that they wanted me to be. While he had no interest in listening to a pawn's backstory, Ashton couldn't stop him once Viper started. Maybe the little bit of humanity left inside him prevented him from treating Viper like a weapon, as he had intended. But more importantly, Ashton was much like Viper in a way. After all, he was supposed to be a weapon, engineered by the genes of an intergalactic warmonger and the most badass human to have ever lived on the planet. Even Astaroth held back his stream of witty humor for once. While he couldn't connect with the creatures like them, he knew how it felt to be betrayed by the ones for whom he constantly put his life on the line. You are stronger than anyone on the continent, so why were you doing their bidding? You think they'll leave someone like me unchecked? Viper laughed. Afterwards, Viper explained how a chip had been implanted in the back of his neck. In his words, it was an invisible whip designed to keep him in line. Viper continued, the pain of being remade into this thing was nothing compared to the pain of disobedience. So I decided to follow their order like a dog. You speak as if the chip isn't there anymore. It's all thanks to you. Something must have happened to the chip while I was transforming because I don't feel it anymore. Viper smiled wanly. I am finally free from the shackles of involuntary slavery, and for that I would gladly become your pawn. At least I'll willingly follow you, not the other way around. There won't be a need for that, Ashton replied. As long as you can help me with a few things, you're free to do as you want. You're being awfully nice for someone who forcefully converted me, Viper chuckled. Well, what do you want to know? Tartarus, what do you know about it? Ashton asked, ignoring Viper's remark. The smile on Viper's face disappeared faster than snow in midsummer. Judging by his look, he knew more than the facility's address. That place, stay away from there. Viper stammered, you can't possibly imagine the carnage those sick bastards have caused. To them, it doesn't matter who you are and which faction you belong to. If you can walk, they will relentlessly experiment on you until they are satisfied or you are dead. Viper did not say another word. His apathetic eyes reflected the state of his shattered mind. They must have done quite a number on him for him to behave like this. Ashton didn't know whether the rage he was feeling was because Viper was now a member of his pack or for another reason. But one thing was certain, those bastards should start counting their days. Chapter 474 Tartarus Invasion 1. Within moments, Viper revealed Tartarus' location. Unlike Ashton's belief, the facility was nowhere near Fright City. Hell, the site wasn't even on the mainland like the rest of the facilities. Since the experiments conducted there could harm the general populace of the city, it was constructed on an island south of the city. Tartarus was an island prison, which was later turned into a research facility, roughly half a century back. According to Viper, the place was filled with twisted individuals who knew nothing but to kill their target. Viper further stated the corpsification gas was tested there before being deployed over Lycania. However, he wasn't sure as he wasn't involved in the project and only heard about it through walls. Finally, Viper revealed the reason behind Nirvana's twisted love of conducting experiments, and the reason was not pretty. Since nuclear weapons couldn't harm the mutants, the then king decided to create a new weapon of mass extinction, which they did in the form of this corpsification gas you talked about. He mumbled softly, however, they couldn't do it alone, so they requested help from outworldly species. While the weapon was in the developmental phase, they needed something to keep the rest of the planet in check. Therefore, they decided to make an army of mutants to force their will on the world if deemed necessary. Pretty smart of them, Ashton nodded. While the rest of the world was busy rebuilding their nations, Nirvana said fuck everything and focus on the future domination plan. A quiet and unique approach to shaking the world without anyone noticing. Ashton had a few more questions he needed answers to, but their chat had already taken more time than anticipated. The woman who brought Ashton to clean the room returned before he or Viper had the time to react. "Oh, you did a good job. What is going on here?" The woman blurted out once Viper entered her field of vision. Securitim. Shimim. Before things could get any more complicated, Viper launched a tentacle at her. Within moments, the tentacles wrapped around the woman like she was sushi. "I thought she was with you?" Ashton's remark confused Viper. "Why would you think that?" He questioned. "I'm an assassin. I work alone. She was the one who lured me inside the office, and with all the security I thought it was a trap to catch me." Viper began laughing as soon as Ashton revealed his reasons for doubting the woman. But in Viper's mind, a single question popped. Why would someone think the undead would go to such an extent to capture one man? When the president or some other official wanted things done, they did it secretly. Making a show of such a scale wasn't their style, as they preferred taking a swift and smooth approach to disposing of unwanted presence. It didn't make sense, and Viper conveyed the real reason why the office was so crowded. A new governor has been appointed to take care of the mess left behind by the now-deceased governor. Viper explained. As for the force, all of them have gathered here for the governor's first oration, nothing more. At that moment, Ashton could hear Astaroth laughing his ass off. For hours, Ashton had been acting as if all the preparation he had witnessed was for him. The presence of the guards, the weapons, everything was a mere coincidence, nothing more. "They organized a party for me. I'd have to attend it." The confidence in your voice when you said that, haha. Alright, it's enough. No need to act immaturely. Like hell it is enough. Ashton decided it was better to ignore Astaroth because he wasn't stopping anytime soon, and he couldn't blame him. He knew if their roles were reversed, he wouldn't just be laughing. A forgotten thought re-emerged in Ashton's mind through the echoes of his laugh. Wait, if that's true then? Ashton got lost in his thoughts. "What's wrong?" Viper asked, concerned with Ashton's silence. "I came here because I was supposed to get a clue about Tartarus here." Ashton replied, "At least that's what I got to know after hacking through countless servers. So when you attacked me, I thought either you or someone else planted the leak to capture me." Viper's expression was everything Ashton needed to know. The Auctioneer had no idea what he was talking about. However, if it wasn't Viper, then who could have possibly planted the bait? "Where is this new governor of yours?" Ashton inquired. "She's right here." Viper replied, shaking his tentacle, "Though I don't think she is capable enough of doing what you're thinking. Uncover her mouth for a minute. You know she'll scream the second I let go, right?" "No, she won't." Ashton smiled. "I have a trick up my sleeve." Viper sighed but did as he was told, and just as he had predicted, the moment the woman was free, she opened her mouth to scream. However, much to Viper's astonishment, she closed her gaping mouth and sat down like an obedient puppy. Having no idea what was going on, Viper turned towards the only man who could rid him of his doubts. "Why the surprised look?" "I told you I had a trick." Ashton winked at him. "You can control the undead too." "What the fuck are you?" Viper exclaimed in disbelief. "Why didn't you use it since the beginning? Things would have been a lot easier for both of us. There's a time for everything and it's now." Ashton shrugged before turning his attention towards the new governor. "Who do you work for?" "The democratic country of Nirvana." "Let's try a different approach." "Who assigned you this post?" "The president." Ashton looked at Viper for confirmation, and he nodded. "The president personally selects and trains the candidates to take over important posts as these." "Good. Since you're close to the president, you must know a way into Tartarus, don't you?" Chapter 475 Tartarus Invasion 2. As prisoners? Ashton quizzed Lucia. "The governor, that's the only way to enter Tartarus?" Lucia nodded. "I only have the authority to collect and send prisoners for experiments. One would require a recommendation letter from the president to join Tartarus even as a gatekeeper." Ashton was hoping Lucia would at least be able to send him in as a guard. That way, he could move freely and gather information about his father. But being a prisoner would limit his ability to do so. While he could change his appearance to imitate one of the guards to take what he wanted, it was unlikely that prisoners would be allowed to use their abilities freely. Considering the undead are in contact with Outworlders, Tartarus must have the technology to negate the inmates' abilities. Talking to Viper only confirmed his doubts. "I won't be able to use Corpse Parade to control the undead either. You might as well forget about using your inventory. If they can block people from using their abilities, they should have precautions in place against using one's inventory as well." The more they thought about it, the more Ashton realized how stupid his plan was. Infiltrating Tartarus from the inside was impossible. Take his abilities and weapons and there was little he could accomplish. At this rate, an invasion would prove more fruitful than infiltration. It seemed Viper was thinking along the same lines. Instead of infiltrating, an all-out invasion felt like a better choice, even though both options were suicidal. But then again, invading Tartarus wasn't a joke. On top of that, they had no idea about the defenses deployed around the facility. Attacking despite the lack of intel was like inviting death over on Christmas Eve. "I need to think things over." Ashton abruptly got up to leave but stopped for a moment. As of now, you are not in charge of the city affairs. Since she's under my influence, she would help you out. I'm an assassin, not a politician who can. Don't worry, just let Lucia manage the city as usual. You need to make sure no one gets suspicious, and if they do, well, you know what to do then. Ashton replied, I'll visit you when I have a plan in place. Until then, carry on your duty as an assassin for the crown. Alright, but I'm telling you, leaving me in charge is a risky move. Viper urged Ashton to rethink his decision, but in vain. What's life without a little risk? Ashton smiled and left, pushing the trolley of cleaning supplies as he did. There was never a dull night in Fright City. Despite being a town filled with undead, it was pretty lively. Ashton would have mistaken the city for a pre-war paradise if he didn't know the truth about Nirvana. However, Ashton wasn't in the club for pleasure tonight, even if his appearance suggested otherwise. Altering his facial features had become a habit of his, one that had helped him immensely ever since stepping foot in the city. As he slowly sipped down a cocktail consisting of human blood, he couldn't help but wonder how many people would have to be sacrificed to run the city. 14,052, Anna whispered in his ears before joining him. I'm not sure how much livestock they have to provide an uninterrupted supply of food and drinks. That's something I would never want to know. Ashton sighed before chugging down the remainder of his drink. So, got any success? Anna shook her head. Catching her is going to be much tougher than I thought. I'm unsure whether it's something she received training for in Tartarus or something she picked up on her own, but tracking her is almost impossible. She escaped from Tartarus. If she weren't talented enough, she'd either be dead or have never made it out of prison in the first place. Ashton replied, either way I found a lead. Ashton explained what he had been busy with, and Anna was both pissed and pleased simultaneously. She was angry because what Ashton did was the single most reckless thing he could have done. However, since he managed to get some intel, his recklessness could be excused. But it didn't mean Anna wouldn't give him shit for it later. Now all we need is a rough blueprint of the facility. Once we do that, we can think of striking them down. Ashton went on, to get that, we will need someone who has been inside the place, or should I say lived inside those walls. Alina. She's the safest option. The way things stood, Ashton had two options. Either force the information out of Alina or persuade her to help. But for either of these, they would have to corner her so she would hear them out. Not the best way to go about a conversation. Unfortunately, it is the only way to get her talking. Ashton mumbled, don't you think so, Alina? The woman sitting next to him choked on her drink. She hurriedly got up, intending to leave while she had the chance, but Ashton was faster than her. Grabbing her hand, he pulled her back to her seat. How did you know? It doesn't matter, Ashton cut her off. What matters is your answer, will you help us or not? Without the blood on her face, Alina looked rather attractive, not as beautiful as Anna, but in the same league with different ranks. However, the coldness in her eyes negated the beauty of her face. You know I could kill you this very moment without lifting a finger? We both know you already tried and failed miserably, Ashton scoffed. If you're going to bluff, then I'll suggest you get some more practice first. Just answer my question, will you help us or not? I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to. Alina replied, but I have a condition, I'll come with you. Mind telling us why? Anna chimed in. I need to rescue someone, that's all I'm gonna tell you. Alina sternly replied before going silent. Very well then, let's get to planning. Chapter 476, Tartarus Invasion 3. While Alina savored the flavor of taste-filled food, Anna and Ashton were busy having a discussion of their own. Anna was worried about Alina joining them as they didn't know her, nor was she under Ashton's influence like Viper was. Moreover, her unpredictable nature could lead to unnecessary complications throughout the operation. But the thing he was concerned about the most was Alina's intelligence. Even though she looked like a goof while eating, there was no denying she was a capable individual. After all, not only did Alina fool her, as the latter tailed her, she turned the tables on Anna, following her back to the club undetected. Had it not been for Ashton, Anna would have never known Alina was sitting beside them the whole time they discussed her. For these reasons, Anna was skeptical about allowing Alina to join them. I know how you feel, and your reasons are all valid. Ashton gently grabbed her face. However, she's the only one who successfully managed to escape Tartarus. She's the only one who can get us inside that prison fortress. I know, but I'm having a bad feeling about this. Do you trust me? With my life? Then don't worry about me. Ashton whispered as he kissed her forehead. You know me, don't you? She might not know this, but she'll forfeit her life as soon as the thought of betraying us crosses her mind. Although Ashton didn't explicitly tell her what he meant by that, Anna understood the meaning behind his words. One of his shadow lieutenants had already been placed inside Alina's shadow, waiting to execute the target on their master's command. Having this information certainly took some weight off Anna's mind. Despite Ashton's preventive measures, she had decided to keep close tabs on Alina. At that moment, someone rhythmically rapped on the door. Alina immediately jumped off the bed, refusing to let go of the heavenly chicken drumstick. Anna positioned herself between Alina and Ashton as the latter approached the door. Your knocking sequence was off. I could have killed you for that. Ashton joked before letting Viper in, quickly introducing everyone. The lady in red is Anna, and the goof on the bed is Alina. This is Viper. Alina exclaimed before rushing in for a hug. Ashton looked at Anna, who happened to be staring right at him. Viper and Alina knew each other? What a fortunate turn of events. Hey little one. So you're the one who escaped the prison. Viper smiled. Can't say I'm surprised, honestly. After a moment, Ashton asked the obvious question. Let me guess, you met her during your stay in Tartarus? Sure did. Alina replied with a beaming smile, her arms still wrapped around Viper's torso. He was my instructor back in the facility, and the only one who treated us more than test subjects. Who would have thought the big bad assassin is a softie? Ashton teased them before everyone finally settled down. Since Viper knew Alina, Ashton's complicated feelings about Alina diminished a bit. Moreover, since Viper was under his authority, Alina wouldn't dare try double-crossing them. Still, he didn't order Celeste out of her shadow as a guarantee of Alina's goodwill towards them. That said, Ashton wanted to know more about Alina to put Anna at ease, and immediately pushed the topic towards them. Viper understood Ashton's intentions and helped him along. But one thing bothered Anna, and she had no desire to sit on it even for a moment. I find it weird that she escaped from the facility and you had no idea about it? Anna questioned the duo. Considering how close you two are, I think you'd be the first one to find her. After all, you certainly have the skills to do so. The stern look on Alina's face made it clear she wasn't all too happy with the accusatory question thrown her way. But Viper was more than glad to quell Anna's thoughts on the matter. I have already informed Ashton about my circumstances. Even though I might not look like it, I was nothing more than a puppet working under the president's orders. Since finding or capturing Alina wasn't a task assigned to me, there was nothing I could have done to find her. The entire reason why I'm even here at the moment is all thanks to him. Viper turned to Ashton with a smile. Had he not destroyed the chip embedded in me, I would still be getting my hands dirty for the sake of man I haven't even met. I hope that clears your doubt? Anna nodded. As long as you don't give me a reason to raise my blade against you, we'll get along just fine. This wasn't how Ashton wanted his team to have their first meet and greet, but in hindsight, it could have gotten way worse. With hostilities out of the way, Viper continued his story. In the gist of it, before Viper was forced into becoming an assassin, he was assigned the job of an instructor to train potential assets. The arrangement didn't last for long, as a couple of months later, Viper was chipped and didn't return to Tartarus. It happened 6 years ago when Alina was 13. After his departure, things changed within the facility, forcing Alina to risk fleeing, a feat even Viper failed to achieve. That reminds me, where's Jay? For as long as I remember, you were inseparable. Viper asked, and all the happiness on Alina's face disappeared instantly. I wasn't the only one attempting to escape, but I was the only one who did it. Alina sniffled. Everyone else got captured. That's why you want to return, to free them? Ashton realized the pieces were finally getting together. Alina nodded. Had the situation been any different, Ashton would have praised her resolve. However, the news she gave them would put a stint on their plans. Rescuing someone in a regular prison cell was easy, but since these people had been caught trying to escape, they'd be placed in high security. Which meant his quick and out strategy was out of consideration. An all-out war, just the way I like it. Got any ideas? I can come up with a few things. Chapter 477, A Twisted Reunion 1. A couple of days later. The lightning flashed and pushed its inverted limbs down to the battlefield. In 3 seconds, the loud boom of thunder struck the air. Light and docile raindrops soon turned heavy and violent. Moments later, the rumbling thunder came, and right on cue, the rain began to fall even more haphazardly from the sky as if it wasn't entirely committed to rain. Damn. Just look at that explosion. Miko, one of the soldiers stationed at the west wing of the Tartarus, said in awe, I wish I would have been stationed near the north or east wing. The view from there would have been more exciting, don't you think? Oh, just shut up and focus on the task we have been given, understand? Noel retorted as he took another drag from his cigarette. It was a wonder his cigarette wasn't going out in such terrible weather. Soon the raindrops began getting heavier and heavier as the clouds raged through the heavens. Say whatever you want, but isn't our section chief the best? He's fighting against those humans by himself. Yeah, he's great and all. But he's still a new fly here. Noel retorted. Besides, those human bastards deserve a harsher punishment for even thinking about escaping. That's true. We got an earful thanks to those bastards. More so because of the bitch that ran away. The first soldier continued. I heard she went on a killing spree back in the mainland. It seems despite her flaws she was quite strong. She is impressive, unlike the Twinkie roll between your legs. Now shut the fuck up and focus. Wait, did something move there? The guy threw his cigarette and grabbed a pair of night vision-enabled binoculars. Despite his high-class equipment, Noel had trouble differentiating the figures in the dark as it was already pitch black, and the rain only made it worse. Then suddenly, a bolt of white-hot lightning broke the utter blackness, cleaving the night in parts and lit up the surface but only for the briefest of moments. In that violent but short period of brightness, Noel saw something their enemy did not want him to. Miko, who was still busy gazing towards the direction in which the chief was punishing the humans, was utterly oblivious to what his partner saw. "Ah, you never told me how much you hate my Twinkie." He mindlessly laughed at his partner. "You quick inform the others we have company. We have tough." The binoculars slipped from his hands, and he fell backwards with a loud thud. He died instantly. "Your cheap pranks won't work on me anymore, bastard, haha." Miko thought Noel was trying to pull off a prank of some sort as usual and paid no attention to it. However, when Noel didn't reply to anything Miko was saying, Miko instantly turned to the other side, only to see Noel's lifeless body near him. A giant gaping hole had replaced Noel's head, and a pool of blood was subsequently formed due to the bullet. Before he could even realize how it all happened, a shot hit him too, and he fell beside the person who was his partner in the military as well as in life. It was so dark even their fellow soldier would not have been able to discover their lifeless bodies until it was too late. Another streak of lightning traced the path of its predecessor and unveiled the ones who attacked the soldiers. Under cover of bad weather, Ashton lay flat on his stomach with a sniper rifle in his hands. From a distance it seemed he was flying, but in reality, he had mounted the Jeholan ship they had brought along to make a quick escape in case things got ugly. "West coast is clear." Ashton radioed in the rest of them. "Anna, land the ship 2 kilometers ahead. Well, proceed by foot from there." "Roger," Anna replied as Ashton made his way back inside the ship. Pulling stunts like these had become a hobby of Ashton's, and since Anna was around him most of the time, she had gotten used to it as well. But that wasn't the case for Alina and Viper, who greeted Ashton with wide-open mouths in awe of his abilities. Stormy weather could be considered a curse for snipers. The raging wind and constant interruption in the form of water drops could throw off even the most seasoned sharpshooters. However, Ashton almost made it seem too easy by taking down more than 20 soldiers within a few minutes. Anna's vehicular skills were equally praiseworthy. After all, making the ship stay still during a storm couldn't be easy. "I'm glad I met them before they turned hostile," Alina muttered in disbelief. "At least you didn't do what I did," Viper replied. "My stupid ass thought I could take him down. But now I know Ashton had no intention of killing me. If he did, we wouldn't be having this conversation." Before they could continue their fanboying moment, Anna's voice snapped them out of their stupor. "We're about to land. Get ready." The ship touched the ground like a feather. So far, there were no signs suggesting the enemy was aware of their attacks. Once on land, the actual attack would commence. "All right, grab your weapons and let's go," Ashton exclaimed as he walked out. According to the intel Alina provided, they had a minute before the surveillance team would radio in on the fallen soldiers for attendance. If no one responded to the call, the alarms would go off, making things irreversibly worse for them. "I'll go ahead and make sure the alarm doesn't go off," Ashton explained as wings materialized on his back. "Viper, you're with me." "Got it," Viper responded, grabbing onto Ashton's arm. "Guess we're stuck with each other then." Anna joked while offering her arm to Alina. "Hold tight. Things are about to get rough from here on out." I know. Just get me close enough and it'll make things easier for you." Alina scoffed as she begrudgingly accepted Anna's hand. Chapter 478: A Twisted Reunion 2. Meanwhile, inside the prison, the section chief was busy dealing with the rebels. No one had ever thought of escaping Tartarus, yet these pieces of shit not only had the forbidden thought but almost turned it into reality. All because of their stupidity. He got reprimanded by the president and given a final warning. One more mistake and he would have to spend the rest of his life in Tartarus, but this time as a prisoner. Standing 5'10" tall, this pasty-skinned man had a devout feel about him. Apart from the distinctive burn scar on his back, a particularly notable feature was his fake freckles. Why he had them was a mystery even to his closest confidant. "Fucking bastards made my life difficult," Mykosh spat on the prisoners' faces, still enraged by their actions. "Bring me my cigar." One of the guards rushed to the boss with a delicately packed flavor bomb as Mykosh referred them all. The guard didn't bring a lighter because Mykosh didn't need such trivial things. As soon as the cigar touched his lips, it burst into flames. Mykosh took a long drag before focusing his attention towards the humans. He grabbed the nearest man by his hair and whispered into his ear, "Tell me where that bitch is and all of us will be happy. Refuse and I'll be the only one laughing while the rest of you cry your eyes out." The man, exhausted from 3 days of continuous beating, could barely speak. Jay had been the closest to Alina, so his punishment was much more severe than the rest of them. But even after being restlessly tortured for days, he had not said a word to aid the officials. One could say torturing him was like banging one's head against a mountain. He wasn't ready to yield no matter what the guards or Mykosh did to him. That's why when Jay opened his mouth to say something, Mykosh lent him his ear, thinking the bastard had finally learned his lesson. However, he couldn't have been more wrong. "Ask your wife to jerk me off and I'll tell her where Alina is." Jay smirked weakly. "Oh wait, didn't she beat your ass the last time you met? Doubt she'll listen to you." Mykosh saw red. In his fit of rage, he forced the burning cigar into Jay's mouth, making sure to burn his tongue in the process. Jay flailed his arms, trying his best to escape the chief, but Mykosh quickly overpowered him. Jay's screams were not enough to satisfy Mykosh's rage as the latter pulled his tongue out and slit it in half till it resembled a snake's tongue. Blood overflowed through Jay's mouth, smearing everything around him with blood. The rest of the prisoners watched in horror while the undead laughed as if they were watching a humorous play. However, Mykosh had severely underestimated Jay's fighting spirit. Ignoring the pain he was in, Jay raised his hand to attack Mykosh while his back was turned to him. Sadly for him, his body was in disagreement with his spirit. After being tortured for days, he didn't have enough strength to continue fighting. Mykosh knew it and didn't even bother trying to dodge his attack as the soldier brought him another cigar. "I like you, bastard. I really do." Mykosh mumbled while enjoying his cigar in between. "You're not like the rest of the scaredy bastards who can't even look me in the eye. No, you're different." He pointed at the remaining prisoners. "They might say they want to kill me, but at the moment they'll hesitate because of the fear instilled in them. You, on the other hand, will not think for a moment before executing me." Mykosh nodded at a guard as they rushed and poured a potion over Jay's mouth and face. The quantity wasn't enough to heal his wounds, but only to stop the excessive bleeding. Once done, Mykosh approached him again. "Yes, that look of defiance you have. That's what I like about you the most. But I wonder what kind of face will you make when I kill that pretty girl of yours right in front of you? I have an even better idea. Why don't I chop off her limbs and let my boys use her like a living fleshlight?" Mykosh gave Jay his characteristic disgusting smile. "Maybe you'll finally get to hit it as well? You'd like that, wouldn't you?" It was at that moment Jay finally lost his crap and lashed out. But the soldiers were quick to get him under control, all while tossing him. "Entertain him a little while longer," Mykosh muttered while tying his elbow-length hair. "He'll be back after dinner." "Yes, sir." The soldiers bellowed simultaneously before getting to work. Once out of sight, Mykosh took a whiff of Jay's blood on his fist. As much as he wanted to taste such exotic blood, he had to restrain himself. After all, the test subjects were dosed with chemicals and whatnot on a regular basis, some of which could be fatal to the undead. One of these days. Why wait for that long? A voice echoed in the washroom. Mykosh turned around, but he was the only one inside the room, or so he thought. As he searched the stalls for the mysterious voice, someone jumped him, slamming his head to the floor. What? Crack. Before Mykosh could speak or do anything, he found himself under Anna's influence. Undead or not, a man could never deny a succubus gaze. Once Anna confirmed Mykosh's status, Ashton got off the man's back. "Is this him?" he asked Alina, who nodded. "About damn time," Anna exclaimed as her gaze wandered over to the pile of corpses over the room's far end. "Well, we got him. But what now?" Alina mumbled. "Now we go our separate paths," Ashton commented as he transformed into Mykosh. "We'll meet here in an hour, so rescue whoever you want in that time. And just so you know, I won't wait for you if you're late even by a second. An hour is more than enough." Viper responded before parting ways. Chapter 479, A Twisted Reunion 3. Unlike Alina, Ashton didn't have a clear goal in mind, nor did he know what he was searching for so desperately. He only knew there had to be something, a hint or likewise, to help him discover more about his father and his connection with Phantom. However, it was a bizarre situation as Ashton had no idea where his father could have left a clue for him to find. That was why he decided to disguise himself as the chief and get unrestricted access around the facility. Before sending Mykosh off with Viper and Alina, Ashton made sure to pull some information out of him about his father. Sadly, Mykosh had only been recently employed as the section chief and had no idea where Ashton's father could be. However, the undead disclosed some helpful information, such as the part of the facility where Ashton's father should have stayed as a prisoner from Lycania. Unfortunately, Mykosh was not carrying the admittance card to allow access to the cells, which meant Ashton would have to come up with another way to get inside the actual prison. On a positive note, since Ashton had been abusing alteration to change his appearance at least once a day, the skill finally evolved. Now not only could he imitate someone's face, but he could also steal their voice. Thanks to the much-needed upgrade, Ashton no longer had to fear accidental exposure and confidently went through rooms and corridors. During this time, Anna strictly communicated through telepathy, not wanting to expose their disguise. "We cannot waste the time we have randomly wandering around," she urged. "We need help and need it fast." Ashton nodded in agreement. It would take days to search the entire facility if they went to check every room. His stealthy approach wasn't due to fear of the undead but out of caution for unforeseen circumstances. After meeting Viper and Alina, Ashton was confident there could be potentially more dangerous test subjects in prison. Therefore, basing his opinion on them, Ashton wasn't a fan of confronting them head-on. After all, he was on their turf and caution was warranted under those circumstances. While he could employ the help of his soldiers to ease his search, unfortunately, they were preoccupied at the moment. Celeste was keeping an eye on Alina from the shadows while Sven was by Viper's side to protect him from unforeseen circumstances, leaving Ashton with Atlas and Raven. Calling Atlas for help was a big no as he was a literal warmonger, and Ashton had no intention of summoning him until he had no other choice. As for Raven, he was making himself useful by guarding the surveillance room to ensure no one would trigger the alarms while the rest of them went about their business. That said, Ashton was short on time, and this was the final opportunity he would get to discover the truth about his father. Being overly cautious during this phase could lead to their failure. Fuck it. Instead of looking for clues, Ashton decided it was time to abuse Mykosh's authority and grab the next soldier he saw by the collar. Who the hell, the soldier angrily mumbled, but his face changed when he saw Mykosh as section chief. I didn't mean to insult. Smack. Did I give you permission to bark, you imbecile? Ashton slapped the man, only to speak before the soldier could respond to him. Take me to the holding cells. Sir? The chief's order confused the soldier. Why would the man in charge of the entire facility need a lowly soldier like him to be a guide? Something wasn't adding up. But before the soldier had the chance to question Mykosh, the ambitious part of his mind overpowered the logical one. Instead of questioning the chief, the soldier considered it an opportunity to get to Mykosh's good side and climb through the ranks as quickly as possible. Private Dwayne Dawson at your service, chief. Dwayne pulled his best salute out of his ass to look good in front of Tartarus Top Dog. Anna looked at Ashton through the corner of his eyes, only to find him as clueless as she was. Both of them thought the other had gotten the soldier under their influence when they realized that wasn't the case. Dwayne's eagerness to work with them felt odd, to say the least. I had no idea that Mykosh fucked had terrorized them into absolute submission or some shit. Even I'm surprised. But I guess it works in our favor, Anna replied. Within moments they were standing in front of a massive door made of titanium alloy. While Earthlings might have difficulty breaching the doors, Ashton could put the door away with some time and effort. Thankfully, he did not have to waste either. Dwayne walked up to the door and entered the code. However, the door was still in place. The following moment, Ashton realized Dwayne did not enter the lock code as he believed. Instead, he called the soldier stationed on the other side of the door. Why does a private want, sir? The soldier stationed on the other side was moments away from verbally thrashing Dwayne when he saw the man standing behind him. It's an honor, sir. Stop wasting my time and open the doors, Ashton ordered in the sternest voice possible. Unlike Dwayne, this soldier took notice of Anna. Previously, whenever Chief Mykosh had to visit a prisoner, he did it alone. He went so far as to rid the guards while he was inside. If that wasn't weird enough, few female soldiers were stationed on the island. Therefore, the soldier in charge of the gates knew most of the women working there, and the one accompanying the chief wasn't one of them. Ashton saw the guard's wandering gaze shifting towards Anna and knew he needed to act before they started questioning him. If you're wondering who she is, Ashton casually pointed at Anna, I don't know either. However, she's here under the president's order. You know what that means, don't you? A few seconds passed, and the soldier on the other side didn't move from his station. Just as Ashton thought their cover was blown, the doors opened from the inside, allowing Ashton access to the Vault of Secrets. However, before entering the prison, Ashton pulled Dwayne aside. No one, and I mean no one, is allowed inside while we're inside. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Dwayne saluted them again, smiling from ear to ear. I won't disappoint you, sir. Good lad. Ashton patted him on the shoulder as the door closed behind them. Chapter 488 Twisted Reunion 4. The world inside the door was in complete contrast to the outside. While the outer area looked as if it was barely maintained, the inner section was squeaky clean. No speck of dust could be found on the white floors and walls. Had it not been for the prison cells on both sides of the corridor, Ashton would have thought he was visiting some high-end hotel to enjoy the weekend. Moreover, while the undead refrained from openly using alien technology in the cities, they had gone all out for the actual prison. All these, Anna was too stunned to speak her mind. I guess aliens have been a lot closer to us than we thought, Ashton mumbled. We have always been closer than you think. Haven't you heard of Area 51? Some Type 2 civilizations treated it like a getaway trip from their monotonous life. That's news to me. Ashton was a bit surprised about what Astaroth said, but it wasn't the strangest thing he had ever heard. I heard it was fantastic, and in exchange for visiting Earth they had to pay in technology. You won't believe how those people ripped off the humans. You sure are quite jolly talking about our history. Of course I am. Don't take it to your heart, but the humans weren't the brightest bunch. I heard some aliens even managed to form a group called the Illuminati to rule over the Earth for centuries, and the humans had no idea about it. Well, some did, but no one believed them, so. Oh my, thanks for the modern affairs lesson. But if you don't mind, I have a job to do. Ashton wisely decided not to indulge Astaroth anymore, or his constant blabbering would irate him. Back in prison, most of the cells were occupied by humans who were barely humans anymore. Most of them had been merged with animal DNA, which gave them ridiculous looks. As far as Ashton could see, agony and madness were the only things accompanying these lab rats. Although he had convinced himself that he was no longer a human and did not care about them, Ashton's resolve shook violently as rage surged inside him. At the moment, he had to force himself to think why he was there. Had it not been for his father, he wouldn't be able to hold back and destroy all the bastards who dared to do something so cruel. Anna seemed to read Ashton's mind and rushed to comfort him. Sensing her touch managed to snap him back to reality. As the duo went through the glass cells, the occupants rushed to the opposite end of their cells. It was as if the mere sight of Ashton made them fearful for their lives. Not one of them was bold enough to stand up to Ashton, which made him wonder what Mykosh could have possibly done to them for them to be so scared of him. Letting him live was a mistake. Ashton mumbled, "Thankfully I'll have time to correct it." At that moment, a man wearing a yellow hazmat suit appeared before them. Thanks to the white background, Anna easily spotted the man, and so did he. "What are you doing here?" "Guards. Guards, there's an intruder." The man yelled, not knowing the guards had already left the chamber. "Stop yelling, for fuck's sake." Ashton yelled back, startling the weak scientist. "Ooh, Chief Mykosh, it's you." The scientist let out a sigh of relief. "I thought someone had invaded us, haha. Stupid me, how can that happen as long as you are there to protect us?" "Excuse my arrogance, but would you mind telling me who the woman is accompanying you? She doesn't seem to be undead." God, this man talks a lot, Ashton thought before coming up with an excuse. Thankfully, the scientist solved his little problem himself. You must be here to oversee the revitalization of our most prized test subject. I completely forgot to inform you, but it has been rescheduled for next week. Please don't kill me, haha, of course you won't." Little did the man know how close he was to death, and with every word out of his mouth, he only got closer and closer. At that moment, Ashton heard Anna's voice to telepathy. "Everyone seems to be scared of that man even more than you." Ashton looked around. Much to his surprise, the occupant of each cell was shivering like they saw a ghost or something. Their reaction, coupled with how casually the man was talking to Mykosh, was enough to let Ashton know the man under the hazmat suit was someone important, and someone important would surely know his father. However, he couldn't directly ask the man about his father, or he might get suspicious. Therefore, Ashton decided to bring it up in the most casual way possible. "I see." Ashton replied, maintaining his role. "Well, we can't let her visit go to waste, can we? We should let Lady Bella see the result of your hard work herself." "Whoa, did something happen to you?" The man laughed, finally taking his helmet off. "You never showed any interest in them, and now you're asking me to give you a tour?" As soon as the man took the helmet off, Ashton had to fight the urge not to puke. The bald man had a glass covering half his head, acting as a makeshift skull. That wasn't all. The guy had augmented and mechanized his body to the point he could no longer classify as an undead anymore. The closest thing he resembled was an Enobot than an undead or human or anything born on Earth. "I still don't care about them," Ashton replied, "but the president does. That's why she's here. The sooner you give her what she wants, the happier both of us will be." True. I would also be interested in the experiment's progress if I had my life on the line." The man casually replied, "Come on then, you'll be pleased to see our progress." Chapter 481, A Twisted Reunion 5. The man led them to the room's far end, where an elevator shaft was hidden in plain sight. Ashton and Anna were surprised by this, as they would have never found the secret elevator if they had been alone, assuming Ashton's dad was long gone. In a way, the scientist had saved them a lot of trouble. Too bad Ashton had already decided to kill anyone, and everyone he saw there for their crimes. The scientist, unaware of everything going on inside Ashton's head, was excitedly chatting as if they were on a picnic trip. His squeaky voice irritated Ashton to the point where he was willing to kill him just because of his annoying voice. "Hold it in, you'll get your chance soon." "I hope so." "Here we are," the scientist mumbled before hastily opening the doors. Ashton was surprised to see all the hustling and bustling on the lower floor. The quietness of the upper laboratory floors had fooled the duo into thinking the scientist was the only one inside apart from them. But there were dozens upon dozens of men wearing lab coats going on and about their job. Unlike the upper floor, the lower floor had no holding cells. Instead, the floor was filled with different types of equipment that neither Anna nor Ashton had seen before. Each of the equipment was being attended to by several people. Everyone was so hard-pressed on their job that no one noticed the two strangers walking amongst themselves. Either they did not give a crap about who comes and goes in their secret base, or they were confident in their security, which was laughable. Let's not disturb anyone and head straight to the main event. By the way, I only realized I never introduced myself to the lady. The scientist quickly jumped in front of Anna and took her hand. "The name's Dr. Morris, and you're not cold?" Morris immediately let go of Anna's hand as if it repulsed him before turning his attention towards Ashton. His jolly demeanor was long gone. "Were you aware?" "What do you think?" Ashton replied while squinting his nose. "There must be a reason why the president sent someone like her to witness your genius." "I doubt that's the case here." Morris got increasingly suspicious of Anna. "You said you had the president's letter, would you mind sharing it?" Morris' annoying voice soon caught everybody's attention. Ashton knew the gig was up. Morris had noticed the discrepancies, but Ashton wasn't one to give up so easily, even if it meant ending everyone inside the room. However, before he could put his thoughts into action, a loud explosion took everybody's attention away from them. Before anyone knew what was happening, glass shards flew everywhere, killing dozens of people and injuring even more. "Patient Zero has broken confinement." I repeat, patient 0 has broken confinement. Requesting backup. The sunset protocol has been activated. All exits have been shut down until further notice. Taking advantage of the situation, Ashton and Anna went into action, silencing as many people as possible before the guards inevitably came rushing down. Unfortunately, Morris took advantage of the chaos and slipped past them relatively unharmed. Go. I'll handle things here. Anna urged Ashton before donning her battle armor. Thanks. Ashton hurriedly replied before taking off. Atlas, protect her. Roger. The giant grinned, crawling out of his master's shadow. Finally, it's my turn. With Atlas by Anna's side, Ashton could freely chase after Morris, who was running in the direction of the explosion. What the hell is going on here? I don't have a good feeling about this. Neither do I. What the hell is that thing? From a distance, Ashton saw a hulking beast killing everything in his path. The few guards stationed on the lower floor tried their best to hold off the beast until backup arrived, but all of it was in vain. The beast was designed to be unstoppable. The hulking beast had impenetrable skin, granting him absolute defense against bullets and sharp objects. At the same time, his fingers resembled blades made of diamond, easily tearing through everything in sight. As if those weren't enough, the creature's whip-like tail was a menace, slicing people in half as if cutting through a tatami mat. Apart from those monstrous features, Patient 0, as he was called, looked like a man on steroids. While everyone was running away from Patient 0, Morris was headed straight towards him. Shit. Ashton cursed before rushing to capture the mad scientist. Morris was the only one who could reveal what happened to his father. His death before that was unacceptable to Ashton. Hey buddy. It's me. You remember me, don't you? Morris yelled as if he was greeting an old colleague. Look, I know you're upset about your death and all, but hey, you're back and that's what matters the most. Don't you think? Before Morris could complete his words, his buddy charged straight towards him, and he wasn't coming to hug him. Despite watching Zero head towards him, Morris refused to move, even when Zero drew his claws to rip him in half. Zero swung his claws at Morris, who had closed his eyes and waited. However, before Zero could hurt Morris, Ashton kicked the mad scientist out of harm's way. Unfortunately, he couldn't dodge the blow himself and was flung to the side, bursting through the wall. Art. Ashton groaned in pain as even his pain resistance couldn't soften the blow for him. Master. Sensing their master's pain, the summons couldn't help but call out to check on him. Don't leave your posts, Ashton replied, ignoring the pain. I'm fine. It took a few seconds before Ashton got back to his feet, only to realize that bastard Morris had not learned his lesson. This fucker. Ashton, what's wrong? This has to be some sick joke, right? Ashton mumbled as his legs gave out. How? Ashton. What's happening? Astaroth kept yelling, but Ashton didn't speak a word and helplessly kept staring at the monster in front. Morris was stomped to death a moment later, but Ashton didn't react. It almost seemed like he wasn't there anymore. Having no other choice, Astaroth invaded Ashton's mind to know what was wrong with him, but even he wasn't ready for the answer. Oh my, this can't be happening. That man is your father? How can this be? No. There has to be a mistake. Ashton, get up. Please get up. We have to go now. Chapter 482A Father's Gift 1. People say there are 5 stages of processing grief: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Ashton's case wasn't different. The stage of denial passed as quickly as it had appeared. Now was Rage's turn. All sense of reason and logic had long since left Ashton's mind. Was he being discreet? What was the point of it now that he found his father in such a pitiful state? The sole purpose he wanted things to be quiet was to ensure he could get his father out of there had he been alive. In a way, his father was alive, but Ashton wasn't deluded enough to think the creature in front of him was his father. The thing might have shared a resemblance with John, but it was no longer him. His body was only the shell, storing the soul of a monster within. At least that was what Ashton kept telling himself. Otherwise, he won't be able to do what needed to be done. Astaroth, is there any way to turn him back? I'm afraid not. See? Ashton quickly gathered himself while the creature was busy feasting on Morris. However, it didn't take long for the beast to turn his attention towards Ashton. Unlike before, the creature did not attack him immediately but gazed at Ashton as if he wanted to say something to him. For a moment, Ashton's resolve to put his father down quivered. Unfortunately, the moment did not last forever as the beast charged towards him like a cannonball. Despite having the build of an elephant, the creature was abnormally fast. So much so Ashton was barely able to raise his arms to soften the blow, but even then, he got sent flying away for the impact. Unsurmountable pain hit Ashton's body. 2 fingers of his left hand had been shattered, while his right forearm had been cracked as a result of the blow. Had it not been for the regeneration ability, the damage would have been much worse. Ashton, I know you're grief-stricken, but think about your mother, Anna, and countless others who love and admire you. How do you think they'll feel after losing you as well? It's difficult, I know it damn well, but don't let your anger cloud your judgment. We need to put your father out of his misery. For that, you need to be in your top form both physically and mentally. I'm not asking you to calm down, but use the rage within you to your advantage, not the other way around. Ashton refrained from speaking, but Astaroth sensed his words had gotten through his host. Ashton's raging blood had calmed down somewhat. The sensible part of Ashton's mind now synced with the raging one. While the situation wasn't perfect, it was the best they could have done. Ashton. Since all his attention was focused on his father, Ashton hadn't noticed he had been flung back to where he had left Anna and Atlas. However, Ashton raised his hand, gesturing them to stop where they were, and a moment later they realized why. The beast charged at Ashton again, but the latter was prepared this time. Ashton grabbed the creature's fist while the creature's claws ripped through his palm. Ashton's pain resistance wasn't high enough to negate the pain. Even then, Ashton didn't flinch a bit. The shock of seeing his father like that had numbed his senses, or maybe it was the endless adrenaline coursing in his body. Remember the quote you once told me, Dad? An eye for an eye will make the whole world blind? Ashton mumbled gloomily, guess what? The world had been blind for a long time, and it's time the bastards who did this to you felt it as well. Saying so, Ashton slowly transformed into his primal form. To take down the beast, he had to become one as well. It was the second time Anna had seen Ashton's Zompirewolf form, and it was just as intimidating as the first time, if not more. Thanks to the levels Ashton gained since the last time, his form had an even more menacing look than before. In his presence, even hell would appear like a children's playground. Even the mindless creature was a bit taken aback as he stepped back. However, Ashton did not let him go. That's your dad? Anna mumbled in shock, but Ashton wasn't in the mindset to answer questions. Atlas, take her and leave. I'll join you shortly. Ashton coldly replied before once again focusing on his father. You kept preaching nonviolence and look at you now, Dad, killing people left and right. I guess I truly am your son, don't you think so? As soon as those words escaped his mouth, Ashton threw a punch. The creature would have flown away from the impact, but Ashton had a firm grasp over one of his arms. Thanks to that, no matter how hard Ashton hit the creature, the latter would remain in his place. The punch was the last thing Anna saw before Atlas dragged her away, and it was for the better because things were about to turn ugly. The tentacles on the creature's back retaliated on the creature's behalf. In order to defend himself, Ashton had no choice but to let go of the creature's arm. A big mistake. Instead of backing up, the creature unleashed a barrage of attacks at Ashton. The tentacles ripped holes through Ashton's limbs. But to the creature's and Ashton's surprise, the wounds were not as severe as they should have been and healed over time till no scar was left behind. The creature tried again. However, after his transformation, Ashton was superior in terms of agility and blocked the attacks with a little effort. One by one, the creature lost his tentacles, arms, and tail. Anything the beast could have used to fight back was gone. At that moment, Ashton realized he could end the creature and put his father out of his misery, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Although he knew his father couldn't be saved, a part of him was hoping for a miracle. If he could drag out the battle, maybe his father would regain control over his mutated body. What if the creature got tired? What if he only destroyed the mutated parts? His father wouldn't be a monster without the monstrous organs, right? Ashton. I'm pathetic, aren't I? Tears flowed down Ashton's face. I know it's not possible, but still. If you want, I can do it for you. You won't have to see or remember anything. No. Ashton shook his head. I have to do it myself. It's the least I can do for him. However, Ashton did not want to send his father to the afterlife as a monster and transform back into his humanoid body. If there's an afterlife, I hope I'll meet you there. We have a lot to talk about, but for now, this is enough. There was no stopping the tears anymore as Ashton said his final goodbyes to his father. Goodbye, father. The next moment ripped the creature's heart out, finally putting his father to rest. However, something was off, and Ashton collapsed beside his deceased father in a turn of events. At first, Astaroth thought it was due to the combination of shock and exhaustion, but when he analyzed Ashton's body, he knew something more sinister was happening. Ashton? Ashton? What is happening? Get the fuck up, damn it. Astaroth kept yelling, but Ashton didn't react. How could he react when he was no longer there? Chapter 483, A Father's Gift 2. Ashton woke up with a start, panting as if he had finished a marathon. Was it just a dream? No matter how much Ashton wanted it to be a dream, he knew what he had gone through couldn't possibly be a fabrication of his mind. He had fought and killed his father or whatever was left of him either way. Wait, what is this place? Ashton hadn't noticed where he was as he was busy debating whether he had killed his father or not. But now that he looked around, he could say with certainty that he wasn't anywhere in Fright City. The place was too damn beautiful to belong to Earth. The scenery reminded him of the place his mind went to after Astaroth saved him from killing himself on board the Endearing while protecting Eula. Astaroth, is this you doing? Ashton yelled, I swear I'll kill you if you dare play tricks on me. Oi, can you hear me? Handing out death threats like postcards. I don't think your mother or I taught you such crude language. Before Ashton could continue yelling his heart out, he heard a familiar voice. A voice tucked away in a remote corner of his mind. A voice whose existence he had long since forgotten about, the voice of his father. Ashton immediately turned around to see a man in his late 30s smiling at him. At first, he was shocked to see the gray-haired man, but his eyes soon welled up as he bolted in his direction, wrapping his muscular arms around Jonathan. 13 years. That's how long Ashton had to wait to see his father again, to touch him again, to feel complete. Jonathan patted his son's head, patiently waiting for him to cry his sorrows away. "Now that you're done crying like a baby, shall we go for a walk?" Jonathan suggested, to which Ashton replied with a nod. "How are you? I mean, how can you?" Ashton felt so pathetic at the moment, as he couldn't even frame his question into words. But Jonathan just smiled, letting his son carry on. "This isn't a dream, is it?" "No, it's as real as anything will ever be," Jonathan replied, "or I should say it's happening inside your head." His father's answer confused Ashton even more, but he kept going. "But I killed you." "You sure did, but you only killed a part of me. Seemingly the final part." "Then how are you here?" "You have heard about soul fragments, have you not?" The comment confused Ashton. As far as he could remember, Celeste and the rest of his summons walked him through their regeneration process. They had mentioned something about a fragment of their soul always being held inside Valhalla that helped them regain their body after being destroyed. However, how did his father know about it? Ashton was about to ask it, but ultimately decided to push the questions back and enjoy what could be the last moments with his father. The father-son duo wordlessly kept walking, enjoying the silence and the beautiful forest scenery. However, the place was strangely void of any other living being apart from them. Despite what his raging heart wanted to believe, Ashton had to remind himself whatever he was seeing now was true, but it wasn't the reality. Once he wakes up, his father will be dead, and he will be back in the cruel world that took Jonathan away from his family. I see you haven't gotten rid of that habit of yours." Jonathan chuckled. "What habit?" Ashton questioned, confused by his father's comment. "Thinking of trivial things that don't matter when you can live in the moment." Jonathan replied, "Your mother was the same, you know. Always thinking of the future or repenting for the mistakes of the past. She never enjoyed a peaceful moment, let me tell you that." Ashton smiled, showing his agreement. Things went silent again until they reached a lake, and all the memories came rushing back to him. "Where are we?" Ashton asked to make sure he was correct. "You do know where we are, don't you?" The smile didn't leave Jonathan's face for all this time. "But how is it possible? How do you know anything about planet Euphoria?" "I guess it's time I revealed my secrets to you." Jonathan sat down and gestured for Ashton to do the same, but to answer your question, I'm one of the 3 people who designed the artificial planet, and the forest behind us was where humans were supposed to live, the Garden of Eden. Ashton was stunned into silence. He made sure his ears weren't ringing, and he heard his father correctly, yet his mind was having a tough time processing the information. "But that mean? I'm a precursor." "I know it's a lot to take in, but it's true." As Jonathan said those words, his smile finally disappeared from his face. "I was possibly the only precursor who took refuge on Earth. The rest either fled the galaxy or were killed by the Zyrants. But I don't think I need to narrate all that to you." "But how?" Ashton was at a loss for words. Never in a million years would he have thought something like this would happen. Although, in hindsight, everything would make sense if that was the case. However, the situation was still bizarre regardless. If Jonathan indeed was a member of the godlike species, then it would make sense how he could foresee Ashton's life and set a stage for him, as Mara mentioned. It would also make sense why the precursor pets recognized Ashton, and how his body could absorb conflicting genes perfectly. A precursor had created him. His unusual behavior and power were all the result of Jonathan's abilities. "That's where you are wrong," Jonathan replied as if he was reading Ashton's mind. "What I gave you were mere tools, and without a capable artisan, the tools are useless no matter how good of a tool they may be." He continued, "Don't sell yourself short, my son. You're still young and more talented than I ever was. The feats you have achieved are yours and yours alone. No one else's. Remember that." Ashton nodded, but he still needed clarification about everything. Millions of questions were running through his mind, but it seemed Jonathan wasn't going to answer any of them. "Would you look at that?" He smiled wanly. "It seems my time's up." Ashton had seen his father looking gloomy for the first time, and he knew it was the end. Until he remembered the precursors could reincarnate over and over till they have a soul fragment intact. Unfortunately, Ashton destroyed the last fragment moments ago. "It's not your fault. It had to happen for the sake of the future, your future." Jonathan comforted Ashton before getting up as the binary stars headed for a sunset. "But before I depart, there are some things I need to do. Would you mind opening your inventory for me?" Ashton opened his inventory as he was told, and to his surprise, the inventory allowed Jonathan to do as he pleased. Something that shouldn't have been possible for anyone but Ashton. As if that wasn't strange enough, Jonathan took out 2 things from the inside, the Staff of Eden and Grim Reaper's Scythe. Items that no one should have been able to touch without facing the consequences, not even Ashton. It's been a while since I had these. The blessing of creation in one hand and the curse of destruction in the other. You're the Grim Reaper too? Ashton inquired, but he didn't sound surprised, not even a little bit. It's so ridiculous, I'm not even surprised anymore. Well, let's get rid of the restrictions, shall we? Jonathan beamed before focusing towards the weapons. Following a bright light, Jonathan placed the equipment back inside the inventory. But then he also did something to Bauman because the trust factor the weapon had towards Ashton shot from 71% to 100%. Bauman will never leave your side, and you can use other weapons simultaneously without upsetting him, Jonathan replied. Also, the staff will no longer mutate its user in self-defense. I've made it so only Anna or you can use it. As for the scythe, you can use it without fear of becoming death. However, you'll only be able to use approximately 50% of its power. If you want to use it to the best of its ability, then I'm afraid you will have to sacrifice yourself for it. There's no way around it. Ashton appreciated his father's gifts more than he'll ever know. The outcome still saddened him, but he was content with everything. After all, he got to share a few precious moments with his father, which was the best gift he could receive. But before departing, Jonathan had a final piece of wisdom for his son. Remember, Ashton, while having allies and friends is important, it's also important not to blindly trust them, even the voice in your head. Saying so, Jonathan became one with nothingness, leaving Ashton perplexed but also at peace. Goodbye, Dad. Chapter 484 Blinding Fury 1. Finally, you're back. What happened to you? What? Ashton groaned as he got back to his feet. It took him a moment to realize his physique had altered yet again. Following his instinct, Ashton viewed his stats to see a shocking change, and all of his stats had shot up by 50 points. But that wasn't all. Mana consumption of his skills and their respective cooldowns had been reduced by 40%. It was as if he had evolved without going through the system, which was why Astaroth was so surprised, why Ashton silently thanked his father for his final gift. However, there were more surprises in tow. While Ashton's sudden growth was suspicious, it was downright ridiculous that he bypassed the restrictions Astaroth had placed on the scythe as an admin. After all, Astaroth had locked the scythe away, and Ashton couldn't have retrieved it by his will as he did with the rest of his weapons. But Ashton was now holding on to the scythe as if there were no restrictions on it. Oi brat, mind telling me what happened to you? Nothing about this is remotely normal. In his excitement, Ashton opened his mouth and almost blurted out everything when his father's parting words resurfaced in his mind. Remember, Ashton, while having allies and friends is important, it's also important not to blindly trust them, even the voice in your head. Ashton didn't ask Jonathan what he meant by it. After all, without Astaroth, he would have died a long time ago. It didn't make sense why Ashton couldn't trust him. But for now, he decided to heed his father's advice. So, I have no recollection of what happened. Ashton shrugged. I feel like it was a dream. You know, one of those that one can't remember after waking up, but they know it was a pleasant dream. Yeah, that can happen sometimes. Ashton felt Astaroth was taking his word with a grain of salt, but there was nothing he could do about it. What about the corpse? What about it? I thought you expect me to defile my father's corpse and raise him as an undead soldier? Ashton's voice was as cold as ice. In my defense, you could use him as the medium and create a lich. Drop it, alright? I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. I overstepped my boundary without caring about your emotions. Ashton hummed, not caring about his apology. The shroud of silence was soon torn to shreds when alarms glared above. It took them longer than I expected. Ashton coldly mumbled as the smile disappeared from his face. His father's mutated corpse was still in front, further fueling his fury. It was time the undead got to know the might of the Grim Reaper. But before he could exit the basement laboratory, the sound of rushed footprints alerted him. Bomband, Ashton mumbled, and the black sword shot out of his inventory by itself and took its place by his side. Great, suddenly Bomband trusts you completely. I'm not even going to ask you how that happened because of your stupid amnesia. Ashton didn't bother replying, deciding to focus on the task at hand. The footsteps got closer and closer, yet he refused to take cover or charge. His father might be gone, but he had no intention of abandoning his corpse. Whoever comes down from there, slice their head off. Ashton whispered, can you do it? Bomband took a swing in the air as if nodding in agreement. Ashton. Much to Ashton's surprise, Anna walked out of the elevator. However, faithful to his master's command, Bomband raced towards the succubus to put an end to her life. Bomband, wait. Ashton yelled just in time. A second late and it would have been disastrous. But at that moment, Ashton knew he would have to train Bomband not to hurt those he deemed close, like Anna and his mother. Otherwise, the mad sword could kill someone if he took their name in his sleep or something. What was that? Alina gasped as Bomband went back to Ashton's side. A soul weapon. Viper mumbled, those are rare to come by, even for outworlders like me. Behind them were half a dozen humans and Mykosh, who was still under Anna's influence. Meanwhile, Atlas tried his best not to make eye contact with Ashton as he had failed to complete Ashton's order. Although Anna was a bit taken aback by Bauman's attack, she rushed to check in on Ashton. Apart from a flesh wound on his cheek, he was as good as a person could have been. Then, her attention shifted towards the corpse by Ashton's side. Anna couldn't even follow through with her question. Just the mere thought of it got her choked up. But Ashton understood where she was headed with her question and nodded. "It's him," he lamented. "It's all right. You did the right thing." Anna wept her tears before hugging him. Ashton took in the warmth of her heart, but his rage wasn't ready to dwindle. Being in Jonathan's vicinity wasn't helping him either. "I don't know what's happening, but I get it's sad." Alina cried out. "Entire facility would be on our asses at any moment. We have to get out now." Ashton nodded. Sven, Celeste, Raven, come out. Much to Alina's and Viper's surprise, two shadowy figures jumped out of their shadow, while the third miraculously appeared beside them. "Master, your command? Guide them outside. As for you, Atlas, take my father's corpse along, and this time see it through." Ashton then turned towards Anna and gave her the Staff of Eden. "This is for you. Use it well." "Wait, Ashton, you're not coming with us?" Anna trailed off as Ashton acted like he wasn't leaving with them. Ashton shook his head. "Look, dude, we don't have time to waste." Alina tried reasoning with Ashton, as she knew staying back was a death sentence. "In that case, you should get going." Ashton emotionlessly replied. What will staying back in this kill box accomplish? Whether she wanted to admit it or not, she was eternally grateful to Ashton, and did not want to see him lose his life based on his clouded judgment. Alina looked towards Anna, her eyes pleading for help. But Anna knew it was too late. After living with Ashton, she knew one thing about his personality. Once he sets his mind to something, no one can change it. What can you possibly do to an army of undead and human hybrids? "What I should have done from the beginning," Ashton replied, holding his scythe as over 1,000 shadow soldiers appeared behind him. "If you don't want to witness the worst calamity this land had ever seen, I suggest you get going. I will not ask you a second time." Chapter 485 Blinding Fury 2. Fright City's cityscape tells the residents' story in colors, from the neon rainbow lights to the golden kitchen glows. Like a constellation of architecture, as calm and peaceful as heaven for its residents. The usual vibrant sky often complemented the city and added to its beauty. But not tonight. No longer did the sky make the town look lovelier. No longer was the atmosphere vibrant. No longer was Fright City the city of advancements. Because a devil had been forced to awaken from his slumber. All because of the foolishness of a few. Even nature couldn't help but falter under the influence of one Mano. He wasn't a man anymore. He hadn't been one for a long time. The night was darker than ever before, crying for the innocent souls that'll be lost tonight. Earth cowered under his feet with every step he took. The wind was careful not to touch the man should his rage befall it. Rain poured down from the heavens trying to take his rage, his pain away from him. The rain had always been man's favorite part of nature. And the rain has always consoled him like the father he lost. The rain once again wanted to touch him, console him and beg him not to punish the innocent for the mistakes of a few. But in vain, the droplets evaporated even before they could touch the man. The rain became more intense, soaking everything inside the city. Everything except the one person it wanted to. As Ashton walked out of the basement lab, the sight of hundreds of undead and human hybrid greeted him. Within moments, the courtyard was littered with corpses that rose again to contribute to their killer's mission. In a hidden corner of the base, Maikosh's second-in-command, Hannah, saw the atrocities one man was committing. At first, she thought the intruder would be taken care of instantly. After all, walking into Tartarus was equivalent to walking into hell. But much to her dismay and horror, Ashton ripped through her best soldiers like tissue paper. Nothing could stand in their path as the wave of death came crashing to her door. "I'm afraid we cannot hold the position anymore." A soldier barked through the radio. "That man is unstoppable, he's here. Go, go, go. We have to." Only silence followed the soldier's horrific scream. With every kill, the gap between Ashton's forces and their own grew wider and wider, and there was nothing Hannah could have done to stop it. "Activate Ghost Protocol." Hannah sighed, her face buried in her hands. "Transfer all the data to the President's private cloud server, and prepare to evacuate personnel with Tier 01 to Tier 04 clearance. Please input the password." The AI replied. Hannah got up and dropped a drop of her blood onto the scanner, followed by a retinal scan. "Orders confirmed. The facility will self-destruct in -2 minutes. Please proceed to an evac bubble in the meantime." The AI answered before going offline itself. "Evacuate? Even if I do that, the President will kill me." Hannah shook her head. "I'd be lucky if he gave me quick death, though I'm sure that wouldn't be the case." Unlike the scientists living in the facility, soldiers like her were expendable. As a soldier, it was their duty to fight till the last breath. Although, more often than not, they didn't sacrifice themselves for a sense of responsibility and instead did it to have an easy death. In Tartarus history, there had been many who attacked the facility. But only some of them were successful, thanks to the masterful construction of the facility. According to their calculations, It would take at least 20,000 soldiers to break through the defenses. Even then, there wasn't a guarantee whether they'll be successful or not. However, all the reasons couldn't do shit against Ashton's forces. As she poured the drink into her body, she heard some noise. Not any noise, but a blood-curdling scream. Just what are these morons doing now? Hannah said and made her way towards the window, pushing the curtains aside. She was expecting the guards to be fooling around like usual, but she saw something completely different. The glass slipped out of her hands and fell on the floor, shattering on impact. The rate at which Ashton was moving, it should have taken him an hour or so to reach the central tower. Unfortunately for Hannah, the Reaper's forces were already there for her. Right before her eyes, flames as high as the mountains raged around them and rose higher and higher into the night as if they were challenging the heavenly rain. The downpour couldn't even dent the fire as it consumed everything. The smoke emanating from the fire shrouded the entire facility. Alarms had been triggered a long time back, but the president didn't intend to send backup to aid them. They were on their own. The elite soldiers were being slaughtered right before her eyes, and there was nothing anyone could have done to stop it. Why? Hannah kept biting her overgrown nails, wondering what they could have done to anger someone so powerful. A moment later, a couple of guards entered her chamber to get Hannah out of there, only to find her shaking uncontrollably. Shit. The bitch is already out of her mind. What should we do now? One of the guards barked at the other. Like hell do I know? The guard replied, we must get out of here first. Get the information out and we might have a way to save ourselves. He smiled, but it was a defeated smile, not a joyous one. I'm sure whoever is attacking us is doing so because of this bitch. His rage should subside if we hand her over to them, and well be saved. However, before they could act on their master plan, someone came knocking at the door. Death Home Delivery Service. How would you like to live your last moments? Celeste licked her lips, feeling the ecstasy of fear on the guards' faces, and before you ask, death by SNU isn't an option. Chapter 486 Blinding Fury 3. The soldiers having no way out jumped Celeste, only to be impaled by shadow spikes. The lusty witch was about to do the same to Hannah when she realized who the woman was. The master wanted this person to be delivered to him unscathed. Why did Ashton want Hannah unharmed? Celeste never bothered to ask useless questions, especially when her master wasn't in a jolly mood. The only objective in her life was to blindly follow Ashton's command, nothing else. Hannah had already lost a couple of screws, and witnessing her soldier's death only worsened her situation. However, being undead, Hannah couldn't go crazy as it was a horror reserved for mortal souls. Take me to your master. That's what you're here for, aren't you? Hannah calmly inquired while raising her hands, surrendering to the Shadowmancer. Shit, you're no fun. Celeste pouted. I was thinking of torturing you, but that's not going to happen now. Ugh, fine, come along. At least the master will be pleased I found you first. Ashton was standing in the courtyard, admiring the carnage his summons were causing. Tartarus was completely ablaze, and the labs had been utterly destroyed. The ground was littered with mangled corpses and blood. Screams from the enemies slowly began to die out. It wasn't because his troops had to retreat, but because not many people were left to kill now. It was hell. No, even worse than hell, with the Grim Reaper in the center of it all. Bauman was also having the time of his life. Going around the campus, finding and killing anyone that came into his sight, was a wonderful feeling. On the other hand, Maikosh's experience of the event was completely different. As soon as Anna left, her influence on Maikosh faded, and he regained control over his body and mind. However, he could only wish he had never awakened after witnessing the sight in front. His soldiers were getting slaughtered right before his eyes, and he couldn't do anything to stop it. It wasn't like he didn't try, he did. But what possibly could he have accomplished against someone of Ashton's caliber? The sole reason he was left alive was that he was deemed insignificant to kill. Whether Maikosh lived or not was none of Ashton's concern. Although surprisingly, the latter enjoyed the fear-stricken look on Maikosh's face. It calmed Ashton's nerves a bit. Sadly, it wasn't enough to quell his rage. In an attempt to save his butt, Maikosh gave Ashton some classified information, one of which was about Hannah, who was one of the president's adopted children. Adopted? You fuckers can't even get an erection to pop children of your own. Doesn't that makes all your children adopted? Ashton absent-mindedly mocked the chief. The undead had a method of procuring their children outside the norm. They did it by biting and transferring genetic material to humans. Thus the human became the undead's natural child. However, in an event where an undead invited an already existing undead into their family, they became an adopted or illegitimate child. Due to the nature of adoption, an adopted child was usually stronger than their natural sibling. That's why we call them by different. Maikosh was busy explaining more about the undead society when Bauman pointed toward his throat. For an undead, you talk too much. Ashton took a deep breath before a smile replaced his grim expression. While Maikosh was busy yapping about their society, the news Ashton had been waiting for finally reached his ears. Celeste had found Hannah, and they were on their way back. Ashton then connected himself to the rest of the summons. Everyone, gather those who are alive and fall back. We got what we came here for. As his voice boomed over Tartarus, Mykosh had conflicting feelings. Were they going to end their rampage now, or was something even more sinister about to happen now? Sadly, he wouldn't live long enough to know the answer. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Ashton calmly asked Mykosh while placing his hand on the latter's shoulder. Don't think there's anything left for me to say, noble one. Mykosh replied, putting the most charming smile on his face that he could. Unfortunately, there was no mirror for him to review his Godawful Riz one last time. Then you have overlived your usefulness. May you rest in chaos now. Ashton nodded and Bommond impaled the undead's chest without skipping a beat. Rotten blood splurted everywhere like a broken faucet, just as Celeste returned with Hannah on her toes. At the same time, the rest of the summons and skeletons returned with 11 undead soldiers. Much to Ashton's surprise, Dwayne was one of them. Good, everyone is here, he mumbled while stomping on Mykosh's corpse. I didn't think so many of you would be alive. Maybe I overestimated myself. Either way, congratulations on making it this far. He continued, unfortunately for you, I don't like to be wrong. Since I was expecting 3 people to remain alive by the time I was done, we'll be sticking to that number. Which means 9 of you have to go. The summons giggled, enjoying the misery of the weak ones. Usually, Ashton would have let the soldiers go as they were only doing their duty. However, that was far from the truth. No matter whether they were soldiers or high-ranking officials, all of them were equally guilty of participating in gut-wrenching experiments on humans. If anything Mykosh revealed was true, they took pride in torturing and killing humans, including his father. Ashton didn't even want to know what kinds of bastardly things they had to have done to turn his father into the monster he became. Hand them some weapons. Ashton announced if they want to live, they can fight for their survival. 12 skeletons readily offered their weapons to the prisoners. However, Ashton pulled Hannah out of the competition. After all, how was he supposed to get into the president's head if she were to die? Chapter 487 Brewing Storm 1. Ashton might have said he wanted the rest to fight for their survival, but he had no intention of waiting for them. He gave the signal as soon as they lunged to kill each other, and the skeletons jumped into the fray, tearing the undead to shreds. Hannah watched on in horror as their cries for help slowly died down. However, killing them wasn't enough. The summons and the skeletons had to recover their lost appetite. Go ahead, Ashton mumbled. Make sure not one corpse remains intact. It's a bit much, don't you think? Astaroth had been silent throughout the ordeal as he didn't know what Ashton did, thanks to his father. However, things were getting out of hand now. Sadly, Ashton disagreed. A bit much, you say? Ashton scoffed, limits to their cruelty don't exist, but I should show mercy to them? If the situation weren't serious, I'd have thought you were joking. Cruelty should have a limit for the sake of your peace, not to show mercy to the doomed. I don't know what has gotten you all riled up, but toying with the weak. You know you're the last person who should be lecturing me on playing with weak ones. Do you need me to remind you what your people did to mine? I have committed mistakes and learned from them. That's the entire point we are having this conversation right now. If you detest Zyron so much, then why the hell are you so hellbent on becoming like us? You saw what they had done to my father. Do you expect me to let them go after what they did? No, but I expect you to punish the ones who deserve it, not the innocent ones who had no idea what was happening here in the first place. Innocent? Innocent? Who gets to decide who is innocent and who isn't? Ashton asked, his voice shaking with rage. Certainly not me, since I'm the reincarnation of rage in your eyes, and it sure as hell isn't you. Ashton couldn't see Astaroth's face, but he could feel the disappointment in his voice. But his disappointment was of no consequence to the former. He had made up his mind to punish anyone and everyone involved in Tartarus creation. But Astaroth's words were helpful as they gave Ashton a new point of view. Mindlessly killing everyone would become a chore, not to mention having the undead on his side would prove more useful as they were the most advanced beings on Earth. Instead of complete destruction, selective elimination was a better option as it would take less time and resources. Also, a secret coup would work better in the long run than establishing a new rule from the ground up. Bring her here. Ashton took a deep breath as the skeletons brought Hannah to him. I want the names of everyone involved in these experimentations. For your sake, I hope you won't miss a single one of the bastards. What makes you think you'll obey you? Hannah retorted, only to be smacked across the face by one of the skeletons. However, a slap wasn't enough to eliminate her sudden bravado. As the second in command of Tartarus, Hannah had already lost everything she could. But she wouldn't lose anything as the president's daughter and a loyal soldier to her nation. I don't know why I was wasting my time like this. Ashton shook his head before promptly forcing Hannah under his control. Useless fucks like you should know when to start wagging their tail to their new master. Now kneel. Suddenly Hannah lost all her will to oppose the enemy. Her mind became clouded with thoughts of absolute submission as if nothing mattered to her but her loyalty towards Ashton. In an instant, Hannah was more than happy to reveal the darkest secrets about her family and nation to a stranger. No, it felt as if something was compelling her to do so, and she was powerless to fight it. Hiroshi Miyamoto, Jacob Green, Nicolette Shunya, Zakir Mayman, Joseph El Cid, and the current president are behind anything related to Tartarus. Hannah revealed while hugging Ashton's knee. The president should know anyone else's involvement. Good, Ashton replied before kicking her away. Now be a good daughter and inform your father about his death. I want him to know why death will greet him at his doorstep. I want to see fear in his eyes like no one has ever seen before. I want him to beg for forgiveness when there'll be none. Hannah didn't make a sound as she crawled back towards Ashton. Grim Reaper's influence over the undead was mystical, and taming the strongest zombies was merely a joke. Nirvana wasn't aware of the fact, but it was already under a new ruler's thumb. It was only a matter of time before the president was overthrown, and the Reaper would take his place. But before all that, there was one thing Ashton had to take care of as a son. 1 month, let it be known those bastards have a month to live their lives as ordinarily as possible. Ashton snarled, tell them to live while the Reaper grieves. After a month, death will come for them, but not like an old friend as they would have wished. Before Hannah had the chance to respond, the skeletons dragged her away. She had a task to fulfill, to ensure that everyone heard Ashton's words loud and clear. Once done, Ashton decided it was time to head home. Evelina had been waiting for news about her husband and son. The only thing was, her husband was long gone. Even though it was expected, deep in their hearts, everyone was hoping Ashton would find John alive and healthy. The mere thought of his mother's grief-stricken face made Ashton's blood boil again. But now wasn't the time to let his rage flow. The turn to avenge the fallen would soon be upon him, but till then, Ashton had to bid his time. Enjoy your peace while you can, Nirvana, for inevitable chaos is upon you. Chapter 488 Brewing Storm 2. The sound of roaring engines disrupted everyone's sleep. The alert guards rushed out, weapons in hand, to deal with the enemy, only to find a familiar ship heading their way. Captain is back early? Ricochet whispered, someone alert Madame Evelina. Everyone else take your positions. Could be an enemy attack. Before departing for Nirvana, Ashton had mentioned it might be 3 months before he was back. But seeing as he was back earlier than expected, it could either be a blessing or a curse, and Ricochet wasn't going to take any chances either way. Hopefully it's the former, but it's better to be prepared for the worst. I don't want to see that man rage ever again, Ricochet thought as he was reminded of what happened back on Acuna. Little did he know the anger Ashton had felt back at Acuna was nothing compared to his current raging eyes. Everyone gathered around the ship as soon as it landed, with Evelina standing in front. While everyone else was excited regarding their lord's return, Avelina's motherly intuition insinuated something was terribly wrong, and she wasn't wrong. The smiles and laughs disappeared when the ship's doors were flung open. Anna led the group out, and her glum expression was all it took to let everybody know something was off. Following Anna was a group of unidentified people. Surprisingly, no one bothered to ask who they were and what they were doing with Anna. To tell the truth, it didn't seem like anyone even cared about them. Instead, everyone held their breaths, waiting for Ashton to exit the ship. The moment finally arrived, but Evelina fell to her knees as soon as she saw her son. Ashton did not exit the ship alone. A carefully draped corpse was in his arms. No one knew who it was, but Evelina did. Her worst fears had become a reality. It had been years since she had made peace with the thought of Jonathan's death, or so she had been fooling herself. Deep in her heart, Evelina had been waiting for Jonathan to return so their family would finally reunite. Sadly, her dreams were shattered. Everyone leave. Ashton's voice was colder ice, void of any emotion. Despite being worried about their lord's well-being, everyone followed his command, leaving him alone with Evelina. All of them had their guesses, but none voiced them. For now, silence and peace were valued more than answers. Silence that accompanied a storm. Mara was the last to leave. The guilt of her crimes was gnawing at her from the inside. Even though she knew Jonathan had planned everything, including his death, she couldn't help but blame herself for sending him off to his doom. Despite wanting to stay and support Evelina, she knew it was better to leave before causing them any more grief. As for Anna, well, she could only try to comfort the man she had sworn her life to, but from a distance. After a devastating loss, Ashton and Evelina needed some time to grieve first. Following everybody's departure, Ashton walked up to Evelina, placing Jonathan's corpse in front of her. Evelina's blank eyes went back and forth between her son and her husband, her mind still trying to deny the bare truth. After a while, she finally gathered enough courage to unveil Jonathan's fabric coffin. Ashton tried to stop her, but all his strength faded once he saw the pain on her face. No matter how bad Jonathan looked, Evelina had the right to see his face one last time. Ashton could only embrace his mother as her heart was shattered to pieces. Dealing with a beloved's death was already painful enough, but watching their disfigured body was unimaginably worse. There was no solace for them, only pain. Evelina screeched in distress. Her cries were loud enough to be heard by the residents, who could only imagine their ever-so-happy leader's pain. Ashton kept hugging Evelina, not knowing how to comfort her. However, no tears streamed down his face. There will be time to cry after exacting his revenge. For now, he had to be the pillar to support his mother through the pain she was living through and ensure she didn't do something to herself. They'll pay, Ma. I swear on my life they'll pay for this. Every one of those bastards. Ashton kept whispering in Evelina's ears until she stopped screaming. The next morning. How is she? Anna mumbled, placing her hand on Ashton's shoulder. Maras medicine worked, Ashton replied, kissing her on the forehead. She's resting now. Evelina passed out from shock while grieving last night. It was a surprise for Ashton as he didn't know vampires could pass out like that. Thankfully, Mara arrived to help him before anything happened to her. Sir, we have placed your father in a cyropod for preservation. Ricochet diligently reported. Ashton nodded in acknowledgement but otherwise had his attention on Evelina's sleeping form. Also, am sorry for your loss, sir. Ricochet whispered. Thank you, Ashton replied. Apart from that, how is the expedition going? I hope you didn't forget about your assigned task? It's going smoothly, sir. The squad would reach contingency by tomorrow and set up a makeshift portal. It'll be heading there within the hour, along with the incendiary device. Good, I'll be joining you. Ashton's words came as a surprise to everyone. Given Evelina's condition, everyone had assumed he would be there by her side. However, now it made sense why he instructed Ricochet to store Jonathan's corpse in a cyropod rather than performing the last rites. Ashton, you can't be serious. Anna retorted, you should stay to help. Anna. Ma would be getting up anytime soon. Ashton murmured, the medicine Mara used had a side effect that put her in some sort of an induced coma. It'll be over a month before she wakes up. Ashton caressed Evelina's cheeks before continuing, just enough time for me to rain hell upon those undead bastards, both here and in Nirvana. Chapter 489 Failed Battles. Again. Ashton roared in a fury. The cold rage within Ashton had subsided a bit. The reason behind it was extensive training. It was okay as he was used to surplus training, but that wasn't the case for his recruits. Continuous training for 12 hours wasn't a Herculean feat for metahumans. The problem was they weren't training against each other but against Ashton's summons. It wasn't just the metahumans who were in a pickle, the Jihalos were in the same boat. Following their blind faith towards the flame god, they decided it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to train with their revered lord. The aliens knew that their lord's training regime would be challenging. However, they had not expected to shed blood, tears and sweat simultaneously. Had it not been for their blind faith, most of them would have collapsed in a matter of minutes. He sure is angry. While watching everybody train from the sidelines, Nora scoffed, I hope he doesn't tire out my little guy too much. You're supposed to be my clone, but thoughts couldn't be dissimilar. Mara retorted, we should be thankful he's using his rage positively, or else, it would have been a sight none of us would want to witness. You think too much, sis. That aside, I heard the expedition party was forced to retreat before they could reach contingency? Mara sighed but didn't say a word. The expedition squad's failure was half the reason why Ashton was forcing everyone else to their limits. No one had ever taken out their anger on an innocent party like Ashton was. Regardless of the reason, strict training was beneficial for everyone. A war is on the horizon, everyone needs to be prepared. Mara mumbled, gazing towards the rising moon. There's no holding him back now. At the same time, Nirvana was thrown into chaos. Silence shrouded the president's chamber. Moments ago, Hannah had reported back to her father with nothing but praise for the ones who uprooted Tartarus in a matter of hours. Hannah had always been the president's favorite, but praising the enemy was an unforgivable offense. Even then, Hannah would have been safe if she hadn't taken it upon herself to do something worse. Never in a million years would I have imagined one of my children threatening me. The president's love for Hannah didn't allow him to kill her, but it wasn't enough to stop him from imprisoning her. However, silencing her wasn't going to rid of the issue at hand. 1 month, huh? He whispered. Never in my life have I seen someone so brazenly announcing the death date of their enemy. Although the president didn't want to admit it, he was impressed by Ashton's confidence. The last time someone dared to do so, they ended up as Tartarus' most prized test subject. Sadly, that bastard was killed in the attack. The president thought while calmly sipping vermilion tea, at least the replacement would be here in a month. All that's left is to capture the moron and make up for the lost time. Suddenly there was a rap on his door. Come in. Short and diminutive, the tan-skinned man had a depressed feeling about himself. Despite being a member of the upper echelon of society, the man preferred to remain faithful to his roots and rarely, if ever, let his presence known to others. Father. I heard. You heard right, Roman. The president interjected. The facilities in the West have been reduced to dust. No wonder, Roman replied, brushing his overgrown beard. About time a loose screw appeared out of your mental facilities. Roman was the only one amongst his siblings who could freely speak his mind in front of their father, and there was a good reason for it. While the president might be seen as the strongest in Nirvana, it was far from true. In fact, 4 of his children were far more competent and stronger than he ever hoped to be. Thankfully, they all loved their father more than anything in the world, or else the president wouldn't have been the president for long. What do you want us to do? Roman yawned. Gather your siblings and prepare for battle. Yeah, that ain't happening. The twins are in seclusion for some reason. Elder bro is busy playing with his toys, and as for her, well, no clue where she is. That was different from the answer the president was expecting to hear. Without the monsters he had nurtured, his hope of overwhelming victory dwindled considerably. The victory would be his no matter what, but it wouldn't come to him as effortlessly as he had imagined. However, who says we need to fight with the forces we have with us? Roman mindlessly murmured. What do you mean? Father, sometimes your stupidity makes me want to disown myself. Roman shook his head. Unlike the rest of the world, we have an unparalleled force to abuse. We can hire outworldly mercenaries to aid us. Continue, the president said with a serious look on his face. As long as we can pay them, we'll have the strongest soldiers in the galaxy on our side. No matter how strong our enemy might be, they can't be stronger than the mercenaries from space. You know it as well. The president got quiet, processing Roman's words. What his son said was true. No one on the planet could compare to the might of the Outworlders. However, calling mercenaries for help had its own set of problems. First and foremost was the finances. Just hiring one mercenary could empty a tenth of Nirvana's financial reserve. As if that wasn't enough, there was no guarantee the mercenaries won't abuse their strength on them instead. After all, powerful beings naturally want to abuse their strength over the weak. Just like the undead had been doing with the humans. Inviting mercenaries over was like telling a starved undead to protect meat. In other words, it was a recipe for disaster, but at the same time it would also ensure their victory. You're excused now. The president mumbled. While I think about your suggestion, try to get in touch with your siblings. Fine, don't expect much though. Those bastards are as selfish as they come. Chapter 490 Unascertained Reasons. I suggest, rather than focusing on the war, we should focus on the cause of such aggression towards us. Dressed in a white suit, the man was addressing the makeshift war room. Being the president's assistant was challenging, especially in such tense times. However, Jaden was doing his job excellently. Unfortunately, the war room or the parliament was more interested in the war than removing the blinds covering their vision. I mean, no disrespect to you, Jaden. But what good will wasting our resources do to us? Barry Denver, the defense secretary, interrupted. There's a war upon us. If anything, we should be working to strengthen our defenses. Most of the cabinet supported Barry, who proudly flashed his rotting bald head in Jaden's direction. Unlike what the rest of the world believed, the undead were cursed by an unquenchable thirst for war. In reality, they would even put the werewolves' warmongering nature to shame. That's why most of the war room wanted nothing more than to push the agenda of a battle. After all, they had been developing weapons for decades, and a conflict would be the best opportunity to test them in a practical situation. The undead were confident in their technology. Until and unless alien forces appeared on the battlefield, their success was more or less guaranteed. So what was the point in delaying the conflict? It seems like you're forgetting something, Mr. Secretary. Jaden asserted. All the weapons and technology the cabinet is boasting about were present in the facilities that the terrorists effortlessly destroyed. If a mere group could do the unthinkable, what do you think would happen when there are thousands of them? Silence had never been louder in the parliament than at that moment. 13 top-notch facilities with all their revolutionary equipment were demolished in hours. Since most of the cabinet had royally invested in those facilities, their destruction was a sore topic among them. Jaden knew it very well and decided to bring it up to knock the fools off their high horses. Fixing his eyeglasses, Jaden stared at the faces of the cabinet members. Not one of them had the look of confidence on their faces anymore. The iron was hot, and it was the right time to hammer the shit out of it. But there was a splinter stuck in the middle. Taking down an unprepared foe isn't a sign of strength or bravery. Barry scoffed. Our enemy is skilled, there's no denying that. But if they were stronger than us, they wouldn't need to use cheap tricks to. Wars are not won by demonstrating strength or bravery only, Jaden interjected. A body without a mind is nothing but unprepared dinner for your enemy. Taking down one's enemy when they are most vulnerable requires skills you meatheads will never possess. Jaden's words had angered everyone in the room, but none of them dared utter a word against him. After all, Jaden was one of the president's closest aides, and nothing good will come from unnecessarily angering him. By exploiting our weakness, those terrorists have shown they are capable. Unlike most freeloaders present here. Jaden took a shot at the warmongers by referring to them as freeloaders. This is the arrogance that led to the destruction of our facilities. When will you learn to acknowledge an enemy's strength and treat them as a proper threat? With each word that came out of his mouth, Jaden was crossing his limits. Ultimately, everyone feared the president and his children, not Jaden himself. The latter shared the stature of a pawn compared to the rest of the cabinet, had it not been for the president. That said, Barry wasn't like the rest of them. He, too, was quite close to the president. That's why he was the only one who could openly oppose Jaden. Fine, let's do this your way then. Barry's words came as a surprise to everyone, even to Jaden. What? Did I say something I shouldn't have? Barry taunted. Certainly Jaden has a plan, Or else he wouldn't have suggested to dedicate ourselves to finding out the motivation behind the workings of a terrorist organization. Am I wrong? So that's how you want to play? Jaden thought. Since Barry knew he wouldn't win against Jaden when it came to a battle of minds, he shifted his tactics to using his words against him and then build up on it. It was a clever move if not a bold one. Let's be honest with ourselves for a moment. All of the attention was now on Barry. We have made enemies with everyone on this planet. Let it be by infiltrating the land of those bloodsuckers or by causing havoc over at the kingdom of those wolves. He continued, do you still think we need to focus on finding a cause? Just ask me, I can name plenty. The cabinet began whispering amongst themselves. It was true they were no saints. From attacking Lycania to secretly invading Vania, the undead had employed every dirty tactic to weaken their former allies. This also meant there were plenty of reasons for someone to attack them. In other words, it was useless to consider finding a cause and start working from there. That might be true, Jaden responded, however. Do you think those primitives would ever be strong enough to destroy not 1 or 2 but 13 research establishments? Jaden's question was met with utter silence from the cabinet. Barry's logic was sound, but so was Jaden's. After everything the undead had done to sabotage the other species, there was no chance they could ever pull off something so daring against them. Who else could it be if it wasn't the vampires or the werewolves? Something more sinister than we think is happening in the shadows, Jaden went on. Although it's a bit of a stretch, I think we shouldn't exclude the possibility of outworldly species involved in this farce. The question is, why would someone of their stature involve themselves with an insignificant planet like ours? Chapter 491 Cat Fight. In the dead of the cold night, an unexpected guest arrived on Ashton's doorstep. It also happened to be the night in Levon before Ashton left for contingency to take care of the mess there. Everything considered, Ashton's request to meet wasn't something the lady could have overlooked. Especially considering how gloomy he had been in the last few days. Things have been a bit turbulent around the region's lord in the last week. His temper had improved, but otherwise it felt like Ashton wasn't himself. Always being lost in his thoughts, being absent-minded and most importantly, not focusing on his succubus were amongst Anna's list of complaints. Anna had had the feeling ever since that night in Tartarus. After what happened to his father and then to Evelina, it wasn't a surprise he had distanced himself from everyone. That's why it was unexpected when someone appeared to talk with him while everyone else was in a deep sleep. What are you doing here? Anna asked Mara, who happened to be dressed below her status. You should ask your boyfriend about that. Mara whispered, now if you don't mind, can I get inside? It's freezing out here. I'm a werewolf too, you know? We don't feel cold, but sure, come in. Anna replied before realizing what Mara was wearing underneath her coat. Next time you're feeling cold, try putting on something more than your lingerie. Maybe your boyfriend shouldn't be calling over women in the dead of night. Mara replied, but your point has been duly noted. Whether human or a mutant, a woman's intuition was always on high alert regarding her man. Anna was no exception to nature's rule either, and after seeing Mara in her loose clothes, her feminine urge to slap the bitch was at an all-time high. Mara seemed to notice it as well. But instead of acting her age, she decided it was better to play with Anna. No need to get jealous, Miss Fiery Beauty. She mumbled, I might have taken his first kiss, but you're the one who took his first time. The way I see it, you'll always have the upper hand on me. Anna's face turned red, partially due to anger and partly due to embarrassment. Having already decided to put Mara in her place, she was more than happy to act on her urges. Unfortunately, fate had a slightly different opinion. The way you talk is crude, considering. Anna, don't tell me you're getting jealous of a granny? Ashton arrived there in the nick of time, a good-looking granny, but a granny nonetheless. I'd bang her. So desperate to get rid of that V-card, eh? Just sharing my opinion. Good point, but didn't ask, don't care, and you'll be forever a virgin if you don't leave my body. As if I'm the one stopping myself from leaving this shitty body of yours. Good, because I'm going to solve that problem of yours. Can't wait to get rid of me. You have no idea. Ashton had a precise reason behind his decision. His father's departing words. If he couldn't trust Astaroth, the sooner he got separated, the better it would be for him. While Ashton was busy chatting with Astaroth, Anna tried her best not to laugh at Ashton's comment. Aside from that, she was quite pleased to see him returning to how he was before. As for Mara, well, no woman in the existence of Earth would take kindly such a comment. But at that moment, even she was happy for Ashton. After all, it had been days since Ashton seemed somewhat cheerful. Maybe her decision to wear some lingerie wasn't wrong after all, even though it didn't have the exact effect she was hoping for. Oh well, I guess it's fine as long as he's happy. Mara thought before parting her lips. I guess you didn't call me to crack jokes at my expense? As much as I would like to do that for the sake of old times, you're correct. Ashton replied after offering Mara a seat next to him. Actually, I have a question for you. What is it? At this point, Anna was dying to know what was so crucial that Ashton had to call a bimbo bitch to their home at night when he could have used that time on her. Given proper tools and time, would you be able to create my clone or not? Ashton's question was followed by unsurprising silence. Neither of the women present there could make sense of his words. Why would he, of all people, want a clone of himself? Even with Avelina's help, it might not be possible. Not to mention the lack of resources. Mara came up with a neutral answer, but Ashton wasn't going to leave it at that. So you're saying if you had the world's cutting-edge tech and resources at your disposal, you'd be able to do it, correct? Yes, but without Avelina. Alright, that should be enough. Ashton interrupted her. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks for your help and you can leave now. Saying so, he left the living room while Anna and Mara were too stunned to do anything. Succubus, what have you been feeding him? Mara eventually asked. Well, he enjoys eating me out, but I'm sure that's not why he's acting like that. Anna beamed as she replied, as it was now Mara's turn to turn red. No wonder he needs to change his diet now. Why don't you leave us alone and see if it works? You'd be surprised what a change of scenery can do. Mara fired back before planting a kiss on Anna's cheeks. Don't worry, little one. I'll never be able to steal him from you even if I tried with all my might. That said, I should leave before that brat puts my ass out. Not that I mind that. Mara took a final jab before hurrying away. That bitch. Anna growled, I might just hate her more than Ashton does. Chapter 492 Reclamation 1. Things don't look good, Captain. Ricochet said solemnly. The advance squad is nowhere to be seen. Maybe we should have brought Alina and the rest with us, Anna chimed in. It's fine. Besides, we needed someone to protect the city. Ashton replied. According to Ricochet, he had sent a couple of people ahead to establish a new portal system outside contingency so that Ashton and his forces could arrive there as quickly as possible. However, what followed Ricochet's command was radio silence. The last piece of information he received was a week ago, and as per the plan, the teleporter should have been up and running by now. But the plan did not become a reality, and everyone had to arrive there using other means, which took a lot of unnecessary time. That said, when they finally arrived at the supposed camp, nothing but barren land awaited them. It was as if the advance forces never managed to step foot there. Sven, Ashton whispered as the Death Baron crawled out of his shadow. My liege, your command? Sven replied. No words were exchanged amongst them, but Sven hurried off to execute Ashton's wishes. With a swing of his sword, he tore through space itself, at least that's what it looked like to everyone else. In reality, Sven only destroyed the camouflaging gear around the area. Once the device got damaged, the actual site revealed itself, a view only the most formidable people could take unbothered by the carnage. While most people winced away, Ashton took in the septic smell of blood as a chef would treat their creation. The smell of blood and the sight of flesh were a welcoming sight for him. Had he been alone, his summons would be having a feast right now. Unfortunately, the dinner will have to wait. Camo device, huh? It looks like they evolved again. I would have been surprised if that wasn't the case. I hope that solves your question, Ricochet. Ashton murmured without glancing at anyone. Gather the corpses and burn them. Unattended flesh would only attract more of those sickly bastards. On it. Ricochet replied as his men got busy with the task. Nora, take the werewolves and establish a perimeter around the camp. Make sure no one gets in or out without my permission. All right. Nora nonchalantly replied as Ashton turned towards Anna. Anna, help Celeste create a barrier around the camp for safety. Once all that is done, well. Unfortunately for them, it seemed the unintelligent undead had evolved into something different, just as Astaroth had mentioned. When Sven destroyed the camo device, it alerted the undead within contingency, who immediately sent a unit to check things out. But that wasn't all. With the undead came the corpsification gas, and the black smoke was coming out of a new kind of undead which Ashton had never seen before. Their appearance was similar to that of a massive bowling ball walking on two legs with smoke coming out of 3 holes located on their backs. Anna, who had witnessed the effect of the gas firsthand, subconsciously took a step back. The usually fearless succubus was scared, and so were the rest. How could they not be? All of them had heard or seen the havoc the black smoke had caused so far. Before Ashton could call Ricochet back, a commotion broke within his group. Some of the men had been infected with the gas. Ricochet managed to gather the ones who weren't and rushed back towards Ashton. Nora did the same, but even she had lost 1/10 of her forces. Damn it. Ricochet cursed. We should have expected an ambush. At least now we know what happened to the rest of them. Nora panted while pointing at the corpses. What should we do now, Captain? The situation was outside Ashton's expectations, but it wasn't enough to make him panic. In fact, it was an opportunity for him. While the smoke was poison to everyone else, for Ashton, it was a blessing as it had the opposite effect on him and his summons. All of you retreat. It seemed everyone was waiting for Ashton's orders as no one questioned him once and ran as far as they could. Regardless of what kind of bucket list they had, becoming a living corpse was missing from it. As soon as everyone was in the clear, summoned his scythe and army of summons. First and foremost, the expellers had to die, or they'd keep expelling the gas, reaching his soldiers sooner or later. The problem was the undead knew it as well. After all, every creature in the squad was protecting them. Should I just snipe them from here? I would advise against that. Think of them as walking balloons. The moment a pin touches them, they'll likely explode, flinging the smoke in every direction. So it'll do more harm than good. Ashton scratched his chin. Yes, that's why you have to be next to them when they explode and absorb the gas before it gets ejected. Smartass, pulling words out of my mouth. Well, now that you know, why wait? Let's go. Ashton sped across the field straight into the undead with the scythe on his shoulder. His summons followed his example, deciding to trample on anyone in their way. The sudden swarm took the undead by surprise. However, instead of fleeing, they stayed where they were, protecting the expellers. Gokung. Since the undead had formed a barrier surrounding the expellers, the only intelligent move was to somehow go beyond them. Fortunately, Ashton had a plan in his mind. Without wasting a second, Gokung picked up her master in her arms before flinging him across the battlefield. The throw was as immaculate as the landing. Before the undead could even turn their heads, there were two ear-splitting explosions. The so-called expellers had been expelled to hell. Furthermore, the explosion pushed back the remaining undead towards Ashton's summons. While Ashton made sure to absorb every single molecule of corpsification gas that he could, his summons had a field day with the undead. The fight might be over, but the battle was just getting started. Chapter 493 Reclamation 2. Once the chaos seemingly died down, the corpses of the fallen soldiers were given a makeshift burial. However, it was done more as a precaution against garnering unwanted attention than to let the dead rest in peace. In the surrounding area, corpses of hordes of undead lay unchecked. Ashton, along with his summons, had faced most of them alone, leaving some for the soldiers. While most of them handled the undead with some effort, some had to be saved from even the weakest undead grunts. Being left unchecked was the best thing to happen to the undead, as they rapidly evolved over the months. That said, the performance of his soldiers was below expectations. If they entered contingency as they were, they wouldn't survive for more than a minute. A minute? More like 10 seconds. That too after you trained them to the bones. Not all of them are useless. While everyone went around burning the undead corpses and burying the friendly ones, Ashton and Astaroth were in deep conversation. Judging from their tone, it didn't seem like Astaroth was happy with what he had seen. Have you heard of the adverts in Colonel Tower? This gun shoots the target in the head 99.99% of the time. Sometimes it's the 0.01% that counts, and this is one of those times. As much as Ashton didn't want to agree with Astaroth, he couldn't ignore him either. Ultimately, he was correct. Excluding a handful of people, the rest of his force had become a burden. Under normal circumstances, Ashton would have spared a few words to comfort everyone. But he wasn't like the kid he was before. Having turned into a seasoned warrior, he realized every battle would have losses. After all, a great soldier had to be prepared to face death before lifting a weapon. If they were not prepared for death, they would fail as soldiers. It was as simple as that. However, a dead soldier wasn't of any use to him. Well, technically, they were, since he could use their corpse to feed his summons. But that wasn't the topic of discussion at the moment. You should stop sugarcoating your words. They died because they were weak and overconfident. If it hadn't been this fight, it'd have been some other. But one day, their cockiness would have caught up to them either way. It's scary how our minds have a similar thought process these days. I knew being around me would increase your brain cells. I never said anything about more brain cells, though. You and your indirect taunts. I could give it to you face to face if you wish. Pass. While Ashton stared at them, the soldiers were studying him as well. Their captain had changed ever since he returned from Nirvana. Only those closest to Ashton knew the exact reason for his sudden change. But some rumors weren't all that far from the truth. Although everyone understood Ashton's sentiments on the matter, it was still difficult for them to adhere to his sudden tough mentality. In their eyes, the loss of their comrades was an unfortunate accident. How were they supposed to know what kind of enemies they would face? After all, most of them were mercenaries, so intel about the mission and the target was usually handed over to them on a silver platter. They would then use that information to formulate a plan and strike to achieve the desired result. They weren't used to rapidly adapting to changes in a mission, especially changes that could lead to death. But then again, Ricochet knew his men were reeking of overconfidence. Since they were metahumans, they thought nothing on Earth would defeat them or catch them off guard. Well, their thinking paid off, as they were now 6 feet under, embracing foreign soil. Suddenly, a couple of soldiers let go of their shovels as despair dawned upon them. They had been inches away from the black smoke that turned their allies into rabid zombies. In other words, their trauma was similar to that of Anna's, as they had witnessed what the carnage corpsification gas could trigger. That, coupled with the thought of entering a city shrouded with deadly smoke, drove them into despair. Ricochet rushed to knock some sense into their weak minds, but Ashton was quicker than him. "Are you scared?" he mumbled, but the men couldn't open their mouths in fear. I asked, "Are you scared?" Ashton violently shook both of them, which seemed to snap them out of their pathetic state. How can we not be?" The man yelled at the top of his lungs. "Did you not see what that smoke did to?" Having received his answer, Ashton knocked both the men unconscious. Everyone who saw it was too dumbfounded to speak and stared at Ashton as if he was a ghost. Anyone else who is scared? No one dared to say a word. It's alright, even I'm scared of what lies behind those walls. Ashton continued. Being scared of the unknown is only logical. If you're not, then you have to be a psychopath. However, if you let that fear to wrap you around its finger, then you're already dead. Being 6 feet under or 6 feet above the ground won't matter if you lack the zeal to live. Unlike these two. Ashton continued, I have decided I'll enter the city alone. It's something I have to do with or without your help. But the rest of you still have a job to do. The loss of your comrades angers you, correct? Then have the guts to avenge them, and don't cry like these fools. If you think it's too tough for you, run, because the Reaper doesn't take prisoners, let it be friends or foes. Having set his peace of mind, Ashton left the team to decide their fate. As much as he cared about them, he couldn't care less about their decision because the thought of revenge had clouded his mind. Chapter 494 Reclamation 3. While Ashton was planning to invade the city alone, a black figure awaited his return. Ashton's little battle with the undead had not gone unnoticed. How many days has it been since I last saw you? The figure snarled, revealing his rotten teeth. Do not disappoint me, Ashton Fenrir. However, the man wasn't alone. Surrounding him were the deadliest mutated beings that had been turned into undead foot soldiers to do the man's bidding. If all of them stayed together, even if Ashton managed to reach them, he would only meet his end. But where was the fun in that? Being the only sentient being in the city was quite bland. So much so that the man was planning on invading kingdoms under vampire rule just for the sake of it. Fortunately enough, a source of entertainment had come knocking on his door. Killing Ashton wasn't a difficult task. However, the man, also known as King, wasn't going to cut his entertainment short. Spread out and find his companions. He barked. As for the wolf, feel free to toy with him as much as you want, but make sure he reaches me alive. Torturing his loved ones right before his eyes, just the thought gives me chills. The undead creature acknowledged King's words with nods before rushing to fulfill his wishes. They were weak in their previous lives, but King gave them an unimaginable power to rule over the city they once lived in. Blinded by King's greatness, his soldiers lived for him and his entertainment, and now that an opportunity to repay their beloved king had appeared, they weren't going to sit idly. Ooh, don't disappoint me, my children. Entering contingency was more challenging than Ashton had hoped. Not only had the undead consumed local fauna into their ranks, but it also seemed someone had helped them gain technology that should have been out of their reach. Ashton immediately knew it had to be those bastards from Nirvana. Thinking about them made his blood boil, but it wasn't the time to let his emotions take over. So much for not being involved. Ashton murmured, if someone told my 15-year-old self I'd be fighting space zombies in a few years, I'd have kicked their balls. What if they didn't have balls? You don't have them, but I still kick them, don't I? Ignore balls, just tell me how you plan to handle them. Wouldn't it be better to show you instead? With that, Ashton snapped his fingers, and within seconds, all the undead in front of him returned to the world of the dead. A moment later, Raven and his unit of assassin skeletons appeared by his side. It had been a while since Raven got a unit of his own, much like Skeleton Knight and Skeleton Mages under Sven's and Celeste's command. But it was the first time they were allowed to show the fruits of their rigorous training. Ashton patted Raven's back to acknowledge his efforts. You have colored me impressed, Raven. Good work training these runts into useful additions to our forces. I'm not competent enough to receive your praises, my lord, Raven replied, his eyes focused on the ground. Having left Celeste, Dolos and Gokung behind to guard Anna and the rest, Raven was Ashton's only option for getting inside the city unnoticed. However, selectively assassinating took more time than Ashton wanted to spend handling a trivial matter. How comes the difficult part, he mumbled, but before he could finish speaking his mind, perception notified him about the hostile presence around him. Raven immediately instructed the skeletons to strike. Unfortunately, they were too slow. The enemy descended upon them like heavenly fire before they knew it. The skeletons had turned to dust. A similar fate followed Raven as he only managed to take down half a dozen mutants before getting destroyed. The undead soldiers proved to be more formidable than Ashton had anticipated. Everything happened so quickly Ashton was thrown off guard. But what followed next was equally strange. Despite his attempts to fight back, the undead slowly overwhelmed him. It took 1 minute for the undead to force Ashton onto his knees. A feat no one had achieved in a long time. The undead was attacking him, but strangely enough, none of their attacks was aimed at being deadly. The aim behind their attacks was as straightforward as it could have been. The undead wanted to capture him, and the question was why? It was for that reason Ashton did not fight back and allowed the undead to capture him. Ultimately, being hit by the undead wasn't dealing much damage to him, so he saw no harm in getting captured by them. Not to mention it was the easiest way inside the city. And if he got lucky, he could also come face to face with the one pulling strings from the safety of anonymity. However, if things got out of hand, Ashton could readily summon Sven and Atlas for help. But before that, he could use Corpse Parade to take over the strings and get rid of the undead. In the end, as long as he was careful, The undead were only planning their funeral. You and your masochistic tendencies. When will you grow up and stop putting yourself in these situations? Think about the bright side. If I die, you might be able to control my body. What else could you possibly want more than this? Now that you put it like that, it's not a bad deal at all. I'll get your body and a hot girlfriend. Hey, you want me to kill you now? If I hear about it ever again, I'll get you a body and then kill you myself. Is that clear? Damn, chill out. I was joking. I know, I was just messing with you till these brutes carry me to their boss. While he was chatting with Astaroth, one of the undead hit him in the head with a heavy object. Realizing their intention, Ashton immediately fell to the ground unconscious. Chapter 495 Reclamation 4. After a few minutes had passed, Ashton decided to peek around as his body kept dangling like a ragdoll on the undead's shoulder. The city he remembered had changed a lot. Just broken buildings and abandoned roads. It looks like he'll have to wait till we move further ahead, Ashton thought. Judging from the tech they were brandishing, I was expecting a bit more. Waiting was the only choice Ashton had. But no matter how far they went, all he could see were old, abandoned, and run-down buildings on the verge of collapsing. Apart from that, he also noticed damaged cars buried deep under patches of some strange gooey substance. Soon the gooey liquid could be seen covering everything in sight. But there was something even more weird going on. After a few moments, Ashton saw beautifully maintained trees and plants running around the path the undead were following. It felt strange that this area had trees and vegetation, unlike the other parts of the city he had seen. How the heck are these plants even alive under these conditions? I was hoping you'd tell me. That aside, there's something familiar about these trees, though I can't quite put my finger on it. A garden? Why would someone make a garden in the center of a graveyard? I never took these dead bastards as environmentalists. That might not be the case after all, Ashton replied as he found a reason why there were so many trees around the area. The undead momentarily halted in front of a relatively well-maintained building. Inside the building were humans. The place was a meat farm for the undead. Hence there were trees to provide oxygen and barely living conditions for the humans so that the undead didn't have to resort to consuming rotting food. Dozens of questions erupted in Ashton's mind. First and foremost was why the corpsification gas wasn't working on the humans. The trees could handle the pollution, but he highly doubted they could have eliminated the gas. Before Ashton could find the reason behind it, the undead were on the move again. The network of roads leading to the city's center was now indistinguishable from the surrounding landscape. Fallen trees blocked some of the paths while others continued to grow, their branches no longer prevented from growing into broken houses. Some doorways seemed in relatively decent condition, while others were destroyed and indistinguishable from other collapsed walls and piles of rubble. Many roofs had collapsed and in some cases had taken the entire building with them. Other buildings looked in crappy shape and were filled with dirt. It didn't seem a long time had passed since Ashton first arrived in contingency as Marat's pet and the academy's student. But now, everything was different, yet it felt similar. Once, it had been a growing town on the rise to a better future, but now, it was just a ghostly shell of its former self. An eerie silence had taken over and was only interrupted by the cracking of wood in the wind and the occasional monster cries which had made their home under one of the many collapsed roofs. Nature had taken its toll on the vast majority of the town. But even though many buildings had found a new purpose, there was no way this town's former self could ever be restored, even if the undead were gone for good. It wasn't worth the effort. Hopefully, if Ashton's plan goes well, the werewolves will not need to try and repopulate the city. As they moved forward, a familiar building greeted Ashton. The newly constructed academy building was where werewolves and vampires were about to study together. But before any of that could happen, the undead bastards took it all away from them. The undead surrounding the building were different from the rest. Although Ashton wasn't sure, they seemed to possess intelligence comparable to the vampires. Next to the building was a hangar filled with vehicles for transportation. No wonder they were able to spread so fast. After the portals were shut down, no one would have expected them to use vehicles instead. As I said before, be it humans or mutants, they consistently overestimate themselves. Probably something we inherited from the precursors. After walking for a few more minutes, the undead finally halted. Ashton still appeared to be unconscious as everyone entered the palace as it was referred to now. No words were exchanged, but the undead were somehow communicating with each other. A moment later, the undead grabbed Ashton by the hair and slammed him onto the ground before walking away. Ashton acted as if he had regained consciousness due to the sudden shock caused by being thrown on the floor. However, when he attempted to get up, he was promptly kicked in the face by one of the residents of the palace. Ashton looked up and saw a familiar face. How could he not recognize the potion master from his academy days? Professor Kakarov. Ashton mumbled, but the professor was no longer there. The man before him was just a shell, a vessel, nothing more. Ashton didn't know why, but seeing him like that almost made him lash out. Thankfully, the sensible part of his mind calmed him down. It wasn't time to rain hell on them yet. While his head was forced to the ground, Ashton heard footsteps racing towards him. He slightly raised his head to see everyone at his welcome party. Nothing in the entire universe could have prepared him for the surprise he was about to receive. Take your hands off him. I want to see his face. The leader smiled. Your hair has grown quite a bit. Your physique and face have also changed, but those eyes are still the same. Full of anger and chaos. It was only right to greet royalty as per the customs, even though they were dead. Especially since the one standing before him once ruled over Lycania. I wished I could say the same for you, Your Highness. Ashton sarcastically remarked. King Bismarck. Chapter 496 Reclamation 5. Bismarck was thought to have died while protecting the capital. But Ashton always had his doubts. First, he wasn't a weak opponent that someone would manage to take down so easily. From his experience, Ashton knew it would take more than a few drank undead to kill Bismarck. Which led Ashton to believe either the ING had abandoned his kingdom, or he had been kidnapped. That's why when Ashton saw the undead Bismarck standing before him, the surprise only lasted for a moment. Huh, you remember me? Bismarck smiled, showing off his rotten tongue. Add here, I thought everybody had forgotten about me since none of you bastards bothered looking for me. Look for you. Ashton laughed. Well, sorry to disappoint you, but we were quite preoccupied fighting for our lives. The undead once again tried to smash Ashton's head to the floor, but this time he couldn't even make him budge. Our hero didn't see any point in hiding his strength anymore. Despite the amount of undead piling on him, Ashton got back to his feet with minimal effort. The undead were surprised, but Bismarck wasn't a new Ashton had been acting since the beginning. After all, Bismarck trusted Mara wouldn't have raised a weakling by her side, as she was too canny for that. However, he was unaware of the extent Ashton had grown. The scrawny kid Bismarck had seen years ago had grown to be quite a warrior. As for Bismarck, there was something wrong with him. Don't you want to know how I ended up like this? Bismarck mumbled, trying to buy time for his lackeys to capture the rest of Ashton's team. After all, facing Ashton Heaton would be foolish as he was much stronger than the last time they crossed swords. Sorry, but I'm not interested in a dead person's monologue. Ashton immediately cut him off before summoning Bauman to chop the elite undead to pieces. As rotten blood splattered around them, Ashton grabbed Bismarck by the neck and lifted him off the ground. Though I could guess why you abandoned your humanity. You wanted revenge on Lycanians for abandoning you in your twisted sense of justice. You almost succeeded in that as well, Ashton continued, but thankfully I returned in time to save the people I care about. Return? Bismarck questioned. You think I got this strong by remaining on Earth? Ashton scoffed. I might be a tribrid, but there are limitations even I can't cross without cheating. Ashton's words confused Bismarck. Bismarck's only knowledge about Outworlders came from what he had overheard during his days in Nirvana. That said, he couldn't have possibly known about Ashton's battle with the Zyrans and his journey into space. When Bismarck realized the meaning behind Ashton's words, he knew fighting him was a mistake. No one on the damned backward planet could defeat someone like Ashton. Not only was he genetically gifted, but he was superior to everyone else in ways unimaginable by Earthlings. TSK, to think I'm weak even after selling my soul to the demon. Bismarck sighed in defeat. Go ahead, do what you have to. It's not like I could stop you either way. Bismarck meant every word he said, but deep down he was wasting time. Enough time for his minions to return with the hostages. Only then would he have a chance of defeating Ashton and taking over his body as he had intended before dying. For a king, you're not a good actor. Ashton shook his head. Buying time? Do you think something like that would work? Or do you think so little of me to leave my team unattended? Just then there was a loud bang in the distance. A flaming figure could be seen flying in the sky, shooting flames below. Much like Ashton was connected to his summons, Bismarck shared a part of his mind with his soldiers. Within moments he knew what was happening there and he didn't like it. His elites were superior to resident Earthlings, not the guests from space. It was also that moment when he realized Ashton had played him. No, it can't be possible. My soldiers. Thinking about how your soldiers defeated Raven? Ashton replied as his lips curled to reveal his smile. I can stage my capture, but I can't fake my subordinates' defeat? The look of cluelessness on Bismarck's face was quite amusing. Bismarck wasn't used to people outsmarting him, but recently defeat was all he had known. Entering the city through conventional battle tactics was a waste of time. Not to mention the time it would take me to find you. But thanks to your overconfidence, my job was made easier. So thank you for that. It was Bismarck's fault for thinking he could have won the battle through cheap tricks. But now that he knew he wouldn't win, there was no point in flailing his hands around. Now that he thought about it, why was he helping those Nirvanese bastards? For justice? For revenge? If that is the case, shouldn't he be taking vengeance on those undead bastards instead? Now, since distractions have been taken care of, should we discuss business? Ashton surprisingly offered his hand to the fallen king. Even Bismarck looked a bit taken aback by the strangeness of the situation. One moment, Ashton was set to kill him, and the next he offered him his hand? What was going on inside the kid's head? A few moments ago, Ashton was about to kill Bismarck for the sake of it. But Astaroth had some other idea. Killing him would be a waste. What do you mean? I can't raise an undead as my summon. Not that. The other thing. You're serious? Him of all people. Could there be a better candidate than someone who abandoned his soul for the sake of power? I don't know about you, but he fills the criteria. Just think about it. Back to the present. Business? What business? Bismarck asked, confused about Ashton's strange proposition. I'll grant you the strength you crave, in exchange for your loyalty. Ashton replied, handing him a strange-looking potion. So tell me, what do you think about becoming a lich? Chapter 497 Horde? Nah, an army. A lich? Bismarck mumbled. A kind of undead being with the power to control other undead. Ashton began explaining in simple terms, momentarily forgetting about Bismarck's age. I know what a lich is, Bismarck sighed while rubbing his chin. Before turning into an undead, he had lived on Earth for more than a century. Only someone witless would think he wouldn't know what a lich was. Nevertheless, he suspected Ashton was simply trying to annoy him. Bismarck was shocked because, despite his ample age, he had never heard of someone raising a lich. Usually, there were only two ways by which a lich would appear. Either an undead was born as one, or they accidentally evolved into one. However, even the mentioned conditions were natural, and even the undead from Nirvana had had no success in artificially creating a lich. Yet Ashton boldly claimed he could turn him, an impure undead, into a lich? Bismarck was quite skeptical of Ashton's offer, and rightfully so. Nonetheless, Ashton couldn't be judged based on the conventional rules of the world, and logical thinking or analysis didn't apply to him. Can you really do that? Ashton nodded. I can. In fact, I can do it right here and now if you want to, of course. No pressure. However, since Bismarck was hesitant, Ashton decided to egg him on. Thankfully, he had just the skill he needed in these times. Skill. Coercion has been activated. Let me help you make an informed decision for old time's sake. Ashton mumbled, you want revenge on the undead just like I do. Our goals align, but unfortunately our strengths do not. I will take my revenge on them, and it wouldn't matter to me whether you're with me or not. That said, I know you hate them just as much as I do, if not more. Those bastards took everything away from you. Your kingdom, your honor, your family, everything, and then, as if wanting to rub salt on your wounds, they turned you into one of them. Bismarck kept staring at the sky, and his fists curled up tightly as anger clouded his mind. Ashton's words were slowly reminding him of the grand life he once had. A life that was snatched away from him. However, it was only the beginning. Ashton wasn't planning on abandoning the fire he had created within Bismarck's heart. Anger is like the flame in a forge, Ashton remarked while carefully analyzing Bismarck's behavior. However, no matter how intense the flame is, it won't forge a weapon by itself. For that, you'd need metal and a blacksmith. I can offer you both of those. As long as you become my lich, you'll have a solid weapon to erase those undead freaks from existence. Abandon yourself and be reborn under my command. I'll do it. Bismarck replied, kneeling before Ashton. I'll be your pawn, your slave, whatever you want as long as I can get my revenge. My life is yours to play with. As Ashton heard those words, he couldn't hide his crooked smile anymore. The next moment, Astaroth confirmed Bismarck's eligibility to turn into a lich. Got a guide for you. No need to thank me for it. After all, by helping you, I'm helping myself. How to raise your lich 101. Step 1. Find a power-hungry, soulless bastard. Step 2. Make them drink the carefully crafted transformation potion. Step 3. Kick back and relax. What? Your guide only consists of the information I already knew? Yes. Why am I not surprised? Back in the outskirts, the battle was finally dying down. However, it wasn't a perfect win for the ghosts. Roughly half of them got wiped out, even though Anna, Ricochet, and Nora did their best to reduce the losses. Despite being drenched in the disgusting blood of the undead, Anna's beauty was still untouched. However, her expressions weren't at ease. She knew Ashton's strength better than everyone else. Yet at that moment, she couldn't help but feel worried for Ashton's safety. The undead they faced were no joke. Don't worry about your man, princess. Nora smacked Anna's back before joining her for sightseeing. I bet had he been here instead of us, these undead bastards would have died the moment they stepped out of the city. I know. But thanks for uplifting my spirits. Anna replied before suddenly strangling Nora. However, it would be better for you if you kept your hands away from me. Kinky. Nora bit her lips as if she had no intention of struggling against Anna. Meanwhile, the rest of them were busy disposing of the corpses. But the moment the catfight broke out, they said, hell with the undead. Only a madman would miss such a sight. However, their fun was interrupted when Anna saw some strange movement within the city. Immediately letting go of Nora, she stood up to ensure her eyes weren't playing tricks on her. Unfortunately, her eyes weren't lying. Thousands upon thousands of creatures could be seen rushing towards them. Soon everyone else saw them, and a wave of despair washed over them. 100 undead were enough to slice their forces in half. But now thousands were headed their way. Not to mention most of them were either out of stamina or were riddled with injuries. Fighting wasn't an option anymore. While everyone was worrying about their lives, Anna couldn't care less about hers. If the entire city of undead was heading towards them, then did Ashton fail? That was the only thought inside her head. I'm afraid you're wrong, mistress, Sven mumbled while sneaking up to Anna. Our lives are linked to our masters. The fact that we are alive and well is all the proof you need to affirm master's survival. Even Celeste decided to chime in. As much as fun it'd be to see you cry, the master will kill me if that happened. Moreover, I'd suggest you take a closer look at the horde before killing off our beloved master. What do you? Anna mumbled before complying with Celeste's suggestion. Wait, is that Ashton leading them? Chapter 498 Emissary of Death. Anna rushed to Ashton, unsure why the undead army was accompanying him. Although Ashton could control any undead species, the control would eventually be passed back to the undead after a while. Anna knew this, and that's why she was surprised when Ashton brought the undead beings to them. After all, there was no reason for him to endanger everyone else's safety. What's going on? She asked the most obvious question lingering in everyone's head. I found a competent ally, Ashton replied, pointing at Bismarck. I present to you the former monarch of Lycania, King Bismarck. King Bismarck. Maybe it was supposed to be one of Ashton's not so laughable jokes. How could a walking skeleton be Bismarck? More importantly, if what Ashton said was true, why would Bismarck attack his own people? A lot of things were not making sense anymore. However, Nora had no doubts the skeleton-like figure was her father. As she was Marat's clone, technically speaking, Bismarck was her father as well. It's him alright, she affirmed, but why is he so skinny? Nirvana prisoners get offered human flesh thrice a day. He should be a chunky boy by now. It's good to see you too, Mara, Bismarck emotionlessly mumbled. I'm glad to see your mouth is as crude as ever. You got the wrong name, Pops. Nora scoffed, but then again I guess I shouldn't blame you since it's the first time you've seen me. Bismarck turned towards Ashton. His gaunt face was surprisingly packed with emotions. Or maybe Ashton could feel his expressions because they now shared a mental link. Long story, Ashton waved his hand. It'll be better to let Mara do the explaining. 10 minutes later, the humans had been rescued, and Ricochet entered the city along with a few crew members to detonate the bomb. Following a vibrant explosion, the air quality instantly improved. The effects of corpsification gas were reversed. More than 1,000 undead had been turned into human beings while the rest joined Bismarck's lead and pledged loyalty to Ashton. It took no time for the news of Ashton's success to reach Levon and the rest of the world. While Lycanians shed tears of joy, the vampire community sighed in relief. The ever-growing undead population had been a source of tension in their community. But following the successful test of Marat's cure, they finally had a way to fight against the undead in their kingdoms. Ashton was being hailed as their savior. Even the vampire kind joined in celebration with the werewolves. It was a joyous occasion, even though Ashton couldn't care less about it. However, not everything was well. As soon as Nirvana lost contact with Bismarck, they assumed the worst. Their fears were quickly confirmed by the spies present in Vania. Contingency was supposed to be their city to keep the werewolves in check. After all, the undead had a genetic weakness to them, just like vampires were weak against the undead due to their poison. The way they saw it, the werewolves were the only obstacle standing between them and world domination. However, now that their territory was taken away, they could no longer sit idly. The Senate members, who were drunk on power, had a rude awakening. In their eyes, they were unstoppable, but Ashton managed to put them in their place not once but twice. First the loss of our facilities and now this. The president side things were not looking bright for his kind. We don't have a choice left. Call him for help. Sir, are you sure, Jaden? He swore he'll help us once, the president interrupted. I know it might seem unnecessary, but we need everyone we can have on our side. Even if it includes bloodthirsty outworlders. Very well, sir. I'll contact Phantom immediately. Jaden bowed and left the president in solitude. Their relationship with Phantom was of mutual benefit. Just like Phantom was the first outworlder to grace them with his presence, Nirvana was the first place that Phantom could rule over. But one day, Phantom killed someone who gave him unimaginable powers. Although it was a significant loss for Nirvana at the time, that incident triggered its excellence and rapid growth. That said, when Niravan expressed displeasure over the loss of one of their best scientists, Phantom swore on his blood to help the country of the undead in time of dire need. The president believed it was time to call in the big guns. Mainly because the undead had no idea who they were dealing with. Having someone like Phantom on their side would ensure not only their victory, but also complete reign over the earth. After all, once the werewolves get wiped out, there'll be no one to stop them. Unbeknownst to them, they weren't the only ones to have intergalactic friends. A fact they'd know in due course of time. But for now, the only thing they could do was prepare for the war for their existence. As for Ashton, well, there was something else he needed to handle. It seems having a lich on his side had had some effect on him. The genes of the Grim Reaper were synergisting with Bismarck's lich form. The effect wasn't limited to him but extended to his summons. The latter part wasn't surprising since his summons were technically a part of him. But it was the effect that surprised him. You have received a new skill. Emissary of Death. When death values a person's worth and effort, The honor of being its emissary is handed to them. Skill effect. Allows the user to tap into the power of death and control it temporarily. When on the brink of death, it can bring back the title holder to life at a cost. Duration. The effect can be triggered once every 6 months. Initial skill cost. Soul of a summon. Additional effect. The skill can also be used to resurrect other beings. However, the person will lose their memories right before the resurrection. Chapter 499 King Homely 1. Emissary of Death wasn't a skill that should exist. Well, at least that's what Astaroth said as soon as the prompt popped up. According to him, the precursors had a set of rules called premiosis laws. One of the most significant laws was never to resurrect oneself or others, and the precursors had ensured none of the skills related to resurrection ever saw the day of light. That's why it was most surprising when Ashton received a reality-shattering ability like Emissary of Death. However, Ashton had a rough idea of how and why he got the ability. His father was a precursor who had seen his future and helped him seal the ill effects of Grim Reaper's scythe. Although it was only a theory, his father might have imparted the skill to him while they were saying their final goodbyes to each other. It had to be that because Ashton had no other reason to why he would receive such a skill. That said, he couldn't explain his theory to Astaroth because that would mean Ashton would have to tell the resident consciousness about his father. Something his father had instructed him not to do before departing to the afterlife. Oi, can't you hear me? Don't think I have a reason to, Ashton smugly replied. It's just another skill that he'll never use, so why does it matter? I respect you being drunk on overconfidence, but this matter isn't about you. Don't you see? If information about this ability gets out, the Zyrans will stop at nothing before they get their hands on you. Astaroth's words snapped Ashton back into reality. While what Astaroth said was true, he might never use the skill. But if he did, all hell would break loose. Since Zyrans monitor most of the species in the galaxy, they could find out about Emissary of Death. If that were to happen, things would get ugly real soon. Despite getting stronger since his fight with Beelzebub, Ashton wasn't delusional in thinking he could win against them by himself. It was also one of the reasons why Ashton wanted Astaroth to have his own body now. After all, stopping 2 of them would have been difficult, even for the Zyrans. Now's not the time to think about wars ahead of me, Ashton thought to himself. You're spacing out again. I was wondering about the undead. What about them? How to torture them, that's what. I suppose that'll be challenging. How is one supposed to torture creatures that don't register pain? That aside, it's time to visit your brother. Brother, it had been a while since the word lost its meaning for Astaroth. Sure, Seraph raised them as such, but the betrayal from Astaroth's side had destroyed their relationship for good. That said, even Astaroth couldn't repudiate that gluttonous bastard's value on a battlefield. Since Ashton was dead set on waging war against Nirvana, there couldn't have been a better soldier than Beelzebub by his side. However, the meeting between them would have to wait. Now that the restrictions were lifted, Ashton wanted to gather more souls to create summons. It would help him in the upcoming battle, and spare souls could be consumed in the unfortunate event when Emissary of Death had to be used. Thankfully, contingency had no shortage of souls for Ashton to gather. Time to make yourself useful, Bismarck. 3 days later, everyone was back in Levon. The city was in the middle of a joyous celebration. After all, it wasn't every day the living vanquished the undead. Delegates from kingdoms close and far were also in attendance, and so were Anna's parents. It was the first time Ashton was about to meet them, and nothing could have made him nervous more than the possibility of them rejecting him. I'd rather fight the Zyrans without a weapon than go through this, Ashton mumbled while fixing his attire. Don't be a pussy now. How bad can it be? Either way, you should have thought about it before messing around with their daughter. Sure, take advice about relationships from a virgin, Ashton scoffed. I might be nervous, but my days aren't bad enough to take dating advice from you. I have had enough. Just wait. I don't care about anything else, but the moment I get a body, I'll get rid of this virgin tag once and for all. Good luck getting laid with all that desperation oozing out of your body. Ashton had to cut their bickering short. It wasn't wise for him to keep the others waiting since he was the star of the party. But before he could leave, someone else entered his chambers. Gosh, and people say girls take time to get ready, Anna said playfully. Ashton took one look at her, and his jaw hit the floor. Anna had always looked beautiful, but she had pulled all the stops off this time. Her usually tied hair was straight, her fiery red eyes were as beautiful as ever, and her figure was like a perfect hourglass. When she stopped before him, she was like a magazine cutout dropped onto a celebrity sidewalk. Her black dress left her shoulders uncovered. Instead, it was supported around her neck and flowed into a graceful cowl neckline. It was a tight fit which gave the dress a classy and polished look. Even Eula would have a tough time matching Anna's beauty. Stop staring, will ya? Anna sheepishly mumbled while tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. As you wish, madam. Ashton replied before offering her a hand. Shall we? Of course. The two of them entered the community hall, hand in hand. There wasn't a single head that hadn't turned the moment their presence was felt. Was it due to Ashatan's extraordinary feats? He doubted it. But he was wrong. After everything he had achieved, Ashton was a man everyone would want to be close with, and their behavior made it abundant. While greeting everyone, the duo came across an elderly couple. Ashton, I would like you to meet my parents. Anna eagerly introduced them, and Ashton offered his hand to her father. However, it seemed like the latter had little interest in entertaining him. So this is the lad who stole my girl. The man's crimson eyes glared through Ashton's soul. Let's see if you're as good as everyone says you are, shall we? Chapter 500 King Homely 2. Standing before Ashton was a 7'3" tall, golden brown-skinned man. While his face was void of emotion, his crimson eyes gave away his intentions. Aside from that, the man also had a large burn scar on his face, of which he was pretty proud. His elbow-length, fine brown hair flowed freely behind his back, giving the man a much more graceful look than what suited his demeanor. His looks weren't the only things that attracted everybody's attention to him. Despite his age, his physique was quite astonishing. Heck, his father-in-law could even put Atlas' body to shame. After all, it wasn't common for someone's chiseled abs to show through formal wear. Not to mention his strong hands that were covered in a collage of mythical creature tattoos. It'd be a shame to decline your request, sir. Ashton politely replied before curling up his fist. Unfortunately, this is not the place to assert dominance over each other. Giving a show to the spectators is what a warrior should live for. Montague Anna's father scoffed. I thought you would share similar sentiments. But it seems your capabilities were nothing but a hoax. Everyone who knew what kind of man Ashton was gasped. Especially the ghosts. None of them had ever seen their captain taken so lightly. The last man who provoked him like this had his head sent flying, Ricochet mumbled, remembering how Dolos came into being. However, Ashton's expression remained unchanged. Anna had already warned him about her father's overprotectiveness towards her, making Ashton question Anna again. It wouldn't make sense if he allowed Anna to leave the planet with a bunch of strangers if he was so protective of her. Which, in turn, ended in Anna confessing that she never told Montague about her leaving. Her mother knew about it, but no one else did. Armed with this new information, Ashton was prepared to deal with Montague. You should be thankful it was a hoax, Ashton chuckled, throwing his hands in the air. Besides, I'm not going to fight you no matter how much you provoke me. Montague was speechless. From what he had heard about Ashton, he wasn't a man to back down from a challenge. Moreover, his temperament was well known within the community. A prideful warrior. That's how everyone described him, a man who does not know to compromise at the cost of his honor. That's why Montague challenged and berated Ashton in the heart of the party. He was sure a prideful man would not take crap from anyone when so many eyes were on him. But the reality was quite different. Not only did Ashton take his verbal abuse without lashing out, he even threw his hands up to say he wasn't interested in a fight. It'd be weirder if Montague wasn't confused right about now. After acting his part well, he was sure he could get Ashton to show his true colors. Then he could judge whether Ashton was a suitable match for his daughter. Suddenly Montague broke down laughing and threw his arm around Ashton's shoulders. Anna knew what was coming next and tried distancing herself, but Montague caught her as well, pulling the couple in for a bear hug. The room erupted in smiles and laughs. Lycanian nobility was well aware of Montague's warm heart and compassion towards others, and that's why his earlier behavior came off as strange to them. But everything was back to normal, if not for what Anna was planning. Within moments, Anna took hold of her father's arm and slammed him onto the ground. The wooden flooring shattered instantly, with Montague's head buried deep inside. I told you not to pull your stunts here, you nosy wuss. Anna yelled. While everyone was a bit taken aback by Anna's sudden outburst, no one was as surprised as Ashton. She had always spoken highly of her family, consequently, it was a surprise she just destroyed her father like that. My apologies, my dearest daughter. Montague smiled while wiping the dust off his head and shoulders. It's all righto. Anna replied, but was suddenly pulled away from the crowd. You brat, I warned you not to treat your father like a ragdoll. The woman politely communicated those pleasant words while pulling Anna away through her ear. The woman was her mother, Matilda Swan. Surprisingly, Anna didn't even try defending herself and instead kept smiling. Being away from home had had its effect on her. But now that she was back with her family, she could make up for the lost time. Ashton was happy for her, but somewhere in his heart, he felt a bit alone. The fun times he had spent with his parents were all in an enclosure, bounded by chains. However, being 5 years old at the time, even those fun memories were all over the place. Never mess with Swan women, Montague mumbled. My father warned me before marriage, but what reason can win against love? While the girls duke it out, allow me to introduce myself. The name's Baron Montague Swan, but you can call me father-in-law. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it a bit too soon for that? Ashton mumbled absent-mindedly. I mean, you barely know me. Are you planning to hit and run my daughter? Montague questioned Ashton with a nightmarish expression. Of course not. Ashton hastily replied, while gazing over to Anna, I'll die before I leave her. That's my word. Then we are good. Montague returned to his jolly mood, Patting Ashton on the back, to me, the way you look at my daughter is more than enough proof of your love for Anna. But I should warn you if you ever. Can we skip the cliché? We both know I won't ever harm her. Nor will I let anyone harm her again. Ashton replied, if you don't mind, can I ask you a question? Anything. That scar on your face. Anna did that, didn't she? Why, of course. She was playing with my beard when she awakened her powers, Montague proudly explained. In Swan household there's a saying. The one to get burned first by the offspring is also loved by them the most. But I'm sure you already knew that when she tossed me earlier. Don't mess with Swan women. A wise saying indeed.